The donation bin. I used to work at a thrift store when I was in college. Nothing glamorous, just sorting donations, stocking shelves, and trying not to breathe too deeply when a bag of clothes smelled like cigarettes and wet dog. Most nights it was boring. People donated junk, cracked lamps, VHS tapes, shoes with holes in the soles. But sometimes we would get strange things. The rule was simple. If it wasn't alive, leaking, or illegal, we kept it. That's how the doll ended up in the back room. It was a Saturday morning when a woman dropped off a black trash bag full of stuffed animals. My manager dumped it on the sorting table, and the doll rolled out on the top of the pile. She wasn't porcelain like the old-fashioned ones. She was plastic, probably from the late 80s or early 90s, with bright blue eyes that opened and shut. Her hair was a synthetic blonde mess, tangled beyond saving. What made her weird was her mouth. It wasn't painted on, but molded slightly open. One of the cashiers joked, "Looks like she's about to tell you your fortune." I laughed, but I didn't want to touch her. Something about the eyes. They weren't cloudy like most old dolls. They looked too clear, like she'd been waiting for someone to notice her. We stuck her on a shelf with the other toys. 2 hours later, a kid came running up to the register crying. His mom said he'd been playing with the doll when it bit him. And sure enough, there were little indentations on his finger, like tiny teeth marks. The manager brushed it off, probably scraped his finger on the plastic. But when I went to put the doll back on the shelf, her mouth was wider, open, like a creepy little smile. The next few weeks, she kept showing up where she didn't belong. I'd shelve her in toys and then find her sitting on the counter by the register. Another employee swore that they put her in the back bin, only to find her later in the fitting room. We joked about it being a prank, but no one admitted to moving her. And honestly, nobody that worked there was really the type to prank people. Then things got stranger. One night, I was closing alone. The store was quiet, fluorescent lights buzzing overhead. I went to sweep the aisles, and as I passed the toy section, I froze. The doll wasn't just sitting on the shelf. She was lying in the middle of the floor, arms stretched out, like she'd been dropped there. I picked her up and put her back and kept going. When I turned around, she was on the floor again. I thought I was losing it. I left her there, locked up, and told myself it was nothing. But when I came in the next morning, she was sitting on the front counter, right next to the register, like she'd been waiting for me. I was opening the store, and I had closed it the night before. There's absolutely nobody who goes in between, not even the owner. So, how'd she get there? It escalated fast after that. One of the volunteers refused to handle donations after he found her in a sealed box he swore had only books inside. Another employee said she heard someone whisper her name while she was pricing shoes. And when she turned, the doll was sitting on the shelf with her mouth wide open. We called her Mouthy, kind of as a joke. Management didn't care. As long as customers weren't complaining, they let her sit on the shelf, or wherever the hell she ended up being. But customers did complain. Kids would point at her and cry. Adults avoided the toy section. Once, a man picked her up, carried her to the counter, and asked how much she was. Before the cashier could answer, he dropped her like she'd burned him. Said he heard something hiss in his ear. He left without buying anything. We should have thrown her out. Honestly, we tried to, but every time someone tried, she came back. Literally. One employee tossed her in the dumpster out back. The next morning, she was sitting on the donation table. Another time, I drove her myself to the dump on the far edge of town. I watched her disappear into a mountain of garbage. The next night, she was sitting in the break room chair. But the breaking point for me was the security footage. Our manager was really tired of people moving stuff around without logging it. Not the doll, just other issues. So he set up cameras in the back room. I was working a late shift when he called me into the office to show me something. The video showed the donation table. It was empty. And then, without anyone in the frame, the doll slid into view, like she walked, step by step. You could hear the faint scraping of plastic feet on concrete. I wanted to quit right then and there, but I didn't. College was expensive and I needed the job, so I kept working and just tried not to notice her. One night I was doing inventory, alone of course. The store was closed and the air just felt too still. I kept glancing at the toy section, half expecting to see her. Sure enough, she was not on the shelf where she should have been. I found her in the clothing aisle, propped up against a rack of winter coats. Her mouth was open wider than I'd ever seen, stretched unnaturally. I picked her up, planning to just shove her in the back. But then I heard a voice, faint, almost like static, coming from her. It wasn't really words. It was more like the sound of someone trying to talk while being submerged underwater. But it was coming from that stupid molded plastic mouth. I dropped her and ran. After that, I begged my manager to do something, anything. He just shrugged and said, "She sells eventually. They always do." She never did. People picked her up, carried her around, even brought her up to the register, but no one ever bought her. Every time they would stop cold like they'd just realized something, and then put her back. I started dreaming about her. Nightmares of waking up in the store, every shelf lined with her face, every mouth whispering. One dream, I woke up in the back room and she was sitting on my chest. Her mouth opened wider and wider until it wasn't even a mouth anymore. It was a black hole swallowing the room. I woke up sweating, my chest aching like something really had pressed down on me all night. The last night I worked there was the worst. I was closing alone again. Half the lights were off and the store was just that eerie kind of quiet. I was doing a final walkthrough when I heard tapping, like fingernails on glass. I followed the sound to the front window. The doll was sitting on the ledge inside the glass, her hand raised, tapping one finger against the pane. Just tap, tap, tap. I froze. She turned her head toward me. It wasn't like one of those sudden jerking motions you see in the movies. It was worse almost. It was really slow and deliberate, and her mouth opened. And this time I heard it clearly. My name. She whispered my name. I bolted. I didn't finish closing. I don't even think I set the alarm. I just ran to my car and drove, and I never went back. Last month, I was shopping at a completely different thrift store, 2 towns over. Just killing time, flipping through racks of clothes. When I wandered into the toy section, my stomach dropped. Sitting on the shelf, tangled hair and 2 clear eyes staring right at me, was the same doll. I saw a funeral procession walk through the trees at 2 a.m. This happened last fall when I booked a week off-grid in a cabin near Pisgah National Forest in North Carolina. It was one of those old hunters' cabins. There was no plumbing, barely any insulation to speak of, but it was clean and just isolated enough to feel like a true break. It didn't have any Wi-Fi, but I wasn't intending on using any. And of course, there was no cell service. I had brought a book with me, a couple actually, and there was a nice wood stove inside. So it was just me, the books, the stove, and whatever was outside, I guess. The first couple of nights were pretty uneventful. Cold, quiet. There was a heavy fog the third night, and I remember putting out the fire at about 10:30 and crawling into bed with my flashlight and a thermos of tea. I dozed off maybe an hour later. I woke up at 2:04 a.m. I remember because I checked my old wristwatch in the dark. What woke me up was this steady shuffling sound, like feet dragging through leaves. Definitely not an animal. Human steps. Lots of them. And something else, too. Low voices. Muffled. I couldn't make out any words. It was just a constant hush. Like a distant crowd murmuring. At first I thought someone was trespassing. Maybe other campers passing by on a night hike. But when I peeked through the window, which was pretty warped, what I saw didn't make any sense. There was a procession moving through the woods. Dozens of people walking in a line between the trees, about 20 or 30 yards from the cabin. They were carrying candles, like real ones, and dressed in these old-fashioned clothes. Everyone was dressed in black. Some wore veils. At the center of the group, 4 of them carried a wooden coffin, rough-looking, no handles, just raw timber with thick ropes looped underneath. The weirdest part? Other than the murmuring, they weren't really making any noise. The sound didn't match their step. It all felt disconnected, like I was hearing something recorded somewhere else, playing over what I was seeing. I watched them pass slowly behind the tree line. No one looked at the cabin. No one seemed to be aware of it or anything but the path they were walking. I realized then what the murmuring was. It was prayers. Then they were gone. I didn't sleep again. In the morning, I checked the area where they'd passed. There was no footprints or candle wax or anything. When I told the guy at the gas station on my way out, he just said, "Ain't the first time someone's seen 'em. Won't be the last. Have a nice day." He rang me up like we were talking about the weather. The Whistler on the Road. A few years ago, I was driving home late from work on a rural road in West Virginia. It was one of those nights where there's no moon, no streetlights, just the beam of my headlights. Out of nowhere, I started hearing whistling. It wasn't from my car, like from the radio or something. It was just this clear human whistle, drifting in through the cracked window. The tune was simple, very back and forth, like someone trying to get my attention. It was sing-songy, you know, like, hoo-hoo. I slowed down, thinking maybe there was a hitchhiker or somebody in trouble, but the whistling stayed level with me, like it was keeping pace with the car. My speedometer said 40 miles an hour, and still the sound was right there. When I finally turned onto the main road, it stopped. It just cut off mid-note. I didn't look in the rearview mirror until I got home. The Creature in the Cornfield. My cousin and I used to sneak into the cornfields late at night, mostly to scare ourselves. One evening, we heard rustling a few rows over. At first, we figured it was each other, but then we met up and we still heard it. At that point, we figured that it was just a deer, until we saw something stand up. It was not human. It was way too tall and too thin, and its head looked almost like an insect's. It froze when it noticed us and then dropped back down and disappeared. We bolted for the road, but even as we ran, we could hear it keeping pace in the rows beside us. It didn't stop until we hit the edge of the field. The doll in the attic. When my grandmother passed away, my family inherited her house. It was one of those places that felt heavy with age, every wall full of creaks and sighs. My mom wanted to sell it right away, but it fell to me to help clean it out. I wasn't particularly close to my grandma, so I didn't expect the process to be emotional. Mostly just sorting through dusty furniture, outdated clothes, and boxes of junk that hadn't been touched in decades. The attic was the worst. Narrow stairs, stale air that clung to your lungs, and boxes stacked so high it felt like you were crawling into someone else's memory. I went up there with a flashlight and a trash bag, ready to start tossing things. Most of it was worthless. Yellowed newspapers, chipped ornaments, water-damaged books. But in one corner under a sheet was an old cedar trunk. I dragged it into the light and popped it open. Inside were quilts, some old letters, and sitting right on top, wrapped in faded tissue paper, was a doll. She was porcelain, with painted blue eyes and a stiff lace dress. Her face was pale, cracked slightly around the mouth, like she'd been smiling too long. The hair was human, I think, blonde, thin, and brittle. I don't know why, but the second I uncovered her, I felt cold, like a shiver that starts in your bones. I almost left her there, but the curiosity got the better of me, so I brought her downstairs and set her on the kitchen table. My mom frowned when she saw it. "Where did you find that?" "In the attic." She pursed her lips. "Put it back." "Why?" She never liked to talk about that doll. That didn't make sense. Why keep it if she didn't like it? But Mom wouldn't say more, and I ended up setting the doll aside while we worked. That night, I stayed at the house alone. My mom had gone back home, and I wanted to push through and get the attic cleared. Around midnight, I started hearing noises. At first, I thought it was just the house settling, but then I realized it sounded like movement, small, deliberate footsteps overhead. I froze at the kitchen table, staring at the ceiling. The doll was still sitting across from me. Its head was tilted slightly to the side, like it was listening. I told myself I was just tired. I went to bed in one of the empty bedrooms and pulled the door shut tight. At 3 a.m, I woke up to the sound of something tapping, light and rhythmic. When I opened my eyes, the doll was sitting on the dresser across from the bed. I hadn't brought it upstairs. I sat up, heart racing, just staring at it. The tapping stopped. For a full minute, I didn't move. I barely breathed. And then the doll leaned forward. Slowly, but just enough that I knew I wasn't imagining it. I grabbed my stuff and bolted out of that room. I slept in my car with the lights on until morning. When I told my mom the next day, she didn't look surprised. She told me that my grandma had once confessed that the doll followed her. She'd gotten it as a child from an estate sale. Supposedly, it had belonged to a girl who had died young. My grandma never threw it away, even though she hated it. She said there was no point. because no matter where she put it, it always came back. If she tried to put it in the attic, it would eventually show up in her bedroom. Once, she even gave it away to a neighbor, and the next week it was back in the house. I didn't believe her until I tried to get rid of it myself. I put the doll in a garbage bag and tossed it in the outside bin. The garbage truck came the next morning. Problem solved, right? That evening, I came back into the house and found it sitting on the kitchen counter, the plastic bag crumpled beside it. At that point, I was beyond freaked out. I called my mom and told her we had to do something. She said we should bury it. I didn't want to argue, so we drove out to a wooded area behind the property, dug a hole, and dropped it in. We covered it with dirt and stones and said nothing the whole drive back. 2 nights later, I woke up again in that house, and there it was, sitting in the chair by the bed, dirt still clinging to its dress. I moved out after that. We sold the house within a month, most of the contents left behind. I didn't care what happened to that doll as long as it wasn't my problem. But here's the part that bothers me, though. Last week, I went to visit my mom at her place, and sitting on the shelf in her living room was that same porcelain doll, dress cleaned, cracks painted over, hair brushed smooth. I asked her why she brought it home. She just stared at me like she didn't know what I was talking about. And when I tried to point it out, when I turned back to the shelf, it wasn't there anymore. The UFO at the lake. A few summers ago, me and 3 friends camped out at a lake called Spirit Ridge Lake, way out past Prineville, Oregon. It's not on many maps, just a narrow body of water tucked between pine-covered hills. There are no campsites or bathrooms, just flat ground and a fire pit we built ourselves. We wanted off-grid, and we got it. The first night was uneventful. Mosquitoes, cheap beer, a bad attempt at hot dogs. Classic. The second night is when things got weird. We were sitting around the fire at about 11:45 p.m. It was one of those dead quiet nights. No wind or animals, not even frogs. Just that heavy silence you really only ever get out in the woods. We were swapping dumb stories when one of the guys, Mark, pointed up. There were 3 lights, not stars, way too low. They were in a triangular formation, white-blue, pulsing faintly, kind of like a heartbeat. At first, we thought it might be drones or maybe some kind of aircraft training exercise, but there was no engine noise, not even a hum. The light started drifting down toward the lake. Not fast, just a smooth, steady descent, until finally they hovered maybe 20 feet above the water. There was no reflection at all, which I thought was really weird. The lake stayed completely still, which made no sense at all. We just sat there, frozen. Nobody said anything. It wasn't fear, exactly, more like something in our brains telling us not to interrupt, not to interfere. After maybe 30 seconds, the lights flickered. Not like turning off, more like blinking out of sync for a few seconds, like visual static. And then, they were just gone. There was no splash into the water, no movement into the sky, no fade out. Nothing. It was just empty night sky again, like nothing had ever happened. The silence came back, but it felt different. It was charged, like the air itself was watching us, maybe daring us to acknowledge what we had just seen. We didn't sleep that night. Not really. None of us really said it out loud, but I think all of us kept looking toward that tree line, like something might step out. I swear I heard movement around the tent at about 3 a.m., but I couldn't bring myself to unzip it. When we left in the morning, we found 4 small depressions in the dirt near the water, equally spaced, perfectly circular. They weren't tracks, just little indents, almost like something had landed, but hadn't touched the water. We've never camped there again. Mark doesn't talk about it at all, and me? I still don't know what we saw, but sometimes when it's late and quiet, I get that feeling again, that we weren't just watched, we were noted. The Fae ring in the field. When I was 16, my friends and I cut across a farmer's field to get home faster. It was late, and we were half joking about getting caught trespassing. And then we saw a perfect circle of mushrooms in the middle of the grass, glowing faintly under the moonlight. One of my friends laughed and stepped into it. The second his foot touched the inside of the ring, the air changed. It went all heavy and still, and we all just froze. He suddenly went pale and said he felt like he was sinking, even though the ground was perfectly solid. We yanked him out by his arms, and as soon as we did, the night sounds all came back. We never told anybody, but my friend swears that when he was inside the ring, he heard music, like flutes and drums. He won't walk through that field anymore. A Haunting Experience at an Airbnb by Sinai Passerina. I left the Airbnb at 1:45 this morning, July 31st, after being disturbed by paranormal phenomena that were not disclosed during booking. The strange occurrences included the fan light dimming and illuminating on its own, sheets being pulled off of me, the sensation of a weighted presence sitting next to me on the bed, and the sheet being pressed and pulled across my face with force. It was the kind of stuff that keeps you up at night. I should have known when I checked in that something was off. The room looked fine, but there was an eerie silence. It was so quiet that I didn't hear a single bird, and this was a residential area. Still, being on vacation, I was so happy for the peace, but the oppressive feeling and strange phenomena kept me from drifting off to sleep. I finally couldn't take it anymore and left. I reached out to the host at 4:30 in the morning to let him know, "Dude, your place is haunted. Airbnb might want to consider adding a haunting clause." I didn't reserve a haunted room. I just wanted a place to sleep. The footprints weren't human. This happened in February last year in the Adirondacks near Indian Lake. I had taken a few days off work and was staying at this little backwoods cabin. A friend of my uncle's owned it, and he hadn't been out there in a while and said I could spend some time. It was perfect for snowshoeing and getting some peace and quiet. The third day, I headed out early to break a trail down an old logging road that cut through a thicker patch of forest. The snow was deep but light, and I was maybe an hour in when I noticed the tracks. They weren't mine. They weren't animal either. Not really. They looked like hooves, sort of, but not symmetrical. Each was maybe the size of a dinner plate, sunk deep into the snow, like something really heavy had passed through. Heavier than a deer, even an elk or a moose. The shape was off too. more like a split hoof that had been stretched wrong. The spacing between each print was inconsistent. Like whatever the thing was, it wasn't walking right. Or maybe like it wasn't always touching the ground. They came from the woods and crossed the trail diagonally, and then disappeared behind a cluster of boulders up the slope. I should have left it alone. I know that now. But I followed them. The prints grew deeper the further they went, like whatever had made them was sinking lower as it moved. When I got to the boulders, they just stopped. I didn't see any scuff or drag marks, just like it had kind of walked into the stone or vanished into thin air at that spot. That's when I turned around. There was a second trail now, parallel to mine. Same depth, same weird shape, except these prints weren't ahead of me. They were following mine, all the way back the way I came. I hadn't heard or seen anything behind me. There was no wind. I hadn't heard the crunch of snow, but the trail was fresh, brand new. I scanned the trees, but I didn't see anything. And then I heard one soft thud, maybe 50 feet behind me, deeper into the woods. It didn't echo. It was just this dead, heavy impact. I didn't look. I didn't even think. I just ran. I mean, as much as you can in snowshoes. When I got back to the cabin, I yanked off the snowshoes and bolted the door. I stayed up all night with the fire stoked and a knife that I knew wouldn't help. I went out at dawn, thinking maybe it would all look different in the daylight. But the trail I had made the day before, there was only one set of tracks. Just mine, going in. Nothing came out. The Woman on the Stairs. When I was 16, we moved into a house that was built in the 1920s. From day one in that place, I hated the staircase. It always felt like somebody was standing at the top, watching me. One night, I got up out of bed for some water, and I saw a woman in a long dress sitting halfway up the stairs. She didn't move, she didn't even blink. She just sat there, with her hands folded, staring at me. I backed into the kitchen and grabbed a knife, but when I looked again, she was gone. The only thing left was a faint indent on the step. It was like somebody had been sitting there for hours, someone very heavy. I never really did figure out what was going on there. No one else ever saw her, and of course nobody believed me, so I guess I'm just left to wonder. The voice on the baby monitor. When my daughter was 2, we used one of those audio baby monitors. One night, I heard her laughing through it, which was strange because she usually slept really soundly. Then I heard a man's voice come through. It was low and whispering, almost like he was talking to her or maybe reading a story. I couldn't make out the words, but I heard her giggle again. Of course, I bolted into her room. She was sitting up and smiling at the empty corner of the crib, but there was nobody there. There were no windows open. The monitor stayed silent the rest of the night. We bought a new one the next day, but I have never forgotten that voice. The thing in the hotel hallway. I was staying at a hotel for work, and at about 2 o'clock in the morning, I went to grab a soda from the vending machine, which was down the hall. When I left, the hallway was totally empty, but on my way back, there was something standing outside my door. It was tall and thin and hunched over. It was like a person, but if they'd been stretched out like Play-Doh. Its arms dangled almost to the floor. I stopped walking, and I really just didn't know what to do. And then it turned its head toward me. I couldn't make out a face. It was just all shadows. I backed away and waited around the corner for what felt like an hour. When I finally looked again, the hallway was empty, but I had a lot of trouble sleeping that night. I still don't know what it was. The thing under the bed. When I was 8, I woke up one night to the sound of breathing. It was slow and steady, but it was not mine. I sat up and realized that it was coming from under my bed. I leaned over the edge, and in the dark gap, I saw 2 eyes staring back at me. It wasn't like they were glowing, they were just reflecting the light, kind of like the way a big cat's eyes would. I froze, and then I screamed for my mom. She came rushing in and turned the lights on, and of course nothing was there. The really weird part, though, is that when she pulled the bed away from the wall to prove that nothing was there, the dust underneath was disturbed. There were drag marks, kind of like something had been crawling around. The alien signal. I work night shift maintenance at a remote communications relay station just outside of Tonopah, Nevada. It's one of those federal contracts where no one really checks in on you unless something breaks, and most nights are dead silent. It's just me, the hum of the old servers, sometimes static from a rack of radios that mostly sit idle. It's a nothing job in the middle of nothing, which is exactly why I took it. It happened about 4 months ago, during a routine overnight. I was finishing up some diagnostics on the satellite uplink when one of the old shortwave sets crackled to life behind me. Normally they're tuned to emergency frequencies or white noise, and we haven't had a real transmission on them in over a year. At first, I figured it was just atmospheric interference. It happens. But this wasn't weather static. It was very clean and purposeful. I turned around and watched the meters spike in rhythmic bursts. Short, long, and then a pause. Then again. It wasn't exactly Morse code, but it was close enough to make me freeze. The sound was unlike anything I'd ever heard. Like a wet, metallic sound. Like someone gargling binary underwater, if that makes any sense. It had a cadence, though, like a language that was trying to squeeze through a broken speaker. I adjusted the tuning, tried to get a clearer signal, and that's when the tones changed. The static dropped out completely, and a low, warbling hum filled the room. It vibrated in my chest, and I swear for a moment the fluorescent lights above me dimmed. Probably in my head. Probably. And then I heard a voice. There was no words that I recognized, and it didn't really sound human. It was like a voice that had been run through some alien voice changer. Deep, layered, echoing in on itself, like it was bouncing between dimensions before it landed in my ears. I couldn't tell if it was male or female or old or young. It was all of those things and none of them. at once. And it was saying something directly to me. Not at me, to me. And that's what made it all worse. I didn't write it down. I couldn't. I just sat there, frozen, listening, while my brain scrambled to process what it was hearing. The message was short, maybe 10 seconds long, and then it looped. The same intonation, the same pacing. It was almost like it wanted me to understand or learn something. I tried to record it, but nothing took. The computer glitched, and the audio files came up corrupted. Even my phone locked up and rebooted on its own. On the third loop, the voice stopped abruptly, cutting to dead silence. And then came a click, like a mic being switched off. And I swear to you, that radio sighed. Not mechanically. It was like an exhale. And then nothing, just dead air. I sat there until sunrise. I don't know if I even had a thought. Next day, I ran diagnostics on every piece of equipment. Nothing malfunctioned. The logs didn't show any anomalies. In fact, the system hadn't even registered that the frequency was active. I told myself that it was sleep deprivation, stress. But then I found a note that I don't remember writing. It was on a Post-it stuck to the side of my monitor. It was my handwriting, but shaky. It read, "From the dark we see you. Return the call." That wasn't a phrase I would ever say. I mean, what am I, Shakespeare? I don't even remember writing it. I tried to forget all about it. A couple of weeks went by. There were no new signals and no late-night voices. No weird interference, just me and the old radios, back to their usual static hum. I had almost relaxed. And then one night, just after 3 a.m., I stepped outside for a smoke. The sky was clear. There wasn't a cloud in it. The desert was quiet, but something just felt off. Like being in a crowded room where everyone suddenly stops talking at once. And above the hills, way off in the distance, I saw this faint shimmer. It was like heat waves, but vertical, twisting slowly, staying in place. I didn't investigate. I didn't even finish my cigarette. I backed inside and locked the door. I haven't heard the signal since, but the radio hasn't been the same. It clicks randomly now. Sometimes it hums in short bursts, just low enough to make you question if you ever heard it at all. Occasionally, a line of numbers scrolls across the old digital readout. Always the same sequence. 47.613. An unassigned channel. I looked it up once. Nothing official, but there's a thread online deep in some abandoned message board from the early 2000s, where a few other people claim to have picked up something similar. Weird frequencies and strange tones, voices trying to teach them something. One post had a recording. It was empty, just static, but the comments said that if you played it on loop while sleeping, you would dream of cities that don't exist, oceans with black water, skies with no sun. I didn't try it. I didn't want to know if it worked. Here's the part that I haven't told anyone, though. Sometimes, only in the moments right before I'm falling asleep, I hear that voice again. It's like a leftover of whatever I experienced. The only phrase I can ever seem to hear or remember or whatever the hell's happening is, "Return the call." I don't even know what that means. And if I did, I'm not sure that I would want to return the call. What would happen if I did? The cabin on Black Pine Ridge. I never meant to push that far. Henry and I had been following elk sign most of the day, each hoof print pulling us deeper into the country, where the trees crowded too close and the slope never seemed to give. The ridge was called Black Pine, though I didn't know it at the time. It didn't appear on any of the neat trail maps that they sell in the gear shops. That probably should have been warning enough. By late afternoon, the compass needle spun uselessly, circling like it couldn't make up its mind. Every game trail petered out in brambles or stone. The woods felt older and heavier, as though we'd slipped into some corner that didn't much like being found. The light drained faster there too, even though the sun was still above the peaks. That was when we saw the cabin. It sat in a shallow clearing, logs weathered to the color of old bone, roof sagging as if a snow load had caved it decades ago. The windows were black holes, the door half rotted, hanging limp from its hinges. Everything about it shouted abandonment. But when I pushed the door with the butt of my rifle, the smell that seeped out wasn't dead wood or mildew. It was warm. Wood smoke, faint but real. Inside, dust lay thick enough to hold a boot print, but there were none, only the soft, undisturbed film of decades. The rafters sagged, rot gnawed at the corners. In the hearth, and beneath the crumbled gray drift of ash, a coal glowed red, just alive enough to pulse like an eye refusing to shut. Henry stared at it a long while. "Gotta be squatters," he whispered, but he sounded as unconvinced as I was. There was no gear, no bedrolls or wood stacked, no prints but ours. Just two chairs set by the fire, one a little farther back, the other nearer, angled almost toward where we stood. We should have left then. But the ridge was thick with dark, and neither of us wanted to stumble blind back the way we'd come. Shelter, after all, was shelter. So we spread our bedrolls against the wall, ate jerky without much appetite for it, and told ourselves it was just a cabin with a coal left burning by someone careless. I woke after midnight to the cold. The fire was out, nothing left but a faint glow where ash hid embers. But the door stood open a hand's width, letting in a thread of pine-scented night. My mouth went dry when I turned toward the chairs. The nearer one had shifted. It now sat a foot closer to where we lay. I nudged Henry awake. He swore he hadn't moved a thing. We closed the door, shoved it hard into the frame, and tried to believe that we had just been careless. Sleep came again, though restless. The second night it happened worse. I woke with the sense of being studied, as though some patience in the dark had finally leaned close. The fire had smoldered back to life. No wood, no fresh fuel, just ash that breathed like it wasn't done with us. The nearer chair sat closer still. Too close. And the door yawned wide, not cracked this time, but fully open. I didn't wake Henry right away. I sat there in my bag, heart hammering, and watched that empty chair. I don't know what I expected to see. Someone easing into it, something standing behind it. But the longer I looked, the more I felt the shape of the room was wrong. It wasn't emptiness anymore. It was presence. By dawn, I had made up my mind. We were leaving. Henry did not argue. We packed quickly, shouldered our rifles, and found a game trail that bent down the slope. The compass was useless, spinning its lazy circles. So we trusted the sun and kept going, pushing through scrub until our arms were striped with scratches. By noon, we stumbled into a clearing. The same clearing. The same cabin slouched against the ridge, the same blind windows, the same door, ajar like it had been expecting us. Smoke, thin and colorless, rose from its chimney. Henry cursed loud enough to wake the mountain. We picked a different line, hacking straight down the slope, refusing the trails altogether. For hours we fought through brambles and stone. By the time we broke through into another open patch, sweat burning our eyes, our packs heavy, I almost laughed from relief, until I saw the cabin again. Same angle, same clearing, as though the mountain had turned us in its palm and set us right back where it wanted us. That was when the fear settled deep. We were not lost. We were kept. We tried again, each time taking a different way, north, then east, then west. Each time we circled back, always the same clearing. Always the same cabin. By late light, we gave up. The forest had made its decision. We went inside. The fire smoldered in the hearth again, though we'd seen it dead when we left that morning. The nearer chair had shifted farther forward, so close now it might as well have been waiting at the edge of where our bedrolls had been. Henry wouldn't look at it. He sat against the wall and muttered under his breath, like prayer or cursing, couldn't tell which. I lay down, staring at the door. I thought if it opened, I'd know. But when sleep dragged me under, I dreamed of nothing but the scrape of wood on wood, the slow drag of a chair's legs inching closer, closer. I woke with the dawn light angling through broken planks. The chair sat flush against my bedroll, the seat empty, the fire pulsing faintly. Henry would not speak. He just stared at the door, wide-eyed, as if waiting for something to walk in. We left again that morning, though I already knew it was pointless. The ridge does not let go. The trails only loop you back. The forest holds what it chooses. Somehow or another, we got out. Probably because the forest was done toying with us. But that cabin is still there. I can feel it. Sometimes when I close my eyes, I smell wood smoke. I hear the faint rasp of wood shifting on wood, and I know the chair has not stopped moving. It's still inching forward, night after night, toward the place where I sleep. A vacation turned into a nightmare. To start off, I'd like to say that nothing like this has ever happened to me or my boyfriend, and the two of us were more on the non-believing side before it did. We still can't believe, process, or understand what happened to us. My boyfriend and I were on vacation in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan, staying at an Airbnb on the St. Mary's River in Sault Ste. Marie. It was an older 3-bedroom house with its own nice private beach. We had the whole place to ourselves for the night. We started off the night by leaving to get some food, playing Monopoly, going swimming, and stuff like that. Nothing out of the ordinary occurred. As soon as it got dark, we went out to smoke some devil's lettuce before we ate the food that we had just bought. We went back in, had our dinner, and went to the master bedroom. We were both on our phones when the light on the ceiling fan started to flick on and off. I said the house was old and figured we should just turn the light off. He said no, that we should keep it on. This is when he first told me that he had a bad feeling. I told him he was just paranoid from the substances. I walked out to the hallway to see if I could sense the energy he was feeling, and he followed me. I felt as if nothing was wrong, so I went back into the bedroom. He stayed in the hallway, staring at a closed bedroom door. I asked why he was staring at it, and he said, "I swear I just saw the light in this room turn on and off." I was more concerned about a person being in the house, so I said we needed to go in there and check. We walked in, checked under the bed and in the closet, but there was nobody there. He became really startled, and I was confused because I was still really, affected and zoned out. He said that the dresser had just been shaken very aggressively against the wall. I was skeptical since I hadn't seen it myself, but I said that I believed him, and we left the room. After we were back in the living room, he said, "I have a really bad feeling, like something bad's gonna happen if we stay here. We need to get out of here." We had nowhere to go until the next day, and I didn't want to leave. But I agreed that we would go for a drive, come back after, and then get our things and leave if he still felt the same way. After we finished driving, we went back into the house, and he still had this bad feeling. I still didn't want to go, but I agreed that we would get our things and leave. We walked into the master bedroom first, and the light switch for the ceiling fan and light was off. We had left it on. My boyfriend said, "This is exactly what I'm talking about. Look at the freaking fan." It was moving slowly in a circle, but as soon as I looked up, it began to move faster, but like inconsistently, almost like a cat was batting at it or something. The light began to flick on and off again as well. Mind you, the switch is still off on the wall. This was enough for me to start freaking out, so we grabbed everything out of there and the master bathroom and got out of that room. Next, we went to the kitchen to do our dishes since it was a requirement for checkout. My boyfriend reached into a drawer, pulled out the biggest knife in it, and turned his head to look at me. He said nothing, put the knife down, and closed the drawer. I assumed he was trying to show me it was there in case there really was another person in the house. But he started to visibly freak out, and I asked what was wrong. He said, "I'll tell you in the car." We packed up and locked the house behind us and hit the road. I asked him what he'd been so afraid of. He said, "That thing was talking to me the entire time. It got control of me when I was reaching for that knife, and it told me to do really bad things to you. I had to stop myself to fight it." He continued on saying that he'd been listening to these things the whole time, such as, "Go ahead, hit her," or "Pick up that chair and throw it at her." Hearing this made me sick to my stomach. We ended up sleeping in my car at a rest stop, and neither of us slept very well at all. We just had this lingering, awful feeling. Nothing has really happened to us since, so I don't think it attached to us or anything, but I cannot fathom how it gained that much control over him in such little time. I've thought that it was probably just because of the devil's lettuce, which made him more vulnerable. But if anyone has their 2 cents to give to this, I would love to hear it. Otherwise, thanks for hearing me out. Something in the prairie. So this happened about 3 years ago when I was working seasonal maintenance at Pilot Knob State Park near Forest City in Iowa. I don't usually talk about this stuff because people look at you like you're crazy. But I've been lurking around on the internet for months, reading stories, and I figured someone might believe me, or at least have heard of something similar. I'd been working there for maybe 2 months that summer. Basic stuff: mowing, trail maintenance, cleaning bathrooms, picking up trash. The pay was decent for what it was, and I liked being outdoors. Pilot Knob sits on this glacial hill that's the second highest point in Iowa, which isn't saying much since Iowa's flatter than a pancake in most places. But up there, you get these rolling prairies that stretch on forever. Tall grass waving in the wind like an ocean. The other guys I worked with were pretty cool. There was Jim, the head groundskeeper who'd been there 15 years, and Marcus, another seasonal guy like me. We'd usually work in pairs for safety reasons, Park Service policy. That day in late July, Jim sent Marcus and me out to check the North Trail system. Some hikers had reported falling branches blocking the path after a storm the night before. We loaded up the ATV with chainsaws and basic tools around 7 in the morning. The temperature was already pushing 80 degrees, and you could tell it was going to be one of those brutal Iowa summer days where the humidity makes you feel like you're breathing through a wet towel. The North Trails run along the edge of the prairie restoration area. Hundreds of acres of native tall grass that the Park Service has been working to bring back for decades. Marcus was driving, and we were bouncing along the maintenance road when we hit the first downed tree. Nothing major, just a decent-sized oak that had come down across the trail. We got out and fired up the chainsaw, made quick work of it, standard stuff. But while Marcus was cutting, I noticed something weird in the grass about 50 yards off the trail. The tall grass in that area grows 6, maybe 7 feet high this time of year. Big blue stem, switchgrass, something they call Indian grass, all native species that create this thick wall you can't see through. But there was this section where the grass was bent down in a perfect circle, maybe 12 feet across. Nothing was broken or damaged, just pressed flat like something heavy had been lying there. I pointed it out to Marcus when he finished with the tree. He shrugged it off and said it was probably a deer bed, or maybe some cattle had wandered over from the neighboring farm. Made sense, except the circle was too big and too perfect. Deer don't make beds that size. And there weren't any cattle tracks or droppings around. We moved on to clear 3 more trees over the next couple of hours. The whole time I kept thinking about that flattened grass. Something about it really bothered me, but I couldn't put my finger on what. We were working on the last tree when Marcus stopped the chainsaw mid-cut and held up his hand. "You hear that?" I listened. There was definitely something, a low sound, coming from the direction of the prairie. Not quite a growl, not quite a moan. Almost like someone humming a really deep note, but with this weird warbling quality that made my teeth ache. Probably just wind through the grass," I said. But even as the words came out, I knew that wasn't right. There wasn't enough breeze to make that kind of noise. And besides, I'd been working around tall grass all summer. I knew what wind through them sounded like. The sound lasted maybe 10 seconds, then stopped. Marcus and I looked at each other, and I could tell he was thinking the same thing I was. That wasn't natural. But neither of us wanted to be the first to say it out loud. We finished clearing the tree in silence and loaded up the ATV. The plan was to head back to the maintenance shed. But as we drove past that flattened circle in the grass, Marcus slowed down. "Look at that," he said, pointing. The circle was bigger now. What had been maybe 12 feet across was now closer to 20 feet, and there was a clear path leading from it deeper into the prairie. Not a trail exactly, but a line where the grass had been pushed aside, like something large had moved through it. Marcus killed the engine. "We should probably check it out," he said, but his voice had that tone people get when they're trying to convince themselves of something that they don't really believe. I wanted to tell him we should just radio Jim and let him deal with it. That was the smart thing to do. But instead, I found myself getting off the ATV and walking toward the grass. The flattened area smelled wrong. Not bad exactly, but musky and sharp, like wet dog mixed with something metallic. There were no footprints in the soft earth, no obvious signs of what might have been there. Just that smell, and the grass pressed down in patterns that hurt to look at too long. The path leading to the prairie was about 4 feet wide. The grass on either side was bent over at weird angles, and some of it twisted together, as though it had been braided. Marcus came up behind me with a flashlight, even though it was broad daylight. "Should we follow it?" he asked. Before I could answer, the sound came again, closer this time, maybe 30 yards into the grass. That same low, warbling hum, but now there was something else underneath it. A clicking noise, like someone cracking their knuckles over and over. The grass ahead of us moved. It wasn't swaying in the breeze. There still wasn't any wind to speak of. It moved like something was pushing through it, and it was coming our way. Something big enough to part 6-foot-tall grass without breaking it. "Back to the ATV," Marcus said, and his voice was tight now. No more pretending that this was normal, and you didn't have to ask me twice. We walked backward, keeping our eyes on the grass. The movement was getting closer, and I could hear something new. A soft, shuffling sound, like bare feet on carpet. The clicking got faster, more urgent. We made it maybe 10 feet before the thing in the grass stopped moving. Everything went dead quiet, except for the sound of our own breathing and the distant hum of insects. Even the birds had stopped singing. And then, the grass parted. I cannot describe what I saw very well, because my brain kept trying to make sense of it and failing. It was tall, maybe 7 feet when it straightened up fully. Humanoid in shape, but wrong in every detail. The skin was this grayish-brown color, like wet bark, and it seemed to shift and ripple as I watched. The arms were too long, hanging down past where knees should be. The face was the worst part. Almost human features, but stretched and distorted, like someone had tried to sculpt a person from memory and gotten all the proportions wrong. It looked right at us with these pale, colorless eyes, and that clicking sound was coming from its mouth. The lips, if you could call them that, were moving, but not in sync with the noise. Marcus grabbed my arm. "Run." We didn't need to discuss it. We turned and ran for the ATV like our lives depended on it, which they probably did. Behind us, I heard that warbling sound again, louder now and with an edge to it that made every primitive part of my brain scream danger. Marcus got the ATV started on the first try, thank God. We tore out of there so fast I thought we might flip over on one of the turns. Neither of us dared to look back until we reached the main road. When we got back to the maintenance shed, Jim took one look at us and asked what happened. Marcus told him we'd seen a bear, which was ridiculous since there hadn't been wild bears in Iowa for over a century. But Jim just nodded and told us to stay clear of the north trails for the rest of the day. I worked at the park for another month before the season ended. We never went back to that section of the prairie, and Jim never assigned anyone else to work up there either. I think he knew that we'd seen something, and I think he knew it wasn't a bear. A few weeks later, some hikers reported seeing something large moving through the grass in that area, but the report got filed away and forgotten. Marcus quit the next week, said he was going back to school early, and we haven't spoken since. I still drive past the park sometimes on my way to visit my parents. The north trails are officially closed now. Sign says it's for prairie restoration, but I know better. Sometimes when I'm driving by at dusk, I'll see movement in that tall grass. Just shadows and shapes that could be anything. Could be anything at all. The hotel room mirror. On a road trip, I stayed at a cheap hotel off the interstate. Nothing special. I went to brush my teeth that night, and I noticed that the bathroom mirror's reflection did not match my movements. When I leaned forward, My reflection lagged just for a second. At first, I thought I was just tired. It had been a really long day of driving, and I figured my brain was just struggling. But then, the reflection smiled really wide and unnatural, while I was standing there, brushing my teeth. At that point, I knew that it was more than just my brain playing tricks on me. I left the light on and slept in my clothes. In the morning, I checked out early. The front desk clerk did not look surprised when I had told her the mirror was wrong in there. Apparently, a lot of people complain about it. The Carnival Doll. When I was 21, I worked part-time helping a traveling carnival break down and set up from town to town. It paid cash, and for a college kid with no schedule in the summer, that was enough. Most of the time, my job was grunt work: lifting, hauling, stacking. At the end of the season, we brought everything to a storage lot outside the city, and that is where I first saw the doll. It was sitting in a glass display case on the back of a truck trailer. Someone had scrawled prizes on the side in spray paint. The case was full of junk toys: faded teddy bears, plastic rings, off-brand action figures. And in the middle, leaning against the glass, was a life-sized doll. It wasn't a porcelain one, like the kind you might find in antique shops. This was closer to a mannequin, but smaller, maybe the size of a 7-year-old. Her face was made of molded vinyl with glassy brown eyes, and her body was stuffed cloth under a dress that had once been white, but was now the color of nicotine stains. The thing that unsettled me most was her mouth. Unlike most dolls, she didn't have a painted smile. Instead, her lips were sewn shut with black thread, crisscrossed stitches that looked clumsy and cruel, like someone was trying to shut her up. I asked one of the older carnies about her. He laughed and said, "That one? She's been around longer than me. Nobody wins her. Nobody even wants her." When I asked why, he shrugged. "Bad luck. You'll see." At first, I thought it was just another piece of weird carnival junk. But then I started noticing little things. The first night I worked in the storage lot, I walked past the case, and her head was turned toward me. I brushed it off, probably my imagination. But the next night, she was facing the other direction. Every time I walked by, she seemed to shift a little more, until it felt like she was actually following me with her eyes. I didn't say anything because the guys already thought I was soft, but I started taking the long way around the trailer to avoid that case. One night, the trailer door was open. The glass case had been dragged halfway out, and the doll was gone. I was honestly kind of relieved at first. I figured someone had finally tossed her. But then, as I walked back to my car, I saw her sitting in the passenger seat. I froze in my tracks. The door was locked, the window was rolled up, but she was sitting there, head tilted, those stitched lips facing me. I turned and ran back to the lot, called one of the guys and told him someone broke into my car and I didn't appreciate the prank. When we went back together, of course, the doll wasn't there. It was just an empty seat. He laughed and said I was seeing things, and trust me, I know how it sounds. But I knew what I had seen. Up until that point, I kind of thought maybe somebody was still playing a prank. A couple of the carnies I worked with had a colorful history, shall we say, and could probably have gotten in and out of that car without me really noticing. So I thought, elaborate prank. You got me. But from then on, things got worse. So bad that I knew nobody there would ever do this to me, even if they could. Another worker said he found the doll sitting on top of the Ferris wheel seats one morning, like someone had just carried her all the way up there. And I do mean on top. She was in the seat, at the very, very top of the Ferris wheel. Another swore she heard someone crying behind the prize trailer, and when she checked, the doll was sitting in the dirt, dress stained with fresh mud. She said it was almost like a kid who had fallen and gotten a dress dirty and was crying about it. None of us admitted to moving her, and honestly, I don't think any of us did. By that point, it was happening to so many people that nearly every single person there had been affected. If we were really in on some kind of prank, we were like, I don't know, sleepwalking and all doing it to each other. We kind of collectively realized that none of us were going to touch that doll. We were all too creeped out, and something weird was happening. One night, I stayed late to lock up. The lot was quiet, just the hum of distant highway traffic. I was walking past the trailer when I heard the sound of fabric tearing. When I looked inside, the doll was pressed against the glass, her stitched mouth straining. The black thread was ripping, one stitch snapping at a time. I backed away, and the case rattled like someone was pounding from the inside. I didn't wait to see more. I ran, I got in my car, and I sped home. After that, I tried to quit, but the manager said if I didn't finish out the season, I wouldn't get paid. So I kept going, though I avoided that trailer as much as humanly possible. The last night I worked there, I drew the short straw to help inventory the prize stock. That meant I had to open the glass case. But the doll wasn't inside. I searched the trailer, checked the boxes, even looked under the shelves. Nothing. I told myself that maybe someone finally did get rid of her and succeeded, and I really, really wanted to believe that. On my way out, I locked up, turned toward the gate, and nearly tripped over her. She was standing upright in the gravel, standing like a person would, not slumped against something or propped up against something, no, standing like a human being. The stitches on her mouth were gone. The black thread dangled loose, and her lips, if you could call them that, were parted just enough to show tiny white teeth behind them. I froze. My first thought was to back away, but then her head tilted, and I swear by all things holy, I heard her speak. It wasn't loud. It wasn't clear, just a raspy whisper, like air escaping a cracked balloon. But I understood the word. Stay. I bolted. Didn't lock the gate, didn't look back. I drove out of there, and I never returned. Paycheck be damned. A few weeks later, one of the guys I worked with called me. He said the whole lot had caught fire. Most of the trailers burned down. Thank God nobody was hurt, but the entire prize stock was gone. I asked about the doll, trying to sound casual. He said nobody found her. There was no melted vinyl, no scorched cloth, just gone. I tried to forget about it, convince myself that it was over, finally. Tragically, but hey, everybody survived. Last month, which is about 2 years after this, I was at a county fair in a different state. I was walking past a ring toss booth when I saw her. Same size, same dress, same stitched mouth like someone had shut her up again, propped up in the back of the prize shelf. The carny running the booth caught me staring. He grinned and said, "That one? Nobody ever wins her." I left without playing. Ever since, I keep catching glimpses of her, out of the corner of my eye at thrift stores, toy aisles, flea markets. Never for long and never close. Just enough to know that she's still out there. The ranger's last call. I've worked as a seasonal park ranger for most of my adult life. It isn't fancy, and it sure as hell isn't lucrative, but I love the job. Being out in the Smoky Mountains, walking trails that most people never even hear about, helping lost hikers find their way back. That kind of thing makes me feel like I'm doing something useful. I've dealt with my share of weirdness over the years. People go missing. You hear stories about staircases in the woods and lights in the sky, and things that sound like tall tales until you've spent enough time alone out there. But there's one experience that pushed me to finally quit the service for good. This isn't a story I tell lightly, because it cost me a lot of sleep. And when I think back on it, I still don't know if the part that scared me the most was what I heard, or the fact that it sounded exactly like me. This happened in late spring, right after a stretch of heavy rain. The trails had washed out, trees were down across roads, and a few campsites had been shut up until things dried up. I was assigned to check a section of backcountry trail that cut along the side of a ridge, about 12 miles from the nearest ranger station. I carried the usual gear: radio, first aid kit, topo map, GPS, and a sidearm. The hike-in was uneventful. Muddy, sure, but quiet. The kind of day where the trees drip for hours after the rain ends. I was 3 miles in when my radio crackled. That's not unusual. Static, interference, even random voices bleeding over from other frequencies. What made me stop was that the voice I heard was mine. Unit 12, checking in. Location East Ridge, about 3 miles in. That was me, word for word. Problem was, I hadn't said a thing. I grabbed the radio, thinking maybe it had replayed an old transmission somehow, but I hadn't even used it yet that day. It repeated. Unit 12, checking in. Location East Ridge, about 3 miles in. I stood there in the dripping trees, holding my breath, listening to myself talk from a device I hadn't touched. I tried calling it in. Dispatch, this is Unit 12, confirm last transmission. Nothing, just static. I kept moving, half convincing myself that it was some kind of technical glitch. But an hour later, it happened again. This time, the voice said, Unit 12 requesting backup. Location West Ridge near mile marker 7. Immediate assistance needed. I froze. West Ridge was nowhere near me. Whoever or whatever was using my voice had just sent a distress call to the wrong side of the park. I tried again. Dispatch, Unit 12, I did not make that call. Repeat, that was not me. The radio hissed and spat static, and then nothing. I checked my GPS, double-checked my map. I was exactly where I thought I was. But if someone sent a rescue crew to the West Ridge, they'd waste hours getting to the wrong location. By mid-afternoon, I reached a section of trail where hikers had reported strange noises. My notes just said possible coyotes and investigate disturbances. Pretty standard. That's when I noticed claw marks on a tree, about 7 feet up. Too high for a black bear cub, too narrow for an adult. The bark was stripped in long, even lines, like something had dragged its fingers down the trunk. I found a torn strap from a backpack tangled in the brush nearby. It looked fresh, not weather-faded. My stomach tightened. I raised the radio. Dispatch, Unit 12, found evidence of missing hiker. Sending coordinates now. But before I could read them off, my own voice cut in, overlapping mine. Dispatch, Unit 12, situation under control, returning to base. I swear I almost dropped the radio. Negative, I shouted into the mic. Do not disregard, that transmission was not me. Static. Then my voice again. Calm, professional, even. Copy that. No further assistance required. And then the line went dead. I pushed deeper into the woods, following broken branches and scraps of gear. A sense of dread sat heavy in my chest, like I was walking toward something I shouldn't see. At the base of a ridge, I found a clearing where leaves and mud had been disturbed. In the center lay a ranger's pack, torn open, contents scattered. The name tag on the flap was still legible. It belonged to a colleague of mine, a guy who'd gone missing the year before. Official reports said he probably slipped, maybe drowned in a river during patrol, but his body was never found. I crouched, looking at the shredded straps, the claw marks and the dirt around it. My radio hissed. "Dispatch, this is Unit 12. Found the pack? Coordinates." It was my voice, but shaky, scared. Not what I had just said in my head. It was speaking as if I was narrating my discovery in real time. The worst part? The voice was coming from my radio even though I hadn't pressed the button. I yanked the battery out and shoved it in my pocket. The device went silent, but the woods didn't. Somewhere upslope, my voice called out, without a radio, just raw and human. "Help! I'm down here!" It wasn't broadcast anymore. It was just echoing through the trees. I should have turned back. Every instinct told me to get out. But part of me felt responsible. If another ranger had died out here, if hikers were in danger, I couldn't just leave. So I climbed. At the top of the ridge, I found another clearing, smaller, ringed by pines. The ground was torn, like something heavy had been dragged through the soil. In the center was my voice recorder, my personal one, the little handheld I use for field notes. I hadn't lost it. It had been clipped to my vest that morning. But there it was, lying in the dirt, red light blinking. I picked it up with shaking hands and pressed play. My own voice filled the clearing. "Dispatch, this is Unit 12, requesting backup. Location East Ridge, mile marker 6. Something's wrong. I don't think I'm alone out here." And then static. I dropped the recorder like it had burned me. From the tree line behind me, the same words repeated, my own voice perfectly matched, but spoken fresh. "Dispatch, this is Unit 12, requesting backup. Location East Ridge, mile marker 6. Something's wrong. I don't think I'm alone out here." The final words hung in the air like they'd been waiting for me. I don't think I'm alone out here. The echo didn't fade. It held like something standing just out of sight was still moving its lips. I don't remember running back to the trail. I don't remember half the hike out. By the time I reached my truck at the service road, the sun was low and my legs were jelly. My radio was still dead, but when I drove back to the station, dispatch said they'd gotten multiple transmissions from me that day. Some calm, some panicked, all contradictory. They asked me if I had been drinking or taking something. I told them the truth, but the truth sounded insane. The official record just says, "Equipment malfunction, unverified audio anomalies." The pack I found was tagged and stored, and nobody ever mentioned it again. I turned in my resignation at the end of that season. Sometimes I think about that missing ranger, the one whose pack I found. I wonder if he heard his own voice out there before he disappeared. I wonder if that's what the forest does. Studies us, learns us, calls us until we follow. I haven't set foot on that trail again. But every now and then, late at night, my phone buzzes with a voicemail notification. There's never a number or any kind of caller ID, just static. And sometimes, buried under that static, I swear I can hear myself. I don't think I'm alone out here. The woman in the church. When I was a teenager, I helped clean the old church in our town for volunteer hours. It was usually quiet, just me sweeping and dusting the pews, stuff like that. One evening, I saw a woman sitting in the back row, head bowed like she was praying. I thought maybe she had slipped in for some alone time, but when I got closer, she looked up, and her eyes were completely black. There were no whites. I froze. She smiled faintly and then lowered her head again. I ran straight out the side door, and I didn't go back until the next morning. The priest told me I must have just been tired, but he wouldn't meet my eyes when I described her, and I think he knows more than he's letting on. The Mimic in the Basement. When I was a kid, our basement was unfinished. It was just concrete floors, storage boxes, and an old washer and dryer. I hated going down there, but my mom always sent me to grab things. One night, when I was about 12, I went downstairs to get a jar of pickles from the shelf. As I reached for it, I heard my mom call my name from behind me. "Daniel." I turned, expecting to see her on the stairs, but nobody was there. I started up the steps, but then I heard it again, only louder. "Daniel." It was the same voice and tone, but coming from the far corner of the basement. My stomach dropped. My mom was upstairs watching TV. I could hear the show. I bolted up the stairs and slammed the door shut. When I asked her if she'd called me, she said no, that she hadn't even moved. After that, I refused to go into the basement alone. Even now, if I think about it for too long, I can still hear that voice calling me from the dark. The Watcher of Hemlock Forest. I work timber alone most days. Mark the cuts, flag the boundaries, note the snags that ought to stay up for habitat. The district calls it cruising, like I'm out for a drive. It's walking with a paint gun and a tape and a compass through country that wouldn't mind if you vanished into it. Hemlock Forest is not a tourist name. It's a stand that runs the length of a ridge and falls away and draws on both sides. Old road spurs rot back there. Ferns eat skid trails. On a good day, you can hear trucks from the highway like distant surf. On a bad one, the trees swallow sound, and you work inside your own breath. I started on a Monday, blue sky over mist, dew soaking my pants to the knee. I flagged the unit line with orange tape and hit a rhythm. Cite a line of travel, paint a slash, take a diameter at breast height, write it down. The hemlocks ran straight and tall. A few had lightning scars I could slide my hand into. I ate at a stump and thought about nothing. On the walkout, I caught sight of something carved into a trunk just off my line. Not a blaze, and it wasn't one of my marks. It was a circle with a cross inside of it, done deep and clean with a sharp tool. Too neat for kids and too careful for hikers. I logged it with a photo, dropped a pin on the GPS, and told myself that the recreation crowd got creative. People carve hearts and initials. It happens, so why not circles and crosses? Tuesday, I came back and picked up where I left off. I worked east, flagged a water course, listened to the radio's spit weather and dispatch chatter. Sometime after noon, I saw another carving. The same clean cut, but a different symbol. A kind of hooked letter, or maybe a deer track turned on its head. It hadn't been there Monday. I know that ground like a grocery aisle after multiple passes. By 3, my radio started throwing static. There was no report from dispatch, and there was no chatter. I swapped my batteries and it came alive and then died again, like someone had pulled a curtain across the frequency. The GPS glitched too. My position pin jumped 20 yards back, and then back to me, and then forward, and then back. The breadcrumb trail that I had left all day smeared into a kind of knot. The phone showed bars and then none. Compass needle ticked and turned and floated like a leaf in slack water. I don't spook easy in the daylight. I put the radio in my pocket and kept on. But I looked up more. I watched the understory for movement that wasn't wind. I marked trees with quick slashes instead of the careful ones that make the loggers happy. I didn't eat. The woods had the feel of a room where somebody else had just walked out. Wednesday, the symbols multiplied. I found them on a cedar at the unit edge, on a hemlock facing a draw, and on a wind-thrown fir that lay with its root ball ripped up like a bomb crater. All cut fresh. No sap bleed yet. No insect dust. The cuts were deep and smooth. Whoever made them knew how to keep a blade steady. I had tried to call it in. The radio gave me a voice for 2 words, then went to a hiss that sounded like breath. I took more photos. The phone battery bled out from full to 30 in an hour. The spare did the same. The GPS died clean as if I had flicked a switch. The compass needle spun slow and never quite settled. Around 4, the light changed. Dusk comes early under hemlock. It's not sunset. It's a kind of withdrawing. The green goes dark. The holes between limbs fill with gray. There's a point where you realize that you can't see the backs of things. I hit that point and made for the road spur I'd used as a trail in. I'd flagged it good on Monday. You could follow it with one eye closed. Halfway there, I saw him. I say him because my mind wanted a shape that I could name. He stood 3 trunks in from the skid. Not tall, maybe my height, but thick through the shoulders and hooded. The hood wasn't cloth. It looked grown. Bark and moss layered into something like a cowl, a tree's idea of a coat. He stood so still that I had to look at him through the corner of my eye to be sure that he was there at all. Straight on, he sank into the vertical lines of the stand. When I moved my head, he moved too. Not a step, just a weight shift, the way a tree will give a little under wind. There was no face that I could see, nor were there hands, just the suggestion of a man where the forest wanted one. I raised my hand without thinking, a peaceable gesture that people use in the field when they run into someone who isn't expecting company. He did not lift his. The hood tilted. The moss along it looked damp and smelled like rain. My radio popped once. A burst of syllables came through, chopped and wrong. The battery icon on the phone emptied. The compass needle flipped a sleepy circle. I turned and walked for the road spur. Not fast. I didn't want to run. I don't run in a forest if I can help it. The ground hides holes and the roots grab. The woods like people who panic. The air felt thick behind me. It wasn't like breath, it was like pressure. You know the sense you get when a truck comes up behind you too fast and you feel it more than you hear it? It was that. I kept my eyes on the flagging tape and forced myself to count steps. When I risked a glance back, the hooded shape had moved. It stood 1 trunk closer to the trail, still as before, as if it had grown there. I reached the spur. The woods opened into brush and alder. The sky showed itself in strips. I got a bar on the phone, enough for the clock to right itself. The radio went quiet in the honest kind of way that equipment does when it's out of range. I could smell dust on the road. I could smell my truck. I didn't look back again. I walked the last 100 yards with my keys already in my hand, foolish as that is out here. I wanted steel and glass around me. I wanted the doors shut. The truck sat in the pullout with alder buds tapping the windshield. It looked good, clean. The kind of reliable machine a man trusts more than he trusts other men. The first symbol was on the tailgate. Cut shallow but neat, dead center above the latch. The circle with the cross that I had found on Monday. Fresh. The aluminum puckered a little at the edges like a wound. My stomach dropped because metal doesn't take a blade the way wood does. Whoever carved it had time and a quiet place to work. The letters of the district were untouched, as if whatever did it had respect for government property but not for mine. I ran my hand over it. The edges were clean. There were no burrs or drag marks. Below it there were two more, hooked letters or antlers or something pretending to be both. The paint had been shaved away to the primer. The cuts caught the last light and held it. I walked around the truck. There were the same marks over the driver's door, faint but there. One carved into the plastic fender flare like fingernails pressed into skin. Another small one on the hood where only I would see it when I sat at the wheel and looked out across the washboard road. I opened the door and the dome light didn't come on. The battery was fine that morning, fine yesterday. The key turned without a click. Dead. The radio on the dash glowed for a second, then went black. I sat there with my hand on the wheel and listened to the forest breathe against the glass. I keep a jump pack behind the seat, for men who aren't me. I hooked it to the posts, and the truck, caught to life like a man pulled from deep water, gasps. The lights came up weak, then found themselves and burned steady. I half expected the symbols to shine under them, but they stayed dull and precise. I drove out slow. No need to kick up dust. No need to show fear to a place that understands it. At the gate, the battery light flicked on and then off. The radio asked for a code and then decided it remembered me. By the highway, my phone had 2 bars and a time that I recognized. The world came back in layers, like a man walking into a house and putting his coat on the hook and his keys on the table and his boots on the mat. Ordinary, clean. I parked under my apartment, and I stood with the engine ticking as it cooled. In the yellow of the streetlight, the cuts on the tailgate looked shallow and almost harmless. I could take it to a body shop and they could fill them. They could make it shine like it never happened. I didn't sleep. I thought about the hood that wasn't cloth. I thought about the compass turning like a coin in a glass. I thought about the way those symbols had walked off the trunks and onto my truck without leaving a trail in the air between. In the morning, I found one more. Small and careful, carved into the plastic of the steering column, right where my thumbs rest on the wheel. I didn't put it there. I don't think any person did. I'm back on office duty for a while, processing forms and maps and stacking notices for public comment. Hemlock Forest waits. The unit is still flagged. The marks I made are still there in paint that will fade by next year. But the other marks don't fade. They just show up where you didn't leave them. If you go out that way, don't look for the hood. Look for the symbols. They will find you first. The strange voice in the woods. Back when I was 19, a couple of my friends and I went camping near a lake in northern Michigan. We'd done it before, but that weekend felt different. The woods were dead quiet after dark. No crickets or frogs. It was just totally silent. At about midnight, I stepped out of the tent to go relieve myself, and that's when I heard someone call my name from the trees. It wasn't one of my friends. I knew they were both inside, asleep. The voice was wrong. It was too flat. It was also too clear, almost like somebody was repeating a recording of my name. I froze and waited, and then it called again in the same tone and pitch, like a broken loop. I backed up to the tent and shook my buddy awake. He listened for a minute, and his face went pale when the voice called out again. We didn't even pack up properly. We just grabbed everything and left. I've been back to the lake since, but never at night. The man in the corner. I rented a small apartment when I first moved out on my own. Cheap place, older building. From the start, I hated the bedroom. It always felt like someone else was in there with me. One night, I woke up and saw a man standing in the corner. He wasn't solid, just darker than the darkness around him, with no features or face, just a shape. I told myself that I was dreaming, but when I sat up, he leaned forward, like he knew that I had seen him. My heart nearly stopped. I grabbed my phone and turned on the flashlight, but of course there was nothing there. It didn't happen every night, but enough that I still moved out early. The screaming in the lake. When I was about 20, some friends and I went night swimming in a lake near our hometown. The water was calm, the moon was out, and everything was fine, until we heard screaming. It wasn't from the shore. It sounded like it was coming from under the water, muffled but sharp, like someone trapped beneath the surface. We bolted for the dock, and one of my buddies swore that he felt hands grab his ankle as he swam. He was bruised the next day, like someone had dug nails into him. You might be thinking, well, what if somebody was drowning? Like, don't you want to go help? Sure, but again, this was coming from under the water. We'd been out there for, 3-4 hours? Nothing human was alive under the water for 3 or 4 hours. Anyway, I was talking to my grandparents after that. They've been around since before God in this area. And they say the lake has keepers. I don't really know what that means, and frankly, I don't think I want to. The screamer in the desert. I used to work nights at a gas station off a desert highway in Arizona. The lot was empty most nights, except for the occasional trucker. One shift, just after midnight, I went outside to smoke, and that's when I heard the scream. It wasn't a person's scream exactly, but it wasn't an animal's either. It was high-pitched and broken, like something caught between human and coyote. The sound got closer, circling the station. I couldn't see anything past the glow of the lights, but I swear something was pacing just outside the edge of my vision. I locked the doors and stayed inside until sunrise. In the morning, I found prints in the dirt, long and thin, like a person's bare foot, but with claws at the tips. I quit that job a month later. The nurse in the hospital. A few years ago, I was in the hospital for surgery. I had a shared room, but the other bed was empty at night. Around 3 o'clock in the morning, I woke up to see a nurse standing by that bed, writing on a clipboard. I figured she was just checking charts, but something felt off. She never looked at me. She just stood there for a really long time. And then she set the clipboard down on the nightstand. When I blinked, she was gone. In the morning, I mentioned it cautiously to one of the real nurses. She froze and asked me what the woman looked like. When I described her, the nurse just nodded and said, "You probably saw Clara." Apparently, multiple patients had seen her. The problem is, Clara had died 30 years prior. The old woman at the window. My grandma's house always creeped me out a little bit. It was built in the 1800s, and she swore that it was just drafty, not haunted. But I'll never forget one night when I was staying over. I woke up to a tapping sound at the window. At first, I thought it was branches in the wind, but when I opened my eyes, there was a face pressed against the glass. An old woman with pale skin and stringy hair, staring right at me. I scrambled out of bed and ran to my grandma's room, yelling that somebody was outside. She came running, but when we looked out the window, nobody was there. There were no footprints in the snow either. My grandma just told me not to worry, but she looked shaken. Years later, my mom admitted that when she was little, she saw the exact same woman in the same window. The radio at the cabin. My family has a hunting cabin in Maine. No electricity or plumbing, just a wood stove and some bunks. We always brought a battery-powered radio with us. One trip, we were sitting around the fire when the radio crackled to life on its own. A woman's voice came through, faint but clear. She said, "Get out." We laughed it off at first. We figured somebody was on a frequency nearby and decided to mess with the campers or whatever. But then it happened again. The same voice and the same 2 words. My uncle smacked the radio to shut it off. But then we realized the batteries weren't even in it. We had forgotten to pack them. We cut that trip short. The cabin is still there, but very few of us stay overnight anymore. It's just too weird after that. The man beside the road. A few years ago, I was driving home late from work. Just outside of town, I saw a man walking on the shoulder. At first, I thought he was just a hitchhiker, but as my headlights hit him, I realized he had no face. It was just smooth, blank skin wherever his features should have been. I slowed down and tried to make sense of it, and he turned toward me like he knew I was staring. My chest went cold, and I just hit the gas. When I looked in the rearview mirror, he was gone. the lantern in the window. I went alone because I was tired of talking. That's the honest reason. Work had been a mess, my phone never stopped, and every weekend someone wanted something. So I picked a section of the Appalachian Trail that cut near an old logging route in West Virginia, threw my pack in the car, and drove until the radio went to static. By the time I parked at the trailhead, clouds were piling up over the ridge. I told myself it wouldn't be a big deal. A little rain would keep the crowds down. I signed the register at the kiosk, tightened my hip belt, and started up the switchbacks. The forest got quiet fast, the kind of quiet that eats the sound. The trail was narrow, roots braided through the dirt, ferns crowding in. I made decent time for a few hours, then missed a blaze at a fork and took a side path that looked like it had been a road 100 years ago. Old cut banks, rotting fence posts. The air felt heavier down there. It smelled like damp leaves and iron. Thunder rolled somewhere close. I checked my map and realized the shortcut was pulling me off course. I could go back and risk getting caught in a storm at the ridge, or keep going and hope I rejoined the main trail lower down. A fat drop of rain hit my cheek and made the choice for me. The road curved through a stand of hemlock and ended at a clearing with an old cabin. One room, stone chimney at the back, roof patched with rusty metal. The front door sagged on leather hinges. Someone had nailed a horseshoe over the lintel, the open sign facing downward, which I remembered meant luck spills out, but maybe whoever had put it there had different ideas. I stood on the threshold and listened. Only rain and distant thunder. The inside smelled like cold ash and mouse droppings. There was a rough plank table, an iron stove with a cracked stovepipe, a shelf with a few jars, and a narrow bed frame with the springs showing through. Along the beams and doorposts, someone had carved symbols, circles with little petals, crossed lines, a 6-pointed star spiraled over and over. I see that kind of stuff sometimes. Camp kids and board hunters making marks. But these looked a little bit different, repeated and deep. There was a lantern on the shelf, heavy glass, metal frame, wick turned down to nothing. Beside it, a bundle of old nails tied with twine, and a small chunk of soft white stone. When I brushed the stone with my thumb, it left a chalky smear. "Shelter," I said out loud. Saying it flipped something in my head from nerves to a job. I closed the door as best I could, dragged the table in front of it, and set my pack on top. I took my wet jacket off and hung it near the stove, and found a few dry splits under the bed. The stovepipe rattled when I touched it, but it held together, and the draft wasn't bad, so I got a little fire going. The snap and crackle calmed me. I pulled my sleeping pad out, spread it on the plank floor, and ate a protein bar that tasted like sweet clay, while the rain worked itself into a steady hiss on the roof. It was getting dark fast, the kind of early darkness that comes with weather. I had a headlamp, but I tried to save the battery and let my eyes adjust. The carved marks caught the firelight and made their own patterns on the rafters. I ran my fingers over one of the circles by the door and felt the groove in the raised lip of the knife cuts. Whoever had carved them had gone over each line more than once. A little after full dark, I heard footsteps outside. I sat up without thinking, every muscle tight. The steps were slow and heavy. Not an animal. I've spent enough time in the woods to tell the difference. This was boots on wet leaves. They circled the cabin once, then stopped right in front of the door. The table shivered. The latch lifted and dropped, like someone tested it with a finger. "Hello?" I said. The fire ticked. A gust of wind shoved rain through the gaps and made the stovepipe moan. The steps retreated a few paces. It got quiet in the way that makes you realize how loud your own breathing is. Then a light bloomed in the window. It was the color of a kerosene lamp, soft and gold, with that little irregular flicker. The window was just an opening cut into the logs, with a hinged shutter. No glass. I hadn't lit anything except fire. The lantern on the shelf was cold. The flame hung there in the rectangle of the dark and made a reflection on the stove door. It wasn't bright enough to throw shadows, but it was a real light. I knew I should stay still. Everything about me said, "Don't move." But I took a step toward the window anyway, like a moth. The light slid along the opening. The way it moved didn't match someone walking with a lantern outside. It stayed perfectly framed. It was like the window held the light and let it glide from one side to the other without anything carrying it. "Hey," I said, quieter this time, not sure who I was talking to. The light stopped. The doorknob tried again. A soft scrape of metal on wood. I eased back to the stove and picked up the iron poker and turned the wick dial on the old lantern out of habit. It didn't turn, it wasn't attached to anything. The lantern was just an empty shell. I didn't sleep much. The light came and went like a slow tide, sometimes steady, sometimes dimming until I could barely see it, and then blooming bright like someone cupped it and breathed on it. The footsteps returned twice, short arcs outside, a pause under the window. The fire burned down to coals. At some point, the rain slackened and turned to a faint drip from the eaves. When it was almost morning, the light winked out, and the cabin was just gray. I went to the window when I could see without the headlamp. The ground was a mess of wet leaves and pine needles. Fresh prints led from the tree line to the door and back again. The tread was old-fashioned, narrow with nail marks around the edge. I've only seen it in photos of logging crews and in museum displays. The print stopped 20 feet from the cabin like the ground swallowed them. I told myself it was a hunter with a vintage boot, that he liked to mess with hikers, that he set a lamp and walked a loop and went home. Saying things like that is how you move your body through the day, when your brain keeps trying to go back to the dark part. I ate, packed, and decided to wait for the trail to dry a little before leaving. That gave me nothing to do but look around. There were more carvings than I had seen at first. Not just on the door frame, but under the window, on the sides of the rafters, burned into the stove with a nail. The same shapes repeated, circles like flowers and intersecting lines and stars drawn in one continuous motion. A small one was cut in the wood right above the latch. Another was scratched into the threshold where you step. Someone had looped iron wire under the bed frame and tied it so that it made a rough grid on the underside springs. The more I found, the less they looked like decoration. They were placed where a person would touch or pass. There was also writing. On the inside of the shutter, someone had penciled a few lines in a tight hand that slanted downhill. "Leave the sign. Do not mirror the light. Step over iron and do not drag." Under that, a date, 1911. And then a name I couldn't make out except for the last letters, Ham. I wiped rain off the wood and read it again. I didn't understand what mirror the light meant. I did understand leave the sign, which made me look at the chalky stone again. A pale line had been drawn across the step at some point, and then rubbed away by boots, mine included. I could see where my heel had smeared it last night, when I went in fast to get out of the rain. I took the little stone and redrew the line across the threshold, just because the back of my neck wouldn't let me not do it. The chalk, maybe soapstone, left a ghost white strip. It didn't feel like anything when I did it. No sense of relief or hum, just a line on wood. At noon, the clouds built again. I didn't feel like climbing the ridge wet and with slick rock, so I had decided to wait one more night and get an early start in the morning. It felt like a reasonable plan in the daylight. The second evening started calm. I had a better fire, found a bent tin cup on the shelf and boiled creek water, ate slowly, listened to the same soaked forest sounds. When the sun went, the cabin settled into that close feeling again, as if the room inhaled and never exhaled. The light returned like someone waking in the next room and turning on a lamp. It showed in the window first. I had promised myself I wouldn't go near it. I sat with my back to the wall, poker beside me, headlamp and knife on the floor. The light hovered in the opening a long time. I didn't answer it, and didn't move, and eventually my shoulders stopped aching from holding still. Then the light shifted. It didn't leave the window. It came into it. The glow thickened, like fog when it catches the beam of a flashlight. It spilled from the opening without lighting the wall below. The door stayed dark. The floor stayed dark. Only the shape of the window held a brightness, and the brightness gathered itself and slid down the wall. My headlamp flickered. The stove hissed and popped. The hairs on my arms stood up like I had touched a battery. The light stopped near the bed frame. It hung there, faint as a candle cupped in a hand, and touched the iron grid under the springs. When it did, it went thin, like heat off asphalt. I heard a step outside. Another. The latch eased. The table creaked. "Don't," I said. It came out raw. The light was inside the room now, not just at the window. It moved toward the door like it wanted to meet whatever stood on the other side. The carved star above the latch looked deeper in the shadow than the rest of the wood. I could smell kerosene. It layered over the other smells. Wet ash and old animal and my own sweat, with a new sweetness that made my mouth fill with water like I might gag. Someone spoke through the door. I couldn't tell you the words if my life depended on it. It was a language and it wasn't. It sounded like a voice underwater, and if you've ever had a dream where you try to listen and your ears just cannot make sense of what they're feeding your brain, it was that. But I knew the intention. I knew that whoever or whatever stood out there wanted me to move the table and pull the latch and let the door swing wide. The light brightened at the seam between door and frame. It flowed there, pooled there, waiting. I don't know what would have happened if I had opened it. I didn't. I dragged the poker across the threshold and made the chalk line again, and laid 3 of the old nails on the wood. It felt like play acting, until the light reached that edge and wavered and thinned. I had a sudden image of breath hitting cold air and being forced sideways. The voice came again, closer this time, like the speaker had pressed his mouth to the crack. My name threaded the sound. I know how that reads, but I'm telling you that's what I heard. My father's voice did the shape of it next, then my sister's, and then my own. That last one made my heart hammer in my throat. I backed up and hit the bed frame. The lantern on the shelf rattled and fell without anything touching it. It hit the floor and the glass did not break. The wick turned and unturned like fingers toying with it. I grabbed my pack, stuffed my sleeping bag in without rolling it, slung the straps over my shoulders, and waited for one gap in the rain. It didn't come. The storm broke hard and fast, the way summer storms do in the mountains. with instant downpour and wind that found every slit in the wall. The fire smothered and the room went iron cold. The light seemed brighter in the sudden darkness. It pressed at the threshold and rolled back like a wave. The door shook, the table shuddered against it, nails on wood. The latch lifted, fell, lifted, fell. If you need a reason for why I left then, I don't have anything better than this. Something in me felt like a wet match about to take flame. I had the clear thought that if I stayed through one more full night, the decision about whether to open that door would not be mine anymore. I pulled the table back, kicked the latch, and went out into the rain. The air was cold enough to steal my breath. The trees whipped and hissed. The light didn't follow at first. I ran to the edge of the clearing and slipped and went to my knees and got up again, and I found the faint line of old road. When I looked back, the window was a gold square through sheets of water. The glow swelled until it filled the frame. The door bucked. For a second, the light pushed past the edges and leaked into the night in a rope of brightness, thin and quivering, then snapped back like something yanked it from the other side. I turned and ran. Branches slapped my face, my shoes filled and squelched. The world narrowed to the circle of my headlamp and the clock of my breath. Once the light bobbed through the trees to my right, keeping pace without moving through the space between. The second I turned my head, it vanished. When I faced forward, it was there again, 3 trunks over, steady and patient, as if distance didn't matter to it. The road dropped, and I saw the sheen of the creek. It was up from the rain, brown and fast, with foam caught in the bends. There was no bridge. I didn't think about that, I just went in. The water hit my thighs and shoved. I planted the stick I'd grabbed and leaned into it and shuffled sideways 1 foot at a time until my boots found gravel again on the far side. I looked back then. The light stood at the bank, right at the edge of the water. It didn't cross. It hung there while the rain hammered the surface and made a skin of ripples around it. The forest behind it was black. I don't know how long I stared. Long enough that the cold settled into my bones and my teeth hurt. When I started up the far bank, a voice rose over the water. Not words I could understand this time. Just a call, like someone had cupped their hands and tried to reach me from a long way off. The hair on my arms lifted again. I kept walking until the call tucked itself back inside the rain. I reached the main trail after midnight and made my way to the trailhead with the stupid, stubborn idea that I would sleep in my car. I was shaking too hard to get the key into the lock. I ended up sitting drenched in the driver's seat with the dome light on, watching rain slide down the windshield until I fell into a soggy, ugly half-sleep that gave me a headache. In the morning, the storm had blown out. The sky was bleached and soft. I drove straight into town and found a diner with coffee strong enough to taste through metal, and I sat there holding the mug like it could heat more than my hands. I went back once, a week later, because not having an answer did worse things to my head than the idea of standing in that doorway again. I took 2 friends that time, told them I wanted to show them a cool old cabin that I'd found that would make good photos. We cut down the same overgrown road. The clearing was there. The cabin was not. The ground where it had stood was ripped up, like a giant had dragged fingers through it. The stones from the chimney lay scattered and black. There was a scorch on a stump nearby and a smell like burned oil that clung to the back of my tongue. The only thing left whole was the iron stove door, face down in the dirt, with the faintest scratched star on it when I wiped the mud away. My friends took a few pictures anyway and made jokes about me leading them to a pile of trash. I laughed like it was all the same to me. I didn't say a damn thing about a light. I didn't say anything about a line drawn across wood. I still go into the mountains. I still go alone sometimes. I carry a line of chalk in my first aid kit now, and a handful of old nails in the pocket of my pack, because that's an easy thing to do, and doesn't cost me anything. When I pass a cabin, Park Service, private, falling in on itself, I do not step over a threshold without looking where I put my feet. And when I'm out past dark and catch a warm glow between trees, I keep walking. I don't call out. I don't raise a hand. I don't lift my headlamp to see it better. If I had stayed one more night, I don't think I'd be the one telling this story. The passenger on the bus. I used to work the late shift in the city and rode the last bus home around midnight. The route was nearly empty. Just me, the driver, and maybe one other person. One night, a man got on in a gray suit. He didn't pay, didn't talk, and just sat in the very back. Every time I glanced at him, he was staring straight at me. When my stop came, I stood up and looked back, and he was gone. I asked the driver if he saw the guy get off. The driver looked at me like I was crazy and said, "Kid, nobody's been on this bus but you and me all night." I stopped riding that bus after dark. The Hermit's Cabin. I have been a ranger long enough to know when a report is nothing and when it has a hook in it. The call about lights over by Collins Ridge sounded like kids on a midnight hike, until the caller said the place was posted, and had been since before her granddad's time. She used the old name, too. The Hermit's Cabin. Folks don't usually say that unless they grew up hearing it at the table. We get those now and then. Old property folded into the park, locked up for heritage or safety, and still living rent-free in people's heads. I took the report, logged it, and planned to swing by after dark with one of the seasonals. New kid named Darren drew the short straw. He'd done well so far. Knew knots, didn't complain, carried his share of the weight. We left the main station at dusk, crossed the river, and worked our way up a service road that's more ruts than gravel. The radio cracked once and then went clear. Weather was moving in, but nothing serious. Collins Ridge is a long finger, laurel, oak, rock breaks that look like teeth when the light hits them sideways. The cabin sits back in a fold you can miss if you don't know where to step. I do. There's a chain across the spur trail, and a sign that says, "Closed Area, Cultural Resource." Someone had hung a strip of red cloth on the chain. It wasn't ours. The fabric was old, frayed into tassels by wind. Darren pointed to it, and I told him to leave it be. We ducked under and kept going. The cabin you hear about when people say hermit isn't large. One room, fieldstone, chimney, logs blackened by age. The door carries scars from more than one replacement latch, and the shutters are built thick enough to stop a thrown rock. I saw a light before we broke into the clearing, faint through the trees, steady, the color you might get from kerosene. I've chased campers long enough to recognize LED light from a flashlight, and this didn't look like that. Darren started forward. I put a hand on his arm. We listened. No voices. The light stayed put. It wasn't swinging like it would if somebody was moving around. We stepped out into the clearing. The cabin had a glow in one window, but the glass in that window is long gone. What I saw could have been a lamp inside on a table, could have been a reflection from somewhere else. The air smelled like wet leaves and iron. There were offerings on the porch rail. Pennies, a marble, a tiny plait of hair tied with thread, 3 wildflowers laid in a fan already wilting. I've seen that kind of thing in other haulers. Folks make deposits when they want a place to keep quiet or keep watching over them. You can think it's superstition and still understand why you don't kick over the jar. "Anyone home?" I called out. Standard practice. If there's a body inside, you don't want to surprise it. And if there's trouble, you want it to know trouble's here. Nobody answered. The light in the window did not change. We circled right, slow. The door was latched from the inside with an old iron hook. Darren leaned close and listened. I heard small noises, the kind old buildings make when they're cooling, but nothing human. He looked at me with a question in his eyes, and I shrugged. He tried the shutter on the lit window, but it wouldn't budge. "Let's take a look at the back," I said. We didn't find anything unusual. No fresh prints from the damp, no food wrappers or beer cans. The soil was depressed at the porch steps from many feet, old and new. Someone had drawn a chalk mark across the first stair. Pretty common out here. More superstition, but you still don't really want to cross it. The line was faint, nearly trashed by the weather and boots, but the white clung in the cracks. Darren's boot hovered over it. He glanced at me again, and I said, "Step wide." He did. We went back around. I knocked hard enough to shake the boards, but not enough to break the latch. The light held steady, and I waited. The quiet got heavy in a way that I don't like. I smelled tobacco for a second. Sweet, cured, and old. It left as quickly as it came. "Policy?" Darren whispered, because people whisper when they're trying not to be rude to something that they can't see. "We don't breach cultural sites without a cause," I said. "We document, we return with a key and a plan." We stood there a long minute more. The light began to dim. Not like a candle going out, but like fog thinning, and it sank toward the floor. Darren reached for his phone to take a picture. The screen lit his face, and then the cabin window went dark. The radio on my shoulder crackled. I turned the volume up and got weather banned for a second, then an AM station playing fiddles, and then nothing. Darren's phone stopped working, which happens out here, but the timing made him look at me like I had answers that I didn't. "Let's head back," I said. "Mark it for a daylight check." We did. On the way out, Darren's compass couldn't decide where north was. Mine spun once, bumped south, spun again, and then settled, like it had remembered itself after a sneeze. I've had that happen near iron deposits, and once by a truck with a magnetic mount, but there was no truck out here. When we did get back to our truck, we signed off at it at 21:34, logged the site as occupied by unknown light source, and clocked out. And that should have been it. A note, a return visit in the daylight, a quick look, and a story to tell the next time the maintenance guy claimed he saw something in the old mill. But it wasn't. 2 nights later, another call came in. Different voice, but same words. "There's a light at that old hermit's place." I went alone that time because everyone else was out on a search for a lost hiker on the far side of the park. The chain still carried that red strip. The chalk line on the stair was fresh, a new stroke, brighter and thick. More offerings had joined the row. A nickel, a carved stick that looked like a tiny ladder, a jar with something dark at the bottom that I didn't open. The light shone again. Same window, same color. I stood in the grass and listened and thought about the man who had once lived there. He's in the records as Elam Crow, resident without deed, which is a way to put someone on paper without giving them a line that lasts. The stories say he set traps and mended tools and kept to himself, until a bad winter put everyone in each other's pockets. Folks came to him for poultices and luck knots after that. And then, when a child died in a fever 3 hollers away, they came with torches and drove him out. Somebody else burned the place later. Somebody else rebuilt it because history has a way of circling back through the same spots. I stepped onto the porch. The boards didn't creak. I could hear a slow ticking, like cooling iron. My hand found the door, not because I wanted to go in, but because I wanted to feel how the hook sat on the staple. It was cold. The hook lifted without any resistance. The door swung inward 3 inches. The smell of tobacco and wood ash touched my face. "Mr. Crow?" I said, feeling foolish and not caring. "I work for the park. I won't be long." I opened the door enough to look in. The room was arranged like a photo in a museum brochure. Bed on the right under the window, table in the center, pushed a little toward the left. Black iron stove with its mouth closed and a cracked enamel pitcher on top. On the far wall, hanging from a wire strung under the rafters, were dolls. Little figures twisted from sticks and cloth, wrapped with thread. They faced the door. There were at least a dozen of them, maybe more, all the way to the corners. One had a button for an eye that flashed when my headlamp caught it. The light I'd seen from outside was not a lamp on the table. There was no lamp on the table. It was a brightness in the space where a lamp might have sat, as if the table remembered a lamp and kept making room for it. There was a ledger open on the table. Not a park book, older. The paper had foxing like it had sat in damp. A pencil lay across it. On the line at the top of the page, a hand had written in a tight script, "Left tobacco, took safe passage." Below that, "Left coins, took luck for the hunt." Below that, "Left bread, asked for no fever." The dates ran like fence posts. 1907, 1908, 1911, 1911, 1911, and then a gap, and then 1933, and then nothing for a long stretch, until a line way down the page recorded, "Left a picture and a name, asked to be unseen," undated. And then there was a last line. "Lights reported, Ranger at the door." That line had my last name spelled right. I closed the door and set the hook. I did it slow. I set a nickel from my pocket on the rail because I was raised by people who taught me that when you take a look over someone's fence, you say thank you. Back at the truck, I wrote the minimum into the log. Checked Collins Ridge cabin. No illegal occupants discovered. Will reassess in daylight. It read clean. It wasn't false. Darren came in the next morning with coffee and a grin, and a story about a bear raid at the dumpster at the maintenance yard. I said, good, like I meant it. When I asked if he wanted to hike Collins after lunch to check the structure in the daylight, he shrugged and said sure. He didn't mention his compass. We went up early afternoon. Sun out, wind light, birds loud. Daylight made liars out of a lot of fear. The chalk line was smudged. The offerings were gone except for the ladder stick. No light in the window, so we opened the door and stepped inside carefully. The dolls were still there, turning slightly on their wire as the air moved. The ledger lay shut. When I opened it, the last page was blank. The lines I had seen weren't on it or any page. I paged backward to 1911 and 1907 and found nothing like what my eyes had read the night before. The pencil had no bite left. like it had been used to the nub and then chewed. Darren called me to the hearth. He found something set behind the stove, a circle of iron nails driven into a round of wood, points inward, thread strung between them in a rough spiral. The whole thing smelled faintly of old vinegar. He looked proud to have spotted it. I told him to leave it alone. He tucked his hands in his belt and nodded, like he was the one who'd already made that decision. "Think it's kids?" he asked, meaning the light, the offerings, the ledger I hadn't told him about. "I think it's a place people treat with respect," I said. He gave me a look like I'd given him an answer and not a dodge. We ate our sandwiches on the porch steps and let the day pass 10 quiet minutes without making it do any work. I should have called it done, close the door, log the visit, and make the scheduled note to get cultural resources to photograph the dolls and the ledger and the nail round before mice made confetti out of all of it. Instead, I said I wanted to check the old trace that wound past the spring. Darren said he would loop down past the rock face and meet me below the ridge at the tire ruts. We split at the big poplar and did not stay in sight of each other, and that is my mistake. My trace was clear for a while, and then less clear. I found the spring, cold and clean, a ring of stones around it. There was a coin at the bottom, and a ribbon snagged on a branch nearby. When I turned to head down, the daylight felt off, like the sound had shifted a half step. The little hairs at the base of my skull prickled. I told myself to keep walking, and I did. And then the radio on my shoulder breathed and crackled, and a voice spoke my name. I've answered my name to strangers for 30 years. I didn't answer that one. I thumbed the transmit and said Darren's name and my location. There was silence, and then a voice like someone too far away to hear properly. His shape, his tone, old tape played underwater. I said his name again. The radio squealed and went dead. My compass spun. I tucked it in my pocket and used the lay of the land and the shadow to pick south and west. I came out on the ruts half an hour later by my watch and found the truck empty. I called by name until the trees made my voice smaller. I went back to the cabin. The porch had a new offering. One of our orange flagging ribbons, tied into a bow. You develop a scale out here for fear. There's panic, which is loud and messy and makes you make bad choices. There's dread, which is quiet and heavy and can freeze you in place. But this was the third kind, the clean fear that sharpens your sight and makes your hands careful. I unhooked the door and opened it and stepped inside. "Darren?" I said. "You in here?" Something tapped the table. Just a single polite sound. The dolls moved on their wire, turning toward me as if a draft had taken the whole room on one long, slow breath. The ledger sat open to a page I hadn't seen. The writing on the page was in two different handwritings. One was that tight script. The other was blocky, the way someone writes when they've been told to print clean in school and never learned to enjoy it. The second hand had written my last name and then Darren's, spelled close enough. Under our names, took the path wrong way, owed crossing, paid ribbon. It shouldn't have made sense, but it did. I don't carry tobacco anymore, and I don't carry bread in my pack unless I want it smashed to paste. I had coins, I had water, I had a quartz chip I carry because my daughter gave it to me when she was 6. I set the coins on the rail, and I set the quartz on the ledger because that felt like giving something of mine, and not just a price. It wasn't a ritual I knew. It was manners. "Safe passage out," I said, because the ledger had used the phrase and because sometimes You borrow the words that did the job once already. For 2, I added. I stood there and waited. A smell like rain and dry dirt came up from the floorboards. The light in the window that wasn't a lamp brightened and then thinned like steam. The dolls turned away again. The radio breathed and coughed, and then Darren said my name like he meant it, not like a tape underwater. "I'm at the ruts," he said. "I think I looped too wide. You see the truck?" "Stay put," I said. "I'm coming." He was 20 yards down from the spur, hands on his thighs, sweat dark on his shirt. He smiled when he saw me, that too wide smile people get when they've been more afraid than they'll admit. I wanted to ask if he'd heard a voice use his name, but I didn't. I told him he'd walked the contour wrong, which was true as far as it went. We got in the truck and drove south, and didn't talk until the pavement. That night, I dreamed about the cabin. In the dream, I sat at the table in the dark without a lamp, and the ledger wrote by itself. Each line ended with the same word: paid. I woke with a taste in my mouth like old smoke, and stood at the kitchen sink until the water ran ice cold. I didn't send Cultural up with cameras next week. I will, one day, when I think they'll treat it like a place where people have been coming to negotiate for a long time and not like a prop. I go myself, sometimes. Daylight only. I check the door and the wire and the rafters. I set coins if I've got them. I sweep the offerings to the side if they're rotting and leave anything that looks like it was meant for standing eyes. The red cloth on the chain wears thinner each month. Every time I think about taking it down, I find something new on the porch. A marble, a nail, a twist of thread. And I leave the cloth where it is. The ledger is shut when I arrive and shut when I leave, and I don't look for my name. When I get the call about lights now, I log it and I go because that's my job. I say Mr. Crow at the door. It feels respectful, even if the person I'm saluting is bones in a hill or something that never needed bones. If the light is there, I watch it. If it's not, I don't ask it to be. I step wide over the chalk line if somebody has drawn it, and I don't bring Darren anymore. He works nights in town now and says he prefers the streetlights. Sometimes I can hardly blame him. The last time I stood there, something said my name from the tree line in a voice that I recognize as my own. It had my breath in it, and the shape of my word. I didn't look. I put a nickel down and said, "We're square," soft enough that only the darkness heard me. The air eased and the light thinned. I walked out, and the chain didn't catch my shirt. When I turned at the truck to look back, I didn't see anything except a window full of daylight and a room that held its furniture like it expected it to stay put. People come to cabins for physical shelter, but sometimes you have to ask that cabin for a different kind of shelter, too. The telepathic dream. I've never been into aliens or space stuff, really. I do live outside Roswell, New Mexico, so you'd think I'd be numb to all the UFO kitsch, but I've always rolled my eyes at the tourist traps and conspiracy types. That changed a few months ago, after a dream that hasn't left me alone. I remember it too clearly for it to be just a dream. I was standing, floating, maybe, in this place that didn't follow any rules that I know. The sky wasn't black, but deep violet, with a weird shimmer, like oil in water. Above me hung this giant spiraling structure that looked alive. It pulsed in slow waves, and I felt it more than saw it, like pressure in my chest that beat in time with it. That's when the being showed up. It didn't walk in or come from anywhere, it just appeared. It didn't really have a face. It was just this tall, thin outline with skin like dark glass. But I knew it was looking at me. There was no mouth, but I heard it in my mind, plain as thought. But not in English, or really in any language. It was almost like it dumped concepts into my head. I didn't hear words, I just understood meaning. It showed me images in rapid fire, planets with green oceans, twin suns rising over cities made of shifting crystal, a forest where the trees hummed and moved like they were breathing. I should have felt overwhelmed, maybe, but it was oddly calming. The being kept pushing this feeling, urgency, like something was coming. Not fear, more like preparation. And then it showed me a symbol, a ring of triangles pointing inward like an eye. That's when I woke up, bolt upright, soaked in sweat, heart pounding like I'd just run for my life. It was 4:17 a.m. Here's the part that really freaked me out, though. The symbol from my dream, I sketched it as soon as I woke up. The next day, I found the same shape in a book that I'd bought years ago at a used bookstore in Albuquerque, a dusty field guide to Messages from Beyond. Page 49, no joke. I'd never even read it. Ever since that night, I've had this low buzzing in the back of my mind. Not constant, but it shows up when I'm about to fall asleep, or when everything gets real quiet, like a knock that you can't quite hear. And sometimes, right before waking, I see that eye again, just hovering in the dark in that space between being asleep and being fully conscious. I don't know what it all means, but whatever that thing was, I get the feeling that it's not done with me. The knock in the attic. I used to rent a duplex with an unfinished attic. It was really creepy and I never went up there. But most nights, right around 2 o'clock in the morning, I'd hear something knocking from above. It wasn't like random creaks or settling. This was rhythmic, like someone knocking on the floorboards. Sometimes it was only 3 knocks, and sometimes it was more. One night, I finally worked up the nerve to go look. I pulled down the ladder and turned on my flashlight, and I climbed up. The space was empty, except for dust and old insulation. But in the far corner, there were these child-sized handprints in the dust. Way too small to be mine, and way too fresh to be old. I closed the hatch and never went up there again. I did have people come in and check for mold, and I had my carbon monoxide thing checked, but neither of those were the issues. So, who knows? The crying baby in the woods. When I was about 15, my friends and I were camping behind a neighbor's property. Around midnight, we heard what sounded like a baby crying in the woods. None of us wanted to admit it, but we all knew babies did not just show up in the middle of the forest. Still, curiosity got the better of us, so we grabbed flashlights. The crying seemed to move every time we got close, first to the left and then deeper into the trees, always just out of reach. Finally, my buddy swore he saw something crouched low, pale and thin, moving on all fours. That's when the crying stopped. We sprinted back to camp, packed all of our stuff, and left. The Man at the Motel. A couple of years back, I stayed at a roadside motel during a cross-country trip. It was cheap and sketchy, but I was exhausted. Around 1 a.m., I woke up to the sound of someone trying the doorknob. I thought it was just drunk guests, but then I heard a voice whisper my name through the crack of the door. I froze. I hadn't told anyone I knew where I was staying. The whisper came again, in the same voice. When I finally worked up the courage to look through the peephole, I didn't see anybody. It was just static darkness, like the hallway wasn't there at all. I checked out before sunrise. The lights over the farm. My grandparents owned a small farm in Nebraska. One summer, when I was staying with them, I saw lights hovering above the cornfield. At first, I thought it was a helicopter, but the lights didn't move like that. They shifted in patterns, 3 lights forming a triangle and then blinking in sequence. The cattle were restless, making noise that I had never heard before. My grandpa came out with a shotgun, but when he saw the lights, he just muttered, "Not again." We stood there watching until the light zipped straight up and vanished into the night sky. The next morning, one of the cows was missing. We found it 2 days later, dead in the field with no blood and strange circular burns on the ground nearby. The Hitchhiker on Route 9. I was driving home late one night on Route 9, which is a 2-lane road through the woods. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw a figure on the shoulder. It looked like a woman in a long coat, waving me down. I slowed, but something about her felt wrong. Her face was pale, blurred almost, like I couldn't focus on it. Against my better judgment, I pulled over a little bit ahead of her. When I looked back through the mirror, though, she was gone. The crazy part is, when I asked around later, a coworker was like, "Oh yeah, the lady on Route 9. People see her all the time, but she died in a wreck back in the 80s. Needless to say, I don't take that road anymore. The Child in the Mirror. When I was younger, my cousin and I used to play with my grandma's old standing mirror. We would make faces in it and take turns standing in front of it, all that kid stuff. One afternoon, my cousin stepped away, but her reflection didn't. It lingered, smiling, even though she wasn't. We both screamed and ran. Later that night, I woke up in the guest room and saw a child's face in the mirror across from the bed. It wasn't mine. This one was pale, with dark circles around the eyes. I yanked the blanket over my head until morning. The next day, the mirror was gone. My grandma just said that it had fallen over and broken, but I always wondered if she knew what had happened and had gotten rid of it on purpose. The Strange Fire. I've been camping and hiking for over 20 years, and I thought I'd seen everything the wilderness could throw at me. But what happened to me in the Gila National Forest last October still has me questioning what I actually experienced out there. I was on a solo backpacking trip through the Gila wilderness, planning to spend 5 days hiking some of the more remote sections near the middle fork of the Gila River. It's some of the most isolated country in New Mexico, thousands of acres where you can go days without seeing another person, or even evidence that people exist. I'd hiked about 12 miles in from the Gila Cliff Dwellings trailhead and set up camp in a decent spot near the river. It wasn't anything fancy, just a flat area with good water access and some protection from the wind. The weather had been pretty much perfect. Clear desert skies, warm days, cool nights. Exactly what you want for late fall camping in the high desert. This was my third night out, and I had gotten into a pretty good routine. Up at sunrise, coffee and breakfast by the river, day hiking to explore side canyons and old mining ruins, back to camp by evening for dinner and an early bedtime. I hadn't seen another person since leaving the trailhead. I was sitting by my campfire around 8 p.m., reading by headlamp and enjoying the complete silence of the desert night. There was no traffic noise, no human sounds at all. Just the occasional owl or coyote call echoing off the canyon walls. That's when I noticed another light across the valley. At first I thought it might just be another camper's fire, but that didn't really make a lot of sense. I was in the middle of the designated wilderness area, miles from any established trail or camping spot. Plus, the light was coming from what looked like the middle of a steep slope, covered in pinyon pine and juniper. Not the kind of place anyone would choose to set up camp, even if they could. The fire, because that's definitely what it looked like, was maybe half a mile away and maybe 200 feet higher in elevation than my campsite. Bright orange flickering light, clearly visible through the scattered trees. It looked like a good-sized campfire, the kind that would throw light and heat for a decent radius. I watched it for probably 10 minutes, trying to figure out what I was seeing. There was no access road anywhere near that area, no trail that I knew of. It would have taken serious bushwhacking through rough terrain to get to that spot with camping gear and enough wood to build a fire that size. My first thought was that maybe someone else was doing the same kind of wilderness camping I was, and had just chosen a very inconvenient spot. But the more I thought about it, the less that made sense. Why struggle up that slope when there were plenty of better camping spots down by the river? I got my binoculars out and tried to get a better look at the fire. Through the lenses, I could see the flames clearly, but I couldn't make out any sign of people or camping equipment around it. There was no tent or gear, no movement, just a fire burning by itself in the middle of nowhere. That's when I started getting that uneasy feeling. Fires do not just exist on their own. Someone has to build them, tend them, feed them wood. But this fire looked like it was burning without any human involvement. I decided to investigate in the morning. The terrain between my camp and the fire was rough, but manageable in daylight, and I was curious enough about what I had seen to be willing to make the climb. But when I woke up the next morning and looked across the valley, there was no sign the fire had ever been there. I got my binoculars out again and scanned the slope carefully. I couldn't even identify exactly where the fire had been burning the night before, because there was literally nothing there. I decided to hike over there anyway. It took me about 2 hours of steady climbing to reach the general area where I thought the fire had been. The terrain was exactly what I had expected. Rocky slope covered in scattered trees and desert scrub. But there was absolutely no sign that anyone had ever been there. There was no fire ring or ashes or charred wood, no footprints, no disturbed vegetation, not a singular trace that any human had ever set foot in that area. The ground was covered in that undisturbed layer of pine needles and desert debris that accumulates over a long time of being left alone. I spent over an hour searching that slope, looking for any evidence of the fire I had seen. Nothing. It was like I had imagined the whole thing, except I knew that I hadn't. The fire had been real, bright enough to see clearly from a half-mile away, burning for at least the 10 minutes I had watched it. I hiked back to my camp, confused and a little bit unsettled. That evening, I made sure to keep an eye on the same area where I had seen the fire, but it was just the dark forest like you'd expect. But on my last night in the wilderness, it happened again. It was a different location this time, maybe a mile downstream from my camp, up on the opposite canyon wall. The same kind of bright campfire, burning in the middle of terrain that would be nearly impossible to access without camping gear, and maybe even climbing gear this time. This time I watched it for almost an hour. The fire burned steadily, never seeming to get smaller or need more fuel. There was no smoke that I could detect either, even though there was barely any wind. And again, there was no sign of people or equipment around it. I tried taking pictures with my camera, but the fire was too far away and too dim compared to my campfire for the shots to turn out. When I looked at them later, they just showed darkness where the fire should have been. The next morning, I hiked out to my car. On the drive back to Albuquerque, I kept thinking about those fires. 2 different nights, 2 different locations, both in places where no reasonable person would ever make camp, both burning without any apparent source of fuel or human involvement. I've done some research since then on the history of the Gila Wilderness. Lots of mining activity in the late 1800s and early 1900s, plenty of old camps and settlements that are long abandoned. Apache history going back centuries before that, of course. But nothing that I have found explains mysterious fires appearing and disappearing without any physical trace. Part of me thinks that maybe I was seeing some kind of natural phenomenon, phosphorescent gases or something geological that I don't understand. But those fires looked exactly like wood fires, complete with flickering flames and the right color of light. Another part of me wonders if I was seeing something much older than mining camps or Apache settlements. The Gila is ancient country, and there are places out there that feel like they've been watching humans come and go for thousands of years. Maybe some things leave impressions that just replay under the right conditions. I'm planning another trip to the Gila next spring, but I'm not sure I want to camp in the same area. I think sometimes mysteries are better left alone. The desert keeps its secrets, probably for good reasons. The voice that knew my name. I like to hunt alone. It's the only place where I can count time by light instead of notifications, where a day is measured by the way frost lifts off grass and the way the evening wind sinks into your coat. I pick my spots carefully, carry out what I carry in, and leave no sign I was there. That October, I pushed deeper than usual into the Adirondacks, following a creek that braided through spruce and beech, and then opened into a flat of moss and fern. The ground was clean, the water cold enough to make my teeth ache, and the only marks I saw were deer prints and a bobcat pad sunk near a deadfall. I set my tent under a fir that had survived some old windstorm and snapped a branch to kindle an evening fire. It felt right. The first day went easy. I glassed a ridge at mid-morning, watched a small group of doe cut across the shadow line, then moved down to check an old game trail. There were no boot prints on the trail, no fresh cigarette butts, no candy wrappers. The only thing new that I saw was a snag with a set of small parallel claw marks about as long as my thumb. Raccoon or fisher, I figured. In the afternoon, I filtered creek water and let the sun warm my back. The world had that early cold weather silence, where it is quiet without being empty. A raven flapped through the trees and croaked there 3 times, then dipped down slope and disappeared. Night came fast. I ate from a pan, cleaned it, and set it upside down on a flat rock. A barred owl called a few times from east of the creek and moved closer in jumps. When I turned in, I left the tent fly half open so I could see a band of stars and the red eye of the coals. I slept well, with the kind of sleep you really only get when there's nothing left to do and no one expecting you to answer anything. The second day had a different edge. Not bad, just sharper. The air tasted metallic when I breathed hard on the climb. Clouds held low, and the smell of wet leaves followed me. I saw a single set of boot prints on a faint spur trail near noon. Heel toe, wide stride, then gone as the trail ran into rock. Whoever it was had been moving fast, or had very long legs. I whistled once and waited, the way you do when you want to make sure that you're not walking up on someone. Nobody answered, so I shrugged it off and kept my line. Back at camp in the afternoon, I dressed a small pile of kindling and set a fire early, more for morale than heat. It's a good feeling to have fire lit before dark gets its full say. I cooked, ate, and sat with my back to the fir trunk. The creek had that steady hush that lets you forget it exists, until you suddenly hear it again. A few times the wind came up and threw different branches into each other, so they clicked like loose stones. I set out my boots to dry and crawled into the sleeping bag with my hat still on. Sometime after midnight, I woke like someone had nudged me and whispered my name. It felt that specific. My eyes were open before I knew why. The coals held a dull orange. The creek was steady, and everything in me wanted to go right back to sleep and call it a dream. But once you're awake in the woods, you're awake. I lay still and listened. Tom. The voice came easy through the trees. Not loud, not a shout. It just carried like a normal voice carries when someone is standing 20-odd yards away with nothing between you. The sound of it hit me first, and then the tone. It sounded like my brother. I didn't move for a few seconds. You can tell yourself anything you want, but your body has its own way of sorting information, and mine went cold. I unzipped the bag slowly, slid my feet into the boots without lacing them, and eased up to my elbows so I could see out of the tent. The clearing was empty. The fire, down to a rind of orange and a few white flecks, brushed a weak light over the ferns. I held still and listened until my ears felt like they were pushing forward. Tom. Same voice. Same easy way of saying it, dragging the vowel a bit like my brother does when he's trying to get my attention without making a thing of it. Who is that? I said. My voice sounded wrong where I put it, too bright in the dark space. I reached for my headlamp and stopped. Turning on a light when you are open on all sides does not make much sense, at least not as much as it would indoors. I let my hand fall. You need something? No reply. The creek rinsed on. An owl moved. My eyes watered with the strain of trying to pull more light out of what was there. I told myself a few options. There was a chance another hunter named Tom had set up somewhere near enough for voices to carry. There was a chance someone was screwing around. There was a chance my brain had patched the sound of the creek into a familiar word. I held those out in front of me like a row of hooks to choose from, but none of them would hold for very long. I waited a full minute by my counting. Then it called again from the same direction, the slope on the other side of the creek. "Tom, you awake?" The phrasing spun me up more than the sound. My brother asks that exact way when he calls late and hears the sleep in my voice. He does not say, "Are you awake?" He makes it, "You awake?" without the question mark. It's one of those tiny things you don't clock until it's in the wrong place. I swallowed and didn't answer. If it knew my name, and if it sounded like my brother, I needed to rule out a radio. My little handheld was in my pack. I eased it out and turned the volume low, listening for a carrier or the sharpness of a mic key. All I got was static and the occasional faint voice from some base across the country. Nothing close. Nothing on my frequency. I spun through, then turned it off so the hiss would stop making me feel like it was coming from everywhere. The next time it said my name, it came from two places. One from the same spot by the creek, one from behind my left shoulder closer in the timber. They overlapped by just a fraction, like two recordings hitting play almost in sync but not quite. I had no good hook to hang that on. My body gave me its answer. Every muscle pulled toward my spine. I told myself to slow down and break it into jobs. Job 1, see farther. I took the headlamp, clicked it to the lowest setting, and swept the tree line in short arcs so there wouldn't be long shadows dancing in a way that would throw off my depth. Nothing moved. If there was a person out there trying to get a laugh, they were better at standing still than I am at finding people. The light caught a spider web in the branches and made it flash. It caught the thin gray line of the creek and turned it into wet steel. It did not catch eyes. "Tom!" It came again from upslope, like it had backed up. It kept my name and my brother's tone, but it stopped using anything else. No, "You awake?" No, "Hey man." No phrasing that would let me ask a question and expect an answer. It was a fishing line with a single hook on it. I put the lamp back to its strap, laced my boots, and went through the motion of packing. Stove, bag, pad, lines. I moved steady and did not rush the knots, because I have learned my hands get clumsy when I let my head run ahead of them. The fire had fallen to embers. I stepped on it, stirred it, and stepped again. A breeze came up and pushed the fine ash in a line, and then let it fall. The voice stayed with me in small moves, always just outside the circle I could see. When I shouldered the pack and dropped the tent bag on top to strap it, it spoke from the fur behind me, like it was standing where my shadow would have been if there had been real light. "Come on, hurry up." My brother said those exact words to me 2 winters ago, when we were fixing his porch, and a squall blew in, and we knew it would ice the tools if we didn't move fast. He laughed when he said it then. The voice did not laugh now. It didn't carry any feeling at all. I took the pack and the rifle and started toward the trail with my feet placed exactly where I had placed them on the way in. The creek was a silver shape in the dark. The footbridge I had made from a fallen limb was still solid. I crossed it and set my weight carefully, because slippery wood has sent better people than me into cold water at night. On the far side, I stopped and listened. There is a point where you can't tell if quiet is safe or if quiet is waiting. I had crossed that point without meaning to. The forest had the heavy, padded quiet of a room with a sleeping child. A light flickered to my right as if someone had turned a phone face up, and then face down again. For half a second, it made a flat pane in the trees and then went away. It could have been a reflection from my headlamp bouncing off something. It could have been someone using a phone as light, which would mean someone close enough to touch. I angled left and kept the beam down. "Tom," from my left now, down the slope, as if it had slid to a new place without walking there. "Over here." That was the first new instruction. Over here. I did not look. You can unspool your good sense out here if you start treating the dark like a person you owe something to. I focused on my feet and the way the trail curved around a stump and then rose through a cut. 30 paces, 70, somewhere around there. A branch cracked off to my right. One sharp pop, and then nothing. Nothing after is worse than the pop. Once I made the ridge, the wind picked up and I could think again. Wind is a noise, and noise is cover, and having anything between me and the sound of my own breathing felt like a gift. I shut off the lamp and let my eyes work. The trail fell through a stand of young birch, and then pushed into pine. I moved slow and careful, and did not lift my feet too high. A step that high in the dark looks like panic if someone else is watching. Either someone was watching, or I was going to feel like someone was watching no matter what I did. I picked the version that let me keep at least a little pride. At the second switchback, the voice came again, behind me and above on the slope, farther away than before. "Tom." The trees took it and let it go, so it was hard to find a single direction to hate. I realized with a small start that it had not said my name wrong once. You can tell a stranger from a friend by the way they land on a name. People try to put the weight in the middle. My brother puts it at the start and leaves the end short, almost like he's already on to the next word. That was how it came every time. I don't know what lives in those woods. I know coyotes can make sounds that get under your skin. I know jays and ravens can imitate, though I never, ever heard one sound like a person. I know people do things to entertain themselves that stop being entertaining to the person they choose. The only thing I knew for sure in that moment was that if I stopped, I would have to choose a theory, and choosing a theory would put me in the wrong story, so I kept walking. The trail met the old logging road, and the road made a slow traverse across a slope that held frost late into the morning. I stayed off the middle where ice forms and kept to the edge where leaves made a soft carpet. My fingers had gone pins and needles inside the gloves, and I flexed them, counting to 5 and releasing. Not because it helped, but because numbers have their own gravity, and they pulled my thoughts into a line. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Breathe. Look. Step. The voice ahead of me now, not behind, not to the side, ahead just around a bend where the road crossed a shallow draw. "Tom." That was the worst turn. If I had followed it off trail, I would have given up everything I was using to stay oriented. In dark woods, any small choice grows teeth. A right becomes wrong by degrees, and then it becomes a canyon. I stopped at the bend and stood with my back against the uphill bank, so nothing could come from behind without crunching frozen moss. I didn't say anything. I let a minute pass. 2. I let my heart beat slow so I could hear small things again. By the time I reached the truck, the east had gone a thin gray, and the treetops were edges instead of shapes. I did not look back. I didn't slam the door. I sat with my hand on the wheel and waited until the sense of pressure at my back went away. When I turned the key, the engine caught and idled too loudly, the way engines always sound too loud after hours of silence. I drove out past the state gate and pulled onto the county road. My hand stopped shaking somewhere after the second turn. I called my brother when I had 3 bars. He answered on the second ring, voice thick and annoyed. "You all right?" "Yeah," I said, and then I didn't say anything else because I didn't know how to start, or if I even wanted him to be a part of it. "What are you doing up?" "I wasn't," he said. "Not really. I had a dumb dream. You know those dreams that feel like real places? Man, I was out in the woods walking, calling for you. You kept answering, but you were never where you said you were. I had to hear you over here, and then when I got there, you'd be somewhere else saying over here. He sucked his teeth. That was stupid. Anyway, you still up at camp? Heading home, I said. I didn't tell him the rest of it. I didn't say that his voice had followed me out of a place he'd never been. That should be the end. I went home, I slept, I told myself I'd been tired, and my brain had matched patterns like brains do. I told myself I had put a familiar voice on an unfamiliar problem, and for a long while that hook held. 2 weeks later, I drove my friend Nate up to the same area. We didn't plan to hunt. We just walked. He's one of those people who makes you feel normal, and I thought being there in daylight with someone else would smooth the edges. The air was colder. The creek was lower. The ash from my fire had long gone. We ate sandwiches sitting on a log in full sun and said nothing meaningful. It was a good day. On the way out, just before the road cut across the draw, a blue jay shrieked a hawk call at us from about 10 feet up. Jays do that. They like pretended danger. We both laughed because the timing was perfect. Then the jay made a sound I will think about for the rest of my life. It said my name. Not like a person or a recording, more like a shape forced through a throat that was built for other shapes. Rough syllables that still managed to land where my brother always lands them. Nate heard it too. He turned his head fast, then shook it out the way you shake off a bad taste. "Well, that was weird," he said. "Yeah," I said. We stood there waiting for the jay to do it again, but it went back to the hawk routine, and then into a machine gun chatter, and then it flew off, happy with itself. After that, I did some reading at my kitchen table with coffee gone cold. Jays can mimic human sounds, especially if they live near people. Ravens can mimic voices, train whistles, the beep of a truck backing up. In the right echo with the right wind, maybe you could make anything sound like anything else. A hunter can talk himself down from almost anything if he stacks up enough facts. I have not gone back to that exact spot. There are other creeks and other flats. There are other trees that can carry my weight and other firs to set my back against when it gets dark. Sometimes at home, when a window is cracked and a train horn floats in from miles away and bends through the neighborhood in a way that makes it sound closer than it is, I think about how sound moves, how it arrives, how easy it would be for something that pays attention to us to borrow the parts of us we leave in the air. If there is a lesson in any of it, it is ordinary. If you hear your name in the woods and everything in you pulls tight, listen to the part that tightens. You do not owe the darkness an answer, just because it asks you a question in the right voice. The doppelganger in the kitchen. When I was about 10, I came home from school and saw my dad in the kitchen making a sandwich. He waved at me and said, "Hey, sport." Normal enough. But then I heard the front door open behind me. My dad walked in, carrying groceries. I turned back to the kitchen and it was empty. The half-made sandwich on the counter was the only proof that someone had been there. I didn't tell him right away, but later that week, the same thing happened to my sister. She saw me sitting at the table coloring, except I was in the backyard the whole time. We started calling it the other one. To this day, neither of us likes being alone in that house. The shadow person in the hallway. When I was in high school, my bedroom was at the end of a long hallway. The way the lights in our house worked, if someone came down the hall at night, their shadow would stretch across my doorway before they actually reached it. I'd gotten used to seeing my parents or sister walk past if I was still awake. One night, it was about 2 a.m., and I saw that shadow again, tall and stretched across my door. I figured it was my dad heading to the kitchen, but the shadow just stopped in front of my door. There were no footsteps, and there was no movement. It was just a dark outline, longer and taller than anyone in my family. I whispered, "Dad?" But there was no answer. Then, instead of walking away, the shadow just slid across my doorframe and seemed to step into my room. My heart just dropped. I couldn't see anyone there in the dark, but the sense of someone standing in the corner of my room was overwhelming. I pulled the covers over my head like a little kid. When I finally peeked out again, the shadow was gone. Nobody was in the hall. But the next morning, I noticed scuff marks along the wooden floor of my doorway, like something had dragged across it. The Eyes in the Woods. When I was camping in Oregon with some friends, we decided to hike at night for fun. The trail was pitch black except for our flashlights. You can see a lot of cool stuff out there at night. Different wildlife. I don't know, it's just a different experience. And for the most part, we were enjoying it. At one point, we noticed these glowing eyes off the trail. There were 2 sets, and then 3, and then even more. At first, we thought we'd stumbled upon some deer, but the eyes were too high and too far apart. And they never really blinked, they just followed us as we moved. The really strange part, though, is that when we stopped and looked at them, the eyes closed one by one. It kind of looked like whatever was watching us just sank into the ground. We turned around and went back to camp without saying a word, and we do not night hike anymore. The Man in the Reflection. When I was a teenager, I used to get ready for school in the upstairs bathroom. The mirror up there was really old and a little warped, but it was clear enough. One morning, as I was brushing my teeth, I noticed something odd. My reflection was not matching mine. Or rather, it wasn't matching me. Anyway, I would lean forward and it would hesitate for a little bit before moving. Obviously, at first I thought I was just really tired. But then, while I was brushing my teeth, this thing smiled. My own mouth was still closed. I dropped my toothbrush and I ran screaming. Of course, my parents didn't believe me and thought I was crazy. Later that day, I tried to convince myself that I really was just seeing things because I was tired. But I couldn't shake it. More to shut me up than anything else, my parents did replace the mirror a month later, and nothing like that ever happened again. I found a trail camera in the woods. The footage was of me. This happened 2 summers ago in the Pine Barrens of New Jersey. I was doing a solo overnight just off a lesser-known trail about 5 miles in. Nothing extreme, just hammock camping, trying to reset from work stress. I've done plenty of solo trips before, and while that stretch of forest is dense, it never felt dangerous. Quiet, yeah, but not creepy. Around dusk, I was gathering wood when I noticed something shiny reflecting off the base of a tree, maybe 20 feet from my camp. At first I thought it was just trash, but when I got closer, I realized that it was a trail camera. Black, latched shut, strapped tight around a pine. No brand, just a little red dot blinking low on the front. I didn't remember seeing it earlier, and I had walked right by this spot when I picked my site. I figured maybe a ranger or hunter had set it up and just forgotten about it. But it was pointed directly at where my hammock was hung, dead on. That's what felt so weird about it. It felt targeted. There was nothing else of interest there, just me. I unlatched the case and found an SD card still inside. There was no password or lock. I almost put it back and left it alone, but curiosity won. I had a small tablet with me for reading, and it had an SD slot, so I popped it in. There was only one file. It was about 25 minutes long, time-stamped for that very same day in early morning, around 4:13 a.m. I hadn't even arrived until noon. I hit play. The footage was static for the first few seconds. Then it cut to a dark shot of my hammock under the moonlight. That's what threw me. The angle was exactly the view from that tree. The same setup and positioning and everything. But I hadn't set up my camera yet when that video was supposedly taken. And then I saw myself, lying in that hammock, same clothes I was wearing now, breathing steadily and motionless. No fire or movement. Just me, sleeping, my chest rising and falling, like it had been recorded from the same spot just hours before I even got there. About 18 minutes into the video, something passed by the lens, fast, just outside the frame. A blur of motion, a faint flash of something that looked like a hand, but the fingers were long, longer than any human's. And then the video ended. I packed up right then. I left before the sun went down. I got back to my car by headlamp. I've shown that clip to 2 friends. One thinks I somehow sleepwalked and set up the camera myself, even though that makes no sense. I don't have a trail camera, and again, it was way before I got there. The other told me to burn the card and never go back. It's still in my drawer, but I don't watch it anymore. The missing memory. Last weekend, I was digging through boxes at this yard sale in the Hilliard neighborhood when I found something that's been messing with my head ever since. It was just a shoebox full of old photographs, mostly random family snapshots from the 80s and 90s. The lady selling them said they belonged to her late husband's collection, stuff that he'd bought at estate sales over the years. I was flipping through them when one stopped me cold. It was a photo of my childhood home in Spokane. Not similar to it, exactly my house. Same brick facade, same weird yellow mailbox my dad painted, same crooked fence post that never got fixed. But the house looked different somehow. There was this addition on the left side that I had never seen before, like a sunroom or something with big windows. Standing in front of the house were 4 people, an older man in a suit, a woman in a floral dress, and 2 kids. The photo quality was that slightly faded look you get from the early 90s, maybe around 1993 or 1994, based on the clothing styles. But here's where it gets weird. One of the kids was definitely me. Same mess of brown hair and gap between my front teeth that I had until I got braces in high school. I was wearing this red striped shirt that looked familiar, though I couldn't place it exactly. The other kid looked like my sister, but younger than I remembered her being in the 90s. I bought the photo for $2 and took it home. My parents live about 20 minutes away now, so I drove over to ask them about it. My mom looked at the picture for a long time, then handed it to my dad. They both got this confused expression. "That's definitely our house," my mom said. "But we never had that addition, and I don't recognize these other people at all." My dad studied it closer. "When would this have been taken? You both look about 7 and 9 here." "But that's the thing, I have zero memory of this photo being taken. None. I remember being that age, remember living in that house. But I cannot for the life of me recall standing in front of it with these strangers. And that addition, my parents still swear it never existed. They've lived there since 1985, and they would definitely remember adding a sunroom. I've been carrying the photo around for a week now, showing it to relatives and family friends, but nobody recognizes that older couple. My sister looked at it and got this really uncomfortable expression, like she almost remembered something but couldn't quite grab it. The weirdest part is how normal I look in the photo. I don't look scared or confused, just standing there like it was any other day. Like this was completely routine. The dog that wasn't. When I was a kid, our neighbor had a golden retriever that used to wander the street. One night, I saw it in our yard wagging its tail. I went to call it over, but it just stood there, staring at me. It was pretty unusual, because it's a very friendly dog. Then, it stood up on 2 legs. It was really smooth, like it had done this all the time. Its body stretched taller, and the fur kind of slid away until it looked more human than animal. I bolted inside and locked the door. My dad checked the yard but didn't find anything. The next day, the neighbor told us that their dog had died a week earlier. The knock at the door. Back when I lived alone, I woke up at about 2:30 in the morning to a knock at my front door. 3 slow, heavy knocks. I peered through the peephole, but nobody was there. I figured it was a prank until it happened again. I opened the door to scare whoever it was, but the porch was empty. As soon as I shut it, the knocking started to come from inside, on the back door. I didn't open it that time. I just sat on the couch with every light turned on until the sun finally came up. When I checked the doors in the daylight, there were burn-like marks on the wood, shaped almost like hands. The family that wouldn't leave. I don't usually do cabins. I'm more of a hotel person, someone who likes knowing there are neighbors on the other side of the wall and a lobby clerk downstairs. But my friend group wanted something different. Cheap weekend in the woods, just the 4 of us, no distractions. All right. Someone found an Airbnb in rural Kentucky, advertised as rustic but cozy. The pictures showed a 2-story log cabin tucked in a valley, fire pit out front, wraparound porch. The nightly rate was suspiciously low, but we figured it was off-season. We booked 3 nights. The drive out was honestly half the fun, winding through hills, fields giving way to thick trees. The last stretch was a single-lane dirt road that scraped the bottom of my car in places. By the time we pulled into the clearing, the sun was setting. The cabin looked exactly like the photos, maybe a little rougher. The porch sagged and the shutters hung crooked, but the lights were on inside and that gave it a welcoming look. The host had said she would leave a key under a flower pot by the door, but when we checked, it was already unlocked. Inside was warmer than I expected. There was a stone fireplace with a few logs stacked beside it, couches with knitted throws, old family portraits on the walls. That last part stood out. The Airbnb listing had generic decor in the photos, landscapes and quilts, but the cabin that we walked into had faded sepia photographs of people, parents and kids, a grandfather with a stern beard and sterner eyes. The frames were dusty, and none of us could shake the feeling that they were watching us. "Creepy," my friend Jess said, but she laughed and shrugged it off. We unpacked, cooked pasta, and played cards until midnight. The first night was easy. Nothing weird, nothing to set us on edge. It was the next day that everything started. I woke up around 3 a.m. to footsteps in the upstairs hallway. Slow, measured, and heavy. I figured it was one of my friends heading to the bathroom. When I opened my door, the hallway was empty, but the sound kept going though, steady, as if someone was circling the landing. I went back inside and shut the door. A few minutes later, I heard whispering, low and close, right outside my room. I didn't catch words, just a hiss of syllables. When I told everyone at breakfast, they laughed it off. Old cabin noises. Dream walking. But Jess looked pale. She said she'd woken in the night and saw someone sitting at the end of her bed. She thought it was me at first until she realized the figure was too small, a child maybe, and when she sat up it was gone. She figured she'd been dreaming. We agreed to leave the lights on in the hall that night. The second evening we tried to distract ourselves. We grilled out by the fire pit, told stories, drank a little too much. By the time we went back inside, the cabin felt heavier. The air smelled like wood smoke, but underneath it was something sour, like milk left out too long in the summer heat. I was brushing my teeth when the bathroom mirror fogged over. It wasn't steam, the water hadn't been hot. The fog came in patches, swirling across the glass until it covered the whole thing. Letters started to form, traced by a finger I couldn't see. Get out. I froze, toothbrush still in my mouth. By the time I called the others, the mirror was clear again, and they thought I was making it up. That night was worse. The whispering came back louder and with multiple voices. From my room, I could hear them downstairs, like a crowd murmuring. The sound grew until it was a full conversation in tones I couldn't understand. It didn't sound like a party. It sounded more like a gathering of people trying to decide something important and disagreeing. Chairs scraped against the wood floor. The smell of smoke thickened, but the fireplace was long cold. Jess screamed. We all ran into her room. She was pressed into the corner, pointing at the bed. The sheets were pulled tight, as if someone was lying under them, but when we ripped them back, there was nothing there. We barely slept. Every creak, every groan of the cabin made us flinch. The next morning, we searched the place. We found something the listing hadn't shown us. A door in the floor of the pantry. A root cellar. The lock was old but broken, and curiosity got the better of us. The air that came up was stale and damp and cold. We went down with flashlights and found shelves of jars, most long since rotted. On the far wall was a row of children's shoes, neatly lined up, all sizes, all old. Above them, scratched into the wood, was a date, 1927. None of us wanted to talk about it. We went back upstairs and pretended we hadn't seen anything. The third night, it came to a head. We were all in the living room, lights on, too spooked to go to bed. The photographs on the walls seemed darker, the faces less faded. One of my friends swore the eyes had shifted. Then the temperature dropped. I could see my breath in the glow of the lamp. The whispering started again, this time in the room with us. We heard footsteps overhead, then on the stairs. We froze, but nothing came into view. The portraits rattled. One fell, glass shattering. I picked it up to set it aside, but my stomach flipped when I saw the face. It wasn't a photograph anymore. It was a reflection. Our group sitting in the living room, wide-eyed and terrified. Jess said, "We need to leave. Right now." We opened the door, but the front door slammed shut on its own. The fire in the hearth roared to life, logs catching with no match. Shapes formed in the flames. Figures. A family standing shoulder to shoulder. They stepped forward as if through the fire. We saw them clear as day, a man, a woman, and 3 children. Their faces were pale, mouths moving with no sound, eyes fixed on us. We bolted. We grabbed our bags, pushed past the front door, it resisted but gave way, and ran into the night. We didn't stop until we reached the car. When we looked back, the cabin windows glowed. Every one of them had a figure standing in it, watching. We drove to the nearest motel and stayed there until morning. When we checked the Airbnb app, the listing was gone. Just deleted like it had never existed. Later, Jess dug through county records. She found mention of a family that lived in a cabin on that land in the 1920s. The parents and 3 children were murdered. Some say by raiders, some say by neighbors in a land dispute. The cabin was abandoned for decades and then sold and rebuilt into a rental. It never stayed unlisted long. People left early, wrote bad reviews, and said strange things happened. Then the listing would vanish until someone else tried again. I don't know who owns it now, or if anyone does, but I keep thinking about the portraits, the way they shifted, the way one showed us, like the family was making room for new faces. The Cry in the Cemetery. Back in high school, there was a group of us who used to sneak into the town cemetery at night. I know, we were young and dumb and just into thrill-seeking, basically. Anyway, one night, we're sitting on this bench, and we all start to hear somebody crying. It wasn't loud, it was just sort of a steady sob that was coming from near the older graves. We thought maybe it was a grieving relative, but then we realized that the crying was moving. It was circling us, and it was really slow, but we couldn't really see anybody. Finally, it stopped. When we checked later, the grass around us was damp. It was like somebody had been standing there, crying some kind of tear waterfall into the dirt. It hadn't rained in days, and there was no dew, so it was really, really weird. The caller ID. Back in the early 2000s, when most people still had landlines, my family got a call late at night. The caller ID said that it was my grandma. My mom answered, and we all heard her side of the conversation. She seemed really confused and then panicked. She hung up and told us that Grandma had called to say she was outside and needed to come in. The problem was, Grandma had passed away 2 years prior. For the next week, the phone kept ringing at random hours, always showing Grandma's name. We stopped answering, but the ringing kept coming, until one night it just stopped, and we never figured out what was going on. This is one of those things that I cannot fully explain. I may never be able to explain it, but I'll never forget it either. It was just a normal evening, and I was alone in my house, just trying to get some work done. The place was quiet, save for the occasional creak of the old floorboards. I had a radio on in the background for some noise, just enough to fill the silence. Nothing unusual. Then I heard this voice. It was really, really faint at first, like somebody was whispering in another room. Kind of like if someone's on the phone and they don't want anyone to hear it. Like that. I thought maybe it was the radio, but it wasn't. The voice was clear. I couldn't make out the words, but the tone sounded almost like it was calling my name. I walked through the house, I turned off the radio, and I started to call out, thinking maybe someone was there, or that it was just my imagination. The house was empty and nobody was there. I stood in the kitchen, and I felt that, I don't know, that heavy silence that always tends to happen before something weird happens. Then I heard it again. It was a voice, clear as day. This time I could hear it distinctly, but it wasn't coming from any room. It was almost like it was coming from the walls. I left the house that night. I just couldn't shake the feeling that whatever was speaking wasn't human. Maybe never had been. I haven't heard the voice again. I did eventually go back, of course, but sometimes when I'm home alone, I still feel like I'm going to hear it at any moment. It's really unnerving. The Viking Hotel in Newport, Rhode Island, by Reluctant Gardener, posted to r/ghost stories. About 6 years ago, my company had a sales get-together at the Viking Hotel in Newport, Rhode Island. My room was on the first floor in the older part of the hotel. As you walked into the room, on the left was a small shower and sink, and on the right was the toilet. They both had swinging saloon doors on the openings. In the middle of the night, I awoke to something kicking my bed at the foot. It felt very prank-like. I went back to bed, and in the morning I Googled Viking Hotel Haunted and saw that there were stories online. I then looked over at the door, and both saloon doors were open, blocking the entrance. I guess the hotel was a big party place for the rich during the Roaring '20s. This is one of many weird, strange experiences that I've had. The lights in the field. I live on a 60-acre property near Great Bend, Kansas. Middle of nowhere, flat as a damn pancake. No neighbors for a couple of miles, unless you count the cows. I've farmed this land my whole life. I've seen tornadoes, meteor showers, crop circle pranksters, even a few weather balloons gone off course. So when I say something I can't explain, I mean it. It was maybe 1:30 a.m. I couldn't sleep, so I went out on the porch to have a smoke. It was dead quiet. No wind, no bugs, nothing. And then I noticed a glow out past the soybean field. At first, I thought it was a low-flying aircraft, We're not that far from a regional airport, but it wasn't flashing like a plane. It was pulsing, orange, then blue, then white. I walked out toward the field thinking that maybe one of my floodlights had shorted, but the lights weren't on the ground. They were hovering, just hovering there in complete silence. I don't know how high up, 30, maybe 40 feet? It's hard to tell in the dark. The weird part was the way that they moved. No arc, no delay, just these sharp, clean zigzag patterns, like it was sketching something invisible in the sky. It stayed like that for maybe 2 minutes, and then the lights blinked out all at once. No sound or trail or anything like that, just gone. I didn't tell my wife. I figured I'd imagined it or dozed off standing up or something. But the next morning, when I went to check the irrigation lines, I saw something in the dirt that stopped me cold. The soil was scorched in a perfect spiral. It wasn't burned like a fire would do. It was more like dehydrated. The dirt was bone dry, cracked and bleached in a circular pattern about 20 feet wide. There were no footprints, no tire tracks, no signs of wildlife. Just this spiral, like something had pressed down, turned once, and vanished. I brought out a metal rake to test the texture. It was brittle and crumbled into powder. The soil around it was fine, nothing else disturbed. But that spot still won't grow anything, not even weeds. I haven't seen the lights again, but my dog won't go near that part of the field now. He'll walk around the long way, even if it means going through brush. I told myself I'd call someone, FAA or sheriff or whatever. But what do you even say? The Unseen Observer. This happened on Route 219, cutting through southern West Virginia, deep Appalachia. I was heading home after visiting my cousin in Elkins. I'd stayed way too late, and I figured I could make the drive with some coffee and loud music. Big mistake. It was close to 2 a.m. when I hit that stretch of road that winds through Monongahela Forest. No lights or houses, barely a shoulder, just trees. You don't realize how loud your own car is until you're the only thing moving for miles. I had my high beams on, and even then, the forest just felt like it was pressing in around me. About 20 minutes in, I saw movement in the trees off to the right. It wasn't an animal, it was too tall, too smooth. Just this long shadow that kept pace with my car, maybe 30 feet into the woods. I tried not to look directly at it. I figured it was a trick of the headlights on the branches or my eyes playing games. But it didn't stop. Every turn I took, every speed that I changed, it adjusted with me. It never got closer, but it never got farther either. It was just right there, sliding between the trees like smoke that knew where it was going. I turned off the music, rolled down the window. Nothing but wind and engine noise. But I felt it. Something watching. Not curious, but not necessarily hostile either, just there. I pulled over at one of those tiny gravel patches meant for breakdowns or letting trucks pass. I hit the hazards and just sat there, headlights pointed into the brush. Nothing. No movement, no sound. Just the kind of silence that makes your ears ring if you sit in it for too long. I stepped out of the car. Don't ask me why. I guess part of me wanted to prove that it was nothing. I walked to the tree line and stood there and waited. You know how sometimes your eyes adjust and you catch deer eyes or a bit of fur? Not this time. The dark just stayed dark, but I couldn't shake the feeling. like I was being scanned from head to toe by something that didn't blink. And after maybe a minute, I got back in the car and kept driving. I didn't see the shadow again, but that feeling didn't leave. Even when I pulled into my driveway 2 hours later, I still felt watched. The next morning, I found these thin, vertical scratches on the side of my car, passenger side only, from front fender to rear. There weren't any dents. It was just lines, like something had dragged the tip of a nail along it the entire way. I live alone. There are no trees near the driveway and no kids around. I don't know what it was, but it felt alien. Either way, I haven't taken that route again since. The silent ship in the sky. I was working nights back then, doing security for a lumber yard outside Kalispell, Montana. Dead-end gig, but it paid all right, and the place was so remote you'd go your whole shift without seeing another person. In other words, perfect. It was just trees, fog, and the occasional owl. One weekend, my buddy Cal brought a couple of friends out after hours. Nothing wild, just sitting in the back of his truck watching the stars. Montana's sky is ridiculous when it's clear. You can see everything, Milky Way like a brushstroke. It was probably close to 1 a.m. when it happened. I remember because we had just finished passing around a bag of stale chips, and we were arguing over whether or not satellites ever fly in formation. Cal was pointing out a few when he just stopped mid-sentence. We all looked up. There was this massive shape. I don't know how we missed it before. It was right there, almost directly above the tree line. It didn't have any lights and it didn't make any sound. It was just a huge matte black triangle. I'd say it was floating maybe a couple 100 feet up, but it was really hard to see unless you were looking right at it. The only reason we saw it is because it blocked out the stars. It was like a moving hole in the sky. It shifted. Like you'd expect a ship to glide or drift or something like that. But this didn't. 1 second, it was above us. The next, it was like 50 yards to the left and then back. No arc or acceleration. It was like teleporting. Like it was trying on spots in the sky and not caring about physics while doing it. We stood there for almost a whole minute, completely silent. Even Cal was silent, and he never shuts up. And then, just as suddenly as it appeared, it tilted slightly, eerily like a nod, and vanished. We waited for a sound, but there was nothing. When I looked back at the others, they all had that same look. Panic, and a little bit of awe, and a little bit of blankness, like our brains were trying to reboot. One of the guys, Eddie, finally broke the silence. "We're not supposed to talk about this, are we?" We all shook our heads. We never did either. Not really. I mean, a few texts, some half jokes, but that was it. Cal moved a few months later. Eddie won't answer when I bring it up. I still work nights sometimes, different place now, but every so often, I'll look up during break and feel that same pressure, that same idea, I guess, in my head that something massive could be hanging just above the clouds watching, and we would never hear it coming. The eyes in the trees. This happened in the Allegheny National Forest in Pennsylvania. I was staying at a buddy's hunting cabin for the weekend, solo trip. He offered it up while he was out of state, and I thought a quiet weekend in the woods might clear my head. No Wi-Fi, no service, just me, a couple of paperbacks, and maybe some decent IPAs. The second night, I could not sleep. No reason, just one of those nights where your body's tired, but your brain is pacing in circles. It was 11:30 p.m., and I thought maybe if I took a short walk down the logging road behind the cabin, I could get tired or something. Figured the cold air might help me wind down. It was dead quiet. At first, it wasn't really spooky, it was just kind of nice. But about a quarter mile in, I noticed these soft glimmers between the trees. At first, I thought it was dew catching my flashlight beam, or maybe early frost reflecting. But the light wasn't behaving right. It wasn't bouncing, it was blinking, in pairs. I shut my light off to see better, and that's when it really hit me. There were eyes. They weren't glowing or reflecting like animal eyes that were caught in a beam. They were pulsing, almost like Christmas lights. They were cold and bluish white. At first, I only saw two sets, spaced about head height apart. They didn't blink in sync, though. One would pulse and then the other, like they were adjusting focus. Then another pair appeared to the left, and then another lower down. And then a cluster about 20 feet deeper into the trees. It wasn't a herd. It was not wildlife at all. These things were not walking or fluttering or anything. They were just there, watching me. I turned to head back, but the blinking increased. Now there were more sets of eyes, and they were wider apart and higher up. Some were like 15 feet off the ground, but none of them moved. They just were there. It was like the forest itself had grown 100 cold eyes and just decided to watch. I tried to stay calm. I didn't run. I just walked steadily back toward the cabin. Every now and then I would glance over my shoulder and the lights were still there, the same distance behind me. When I reached the clearing, I turned around fully, and they were all gone, like someone had flipped a switch. Suffice it to say that walk did not help me sleep better. I locked the cabin door and stayed up all night. I sat in a chair with the flashlight in my lap until sunrise. The next day, I went back down the trail. I wanted to see if I could make logical sense out of it. Maybe I would find tracks that would explain it. I didn't really find anything, except I did find something hanging from a tree, off a branch, near where I had first seen the lights. A bundle of twigs tied with red thread. They had not been there before. I haven't told my friend, and I haven't been back. I don't think I'll ever go back. The Lad School Attachment by Silva Squad Dad 41, posted to r/paranormal. Warning, this story contains descriptions of medical trauma, including teeth. If that's something that bothers you, I highly recommend skipping this one. Back between 2013 and 2014, I was helping my now stepbrother-in-law with a senior paper for high school. We were given all the equipment needed to pull off the project. Cameras, microphones, audio recorders, ghost hunting equipment, all that jazz. Once we arrived in Exeter, Rhode Island, and talked to the locals long enough to find the Lad School, we got right to work, running the cameras, audio recording, using different meters, and just trying to take in the history, and let anything that wanted to manifest do so in its own time. We got some cool stuff the first night. A woman whispering in response to our question, "Is anyone here with us?" She said a breathy yes. Cliché and typical, I know, but we ate that up and pressed on. Out in the distance, we heard what sounded like an old squeaky bike with a flat tire rolling down a gravel road. On the recording, you could hear the sound of the flat tire. We thought that was great because these things were happening so sporadically, and it would pique our interest every time. We ended up cutting the first night short, as we felt a major energy shift and did not like the negative, just scary feelings that it gave us. The following morning, we set off to get more on camera. Our EMF readers and EVPs were going off in the hospital and nurses area. We got recordings of screams and whispers, decent stuff to press on with throughout the property, until I started to slow down, and my behavior and mannerisms changed at the drop of a hat. My girlfriend at the time gave me a kiss to try to cheer me up and motivate me to keep going, because she knew how badly I wanted to make this paper the best thing ever. No sooner had we kissed than she pulled away, wiped her mouth, and said, "Ew, you taste like those old cherry cough drops. You know, the ones with the medicine in them. When did you get sick? I didn't know you were sick." Once she said that, everyone stopped and turned around, and the cameras were on me. Of course, I had to explain that I wasn't sick and that I wasn't yanking anyone's chain. This wasn't for entertainment purposes. It was for educational purposes. My partner Mike said, "You don't look so good, bud. Are you feeling all right? You say you're not sick, but you're looking rough. You've even got dark circles under your eyes, and you're super pale." This started to weird me out, and I began to panic because I couldn't understand why they were saying this stuff about me. My girlfriend Haley said, "I think something might be attached to you. How else do you explain what's going on? We should go back to the hotel room for a bit and just review the footage." On our way to the hotel, my face got this sharp pain in it, and my head started throbbing. It was a pain so awful, I'd never felt anything like it in my life. Tears were rolling down my face, and I yelled that my teeth were killing me, and that it felt like someone had ripped them out or something. The pressure was immense, and before we knew it, the hotel trip had turned into a hospital trip. They ran x-rays and told me I had a massive abscess right above my canine tooth, and that it needed to be drained and possibly followed by a root canal. I was given medicine to hold me over until I could get an appointment back home. Once back in the car, everyone turned to me in shock that something like that could have happened, that a problem like this could have come out of nowhere, and only after we went to the school where kids had reportedly had their jaws broken, teeth pulled out, and faces injured. That's when I started feeling and looking and tasting sickly. And now I had this major dental emergency. Keep in mind, I had just had my braces removed and my dental health was at its peak. There was absolutely no reason for me to have developed a massive abscess requiring drainage, a root canal, and a cap. To this day, we all believe something attached itself to me. And since that trip, I have a scar to prove it. What do you guys think happened? Unfortunately, I don't have access to the footage collected during our senior project, but you can research the lad's school on your own. The place was a bit of a dirty secret in America. The House Across from the Cemetery by CashApp, posted to r/paranormal. When I was younger, I would spend my summers at a sleepaway camp in Rhode Island. During changeover weekends, my mother would come pick me up, and we would stay at her friend's house, where she would do my laundry and replenish my snack supplies before taking me back to camp. Her friend had a large old house across the street from a historic cemetery. She joked that she liked living there because the neighbors were quiet. The original house was 3 stories, with one old staircase curving up through it from the den next to the kitchen up to the 3rd floor, which was being used as a kid's space. There were additions on the first and second floors, with larger, more modern stairs on that side of the house. The modern additions were not haunted, but everyone in my mom's friend's family claimed the kitchen and the old part of the house were. That weekend, my mom was sleeping in the den next to the kitchen, and I was sleeping in the third floor attic kid space thing. I'm sensitive to the spirit world, but I also get scared easily. So when I went to sleep that night, I remember turning off the lamp before using the remote to turn off the TV. I was afraid of the dark, and I wanted to be fully under the covers before darkness took over the room. I woke up the next morning to the lamp shining down on me. I felt so guilty because I could have sworn I'd turned it off, and I hated wasting electricity. I told my mom about it while we were driving back to camp the next day. She suggested that it might have been her friend's daughter coming home drunk in the middle of the night and thinking she could crash up there. But the daughter had her own room that she always went to. Then my mother told me what happened to her in the middle of the night. First, they had been drinking wine and talking in the den before her friend made up my mom's bed. They got to talking about ghosts in the house. Apparently, there was an apparition of a little girl who would appear in the kitchen rafters from time to time. As they were talking, her friend visibly blanched. She was looking through the door into her kitchen and said she could see the little girl right there and then, sitting in the rafters and swinging her feet. My mom was shook and they went to bed shortly after. There were 3 doorways in the den: the closed-off former front door, the door to the kitchen, and the original wooden door with an iron latch and hinges that led from the den to the stairs up to where I was sleeping. My mom remembers feeling uneasy about that stairwell and closing and latching that door. She awoke in the middle of the night to see the door wide open and the shadowy figure of a matronly woman standing in the doorway. She forced herself back to sleep, but in the morning, the door was still open. She wondered if this too was the daughter coming home and not expecting guests. But all the family members lived in the new addition, so the daughter didn't have much reason to be where we were. We asked her later and she denied being there. I think something was stirred up by our presence. In my memory, I can see the ghost going from the kitchen to the den and up the stairs, wondering who these people are in her house. But of course, that is probably all my imagination. The Haunted House in Warwick by Apprehensive Paint 90, posted to r/paranormal. When I was pregnant, my kid's father and I stayed at his cousin's house for about a month before we moved into our apartment. It's an old farmhouse in a newly developed area of Warwick, Rhode Island. There are farms and woods in one direction and a small town in the other. We were told when we moved in that the house had been built in the mid-1800s, which to me was super interesting, until my kid's father, I'll call him Brian, remarked at how the stairs seemed awfully dark and creepy for the middle of the day. When I looked, he was right. It gave off such a sinister vibe. We slept in the living room, and at night, I could see through the kitchen, and it was as if the stairs became a dark, uncomfortable void. When we brought this up to Brian's cousin and his wife, they proceeded to laugh and tell us stories of people being pushed down the stairs. I don't think they believed in ghosts. The husband was an abusive drunk and a substance addict, so they had enough problems, clearly. They weren't worried about ghosts. That house was chaotic. The husband and wife were clearly having serious issues, emotionally and financially. They had a 6-year-old son who was afraid to sleep upstairs by himself because the shadows scared him. Great. After only being in the house alone a couple of times, I saw genuine human figures out of the corner of my eye. I would also see these black dots on the floor with what looked like long, spindly legs, running, but when you would look at them straight on, they would just disappear. A few times, I would see a figure out of the corner of my eye. I would look and see one of the family members who I hadn't heard come in. I think that freaked me out the most because how can you explain to yourself seeing a person and sometimes nothing being there, but other times you expect it to disappear and it would in fact be a person? It was so weird. Brian would say how sitting in one chair in the living room, you would always want to look over your shoulder into the doorway, like someone was coming down a set of stairs that used to be there. This also freaked me out, considering that I slept right near that doorway, and I would often get a feeling of someone coming toward me. One day, Brian and I were the only two in the entire house, facing one another about 2 feet away, face to face, talking loud as we usually do. Directly in the middle of us, we heard a woman's voice say, "Shh." I asked if he had said that, and he stared at me with huge eyes and said, "No, did you?" Then we laughed it off. Clearly we were talking too loudly for the inhabitants, apparently. We eventually brought this up to the family, who included a second cousin living upstairs, and they confirmed that they too saw and felt these things. They told us they assumed the black voids that ran on the floor were just one of their dogs and ignored it if it wasn't. The cousin who lived upstairs said the curtains to his closet often moved, like they were being pushed, but he chalked it up to being under the influence or tired. There was no breeze. The wife told me when they first moved there that her son would see a man in a hat, but assumed it was his imagination. How could you live in a house so clearly haunted and just pass it off? The front of the house at night was pretty much avoided by everyone. It was right where it felt like someone was walking by the door frame at you in the living room. One night, I didn't feel like walking all the way around this huge house to the car, so I walked as fast as I could to the car through the front door, and I had to go through that middle section. I heard a deep growling coming from the side of the house. They owned 3 dogs, one of which was a bull mastiff. Too freaked out to call for her, I ran in, and to my horror, all 3 dogs were in the house, so it wasn't the dog. Needless to say, I did not use that entrance again. It was such an emotionally depressing house, and maybe since I was pregnant, I was more aware of everything. There were other weird things, but one of the last conversations I had with one of the roommates renting a back bedroom was about all the stuff going on. Her bedroom was down a long hall at the very end, the only door in this isolated hallway. I told her about Brian and I hearing that shh directly in the middle of us. She explained that she hears the same exact thing in the hallway if she and her son are getting too loud, but she thought it was the owner's young son sneaking into the hallway. I'm not so sure. This story is something that I still can't shake, even though it happened a few years ago. It was a rainy, late evening, and I had just moved into a new apartment. It was an older building, creaky floors, thick walls, the kind that kind of feels like it has some stories to tell. Honestly, I was excited about it. It felt like a fresh start, a new chapter. I spent most of the evening unpacking and settling in, setting up furniture and just trying to make the place feel like home. It was about midnight when I finally decided to go to bed. I turned off the lights and pulled up the covers and settled in for what I thought would be a peaceful night of sleep. But then, just as I was drifting off, I heard it. There was this soft whisper. At first, I thought it was just something in the building settling, but No, it came again, only it was a little louder. I couldn't make out what it was saying, but the voice sounded faintly familiar, like I'd heard it before. I was laying in my bed, kind of frozen. There was no one else in the apartment. It was just me. The door to my bedroom was closed, but I could tell the whisper was coming from just outside, just beyond the door. I got up and thought, well, maybe it's a neighbor, someone calling out or talking in their sleep. But when I opened the door, there was nothing, just the dark hallway. I shrugged it off as my mind playing tricks on me, maybe a late-night weirdness. I went back to bed, convinced it was nothing. But as soon as I lay back down, I heard it again. It was telling me to come closer. I sat up, instantly wide awake. The voice was clearer now, as though it was standing just outside my door. Like it was right there, pressed up against it or something. But there was still no one. No movement, no footsteps, just this whispering. I don't know why, but I got up again and I opened the door just a crack, just enough to peer out into the hallway. Nothing. The air felt colder than it had before. I stepped into the hallway, my footsteps muffled by the carpet, and glanced around. The light from my bedroom door cast a glow outside, but the rest of the hallway was pretty much pitch black. And that's when I heard it again, but even closer. Like it was right behind me. I spun around. At the end of the hallway, I saw the figure of a woman. She was really tall and thin, with long dark hair that hung over her face. Her head was tilted, almost like she was watching me. She didn't move, she just stood there. And then, after what felt like an absolute eternity, she just disappeared. I rushed back into the bedroom and slammed the door and locked it. I thought about calling a friend, but what would I even say? I didn't sleep that night. I stayed awake, listening for any sounds, but the rest of the night was pretty quiet. The next morning, I was pretty exhausted. I told myself it was just a bad dream, or a trick of the mind. I was in a new place, I was probably just freaking out. But for the next few weeks, I would hear those whispers at odd hours just outside the door. Sometimes it was just a soft voice I couldn't really understand. But other times, it was that unmistakable phrase, "Come closer." No thanks. I don't think I will. This happened a while ago, and I still don't know what to make of it. I was staying at my cousin's house for the weekend. It was a quiet, peaceful place, nothing creepy about it at all. But the room that they gave me just had a weird vibe. The bed was old, creaky, and the floorboards seemed to shift when I moved. I mean, most of them do, but I don't know, in just sort of an unnatural way. Still, I figured it was just an old house and there was nothing to worry about. That night, after a long day of hanging out, I crawled into bed, turned off the lights, and tried to fall asleep. But something didn't feel right. Every time I would start to drift off, I would hear this faint scraping sound. It sounded like something was moving under the bed. At first, I thought it was just the house settling. But then the noise came again. It was too deliberate, too rhythmic. I hesitated, then pulled the covers over my head, hoping it would stop. But the sound didn't go away. It was getting closer. I started to panic. What could it be? I finally gathered the courage to get up and shine a flashlight under the bed. There was nothing there, just dust and old boxes. But then, as I was about to pull the flashlight back, I saw it. A shadow, something shifting just beyond the edge of the bed. There was something under there, moving. I bolted out of the room. My heart was pounding, and I didn't go back until the morning. When I checked under the bed again, everything was exactly where it should be. No shadow, no movement. But I knew what I saw. I still don't know what was under that bed, but I haven't stayed in that room since. This happened a few weeks ago, and honestly, it just creeps me out whenever I think about it. I don't know why I'm telling this story, I just kind of want to, get it out of my system. I was getting home late from a friend's place somewhere around midnight. The street was really quiet, and it was just kind of a peaceful silence, that middle of the night vibe in the city. Well, not really a city, more of a suburb, but you know what I mean. Anyway, I pulled into my driveway, and as I parked, I noticed something kind of odd. At the far end of my driveway, right near the street, there was a figure just kind of standing in the shadows. Now, at first, I thought, okay, it's a neighborhood, like maybe somebody's walking their dog. But something was just wrong about it. It was standing completely still, facing me, but there was no movement at all. Not even the usual fidgeting or adjusting that you would see from someone waiting. Just this statue kind of silhouette in the dark. I turned off the car and I sat there for a moment. I didn't really want to get out of the car, but I didn't want to sit there all night either. I couldn't tell if this thing was a person or just a shadow, but my instincts were telling me to stay put, and for once in my life I did. My heart started racing. I was about to call out to see if they needed help. But then the figure slowly stepped backwards, disappearing into the darkness. There was no sound and no movement except for a slow retreat. There wasn't even a bounce, like if someone would take a step. It was almost like the thing was on, like one of those moving sidewalks, you know? I got out of the car and I locked the doors, I ran inside, and I locked everything. I tried to convince myself that it was nothing, a trick of the light, all the stuff you try to tell yourself when you can't explain something. But I don't know what it was, and I kind of hope that it doesn't come back. But it's just made me wonder, what if I hadn't noticed it? What would have happened then? The Screecher on the Mountain. I used to work summers at a ski resort. Off-season, the mountain was quiet. No tourists, just maintenance crews. One night, while checking equipment, I heard this shriek echo across the slopes. It was not an owl or a coyote. I know what pretty much everything on the mountain sounds like, and it wasn't anything I had ever heard before. This was deep and guttural, almost like a person screaming in pain. It echoed closer, and then I saw movement in the tree line. Something tall and hunched, with long arms dragging along the ground. I booked it back to the lodge and locked the door. Apparently, the locals call it the Screecher. They say it comes down the mountain when it's hungry. I did not stick around to find out whether or not I was on the menu. Something Followed Us Home from the Hills by Laura J. I grew up in eastern Kentucky, near Hazard. My family's land backed right up against the hills. Thick woods, old mining roads that don't go anywhere anymore, creeks that flood in spring. Out here, people mind their own business. You hear strange stories, but mostly chalk them up to holler talk. I never thought much of it until the fall I was 15, when something followed us home. It started with my uncle's funeral. He had lived on the far end of the valley, and we had to drive the back roads to get to the church. The funeral was rough, small, quiet, just family. On the way home, my dad decided to take the old strip mine road as a shortcut. The road wound high along the ridge, before dropping back into our part of the holler. We were about halfway across when we saw it. At first, I thought it was a dog standing in the middle of the road, big, black, and low. But when the headlights hit it full, my mom sucked in her breath. The thing was huge, too big to be any dog I had ever seen. Shoulders as high as the hood of our truck, thick body, fur matted and slick. Its head was broad, more like a wolf than a hound, but the eyes glowed red in the beams. It was like they had an internal glow. Dad slowed but didn't stop. The thing didn't move either. It just stood there, breathing hard enough that fog plumed from its mouth in the cool night air. "Lord," Mom whispered. Dad eased around it, tires crunching gravel. As we passed, the thing turned its head and followed us with its eyes. It didn't growl or bark. It just stared. We thought it was over when the road dropped down toward the creek, but a mile later, Mom gasped again. The thing was standing at the tree line, red eyes watching as we passed. Dad floored it the rest of the way home. Our house was a small place, tin roof, porch that looked out on the yard. We piled out of the truck fast, glancing into the woods. The night was too quiet. Inside, we all tried to laugh it off. "Must have been a big stray," Dad said, though even he didn't believe it. We locked the doors and windows anyway. Around midnight, the scratching started. It came from the back door first, long, dragging claws against the wood, slow and deliberate. It was not the frantic scratching of a dog that wanted in. It was slow, long lines that made the hair on my arms stand up. Dad grabbed his shotgun and yanked the curtain back. Nothing there. But then we heard it at the front, nails dragging across the porch boards, pacing, back and forth, heavy footsteps creaking the wood. Mom pulled me and my little brother into the bedroom. We huddled together while Dad stood guard by the door. The scratching went on for what felt like hours, moving from wall to wall, window to window, circling the house. Sometimes it stopped, and I could swear I heard breathing through the glass, deep, wet breaths fogging against the panes. Just before dawn, it went quiet. Dad cracked the door and stepped onto the porch. The boards were scarred with grooves, long and deep. Muddy prints tracked across the porch and yard, prints too large for any dog, shaped more like paws, but with claws digging in. They circled the house again and again, before disappearing into the woods. We didn't talk much about it. Folks around here tell stories about the black dog, the hellhound of Pike County, an omen that shows up before death. Mom said maybe it was just tied to Uncle's passing somehow, some old mountain superstition showing itself. Dad patched the doors and said it was nothing to worry over. But it wasn't done. For weeks we would hear it at night, sometimes scratching, sometimes just the slow thud of something too heavy walking the porch. A couple of times I woke to see those red eyes shining in the tree line from my bedroom window. Always watching and always waiting. One night, it howled. The sound was like nothing I'd ever heard before, and like nothing I've ever heard since. It wasn't a coyote or a dog. It was deep and long. A wail that rolled down the holler and shook the glass in the windows. My little brother cried. Mom prayed under her breath, and Dad just sat with the shotgun across his lap, staring at the door. And then one night, it just stopped. There was no scratching, no pacing, no red eyes in the darkness. Just quiet. 2 days later, Dad's best friend died in a logging accident up the valley. After that, Mom was convinced. Said it wasn't just an animal. Said that it really was the hellhound that came before death. Marked it. Maybe even carried it. Dad didn't argue, and he never laughed it off again. The third floor nobody uses. I've been putting off writing this for months, but after what happened last week, I figured I should get it down somewhere. Maybe someone else who works in one of these old downtown buildings will recognize what I'm talking about. I work for a small accounting firm in Fargo, in one of those old brick buildings on Broadway that's been around since the 1920s. Our office takes up the second floor of a 3-story building, and we've been there for about 8 years. The first floor is a law office. We're on 2, and the third floor has been empty the entire time I've worked there. Well, supposedly empty. The building owner, an older guy named Peterson, always said that he was looking for the right tenant for the third floor. But in all my time there, I never saw anyone go up to look at it. No real estate agents, no potential tenants, nothing. The staircase to the third floor is right next to our office entrance, and you'd think that we would notice people coming and going. I didn't think much about it until about 2 years ago, when I started staying late more often. Tax season, you know how it is. I'd be there until 9 or 10 at night, and that's when I first heard the footsteps. It started as just occasional creaking from upstairs. Old buildings make noise, especially when the temperature changes. But these were not just random settling sounds. They were footsteps. Deliberate, paced walking, like someone was doing laps around the empty floor above us. The first few times I heard it, I thought Peterson was up there doing maintenance or showing the space to someone after hours. But when I mentioned it to my boss, she looked at me funny and said Peterson never went up there anymore. Said that he'd had the utilities shut off to save money, so there wasn't even any heat or electricity on the third floor. And that's when I started paying more attention. The footsteps always followed the same pattern. They'd start at about 8 p.m., right when the law office downstairs closed and their people went home. The walking would begin at what sounded like the front of the building and move in a slow circuit around the entire floor. It took about 5 minutes to complete one lap. Then there'd be a pause, and then another lap. I timed it once. Exactly 5 minutes and 20 seconds for each circuit. 30-second pause between laps, like clockwork. Our office manager, Janet, had been there since the firm opened, so I asked her about the third floor. She got this uncomfortable look and said that she had heard the walking too, but had always assumed it was just building noise. When I pressed her about it, she mentioned that Peterson had told her the previous tenant had left suddenly and had never been replaced. Previous tenant? I asked. I thought it had been empty since before we moved in. Janet looked like she regretted saying anything. Well, that's what Peterson says now. But when we first signed our lease, he mentioned something about the upstairs tenant not working out. I should have let it go, but I'm the kind of person who needs to understand how things work. Numbers, systems, patterns. They all have explanations. Ghost stories don't fit into that worldview. So I decided to stay late one night, specifically to figure out what was making the noise. I brought a small recording device and positioned it near the ceiling, where the sound seemed strongest. Then I sat at my desk and waited. 8 p.m. came and went. No footsteps. I waited until 10:30, but the building was completely quiet except for the usual heating system and street noise. I felt pretty dumb about the whole thing. But when I played back the recording the next morning, I got chills. You could clearly hear the footsteps on the recording, starting at exactly 8 p.m. and continuing for over an hour. The same 5-minute, 20-second pattern, the same 30-second pauses. But I hadn't heard anything while I was sitting there. I played the recording for Janet, and she went pale. "That's exactly what I hear when I work late," she said, "but only when I'm not expecting it." That's when she told me the rest of what Peterson had mentioned about the previous tenant. Apparently it had been another small business, some kind of consulting firm. They'd signed a 3-year lease, but had broken it after only 8 months. Peterson had been vague about why they'd left, just said that it hadn't worked out, and that there had been compatibility issues with the building. Janet had been curious enough at the time to ask the receptionist at the law office downstairs if she knew anything. The receptionist had mentioned that the people upstairs always seemed nervous, and that toward the end of the day, they would start to leave earlier and earlier. By their final month, nobody from the consulting firm was staying past 5 p.m. I started keeping track of the footsteps after that. They happened every night when someone from our office worked late, but only when we were alone in the building. If the law office was still open, no footsteps. If there were multiple people from our firm staying late, no footsteps. It only happened when one person was alone on the second floor after 8 p.m. The pattern never varied. Same route, timing, and pauses. It was like listening to a recording being played back on repeat, except it was happening in real time above my head. About 6 months ago, I got bold, and I decided to actually go up and look around the 3rd floor. I waited until the footsteps had been going on for about 20 minutes. Then I grabbed a flashlight and headed up the stairs. The stairwell was darker than I expected. The law office had motion sensor lights that covered the 1st and 2nd floor landings, but the 3rd floor landing was completely dark. I could see that the door to the 3rd floor was slightly ajar, which seemed odd since I'd always assumed it was locked. I pushed the door open and I stepped inside. The place was completely empty, just like Peterson had said. Bare walls, concrete floors, windows that looked out over Broadway. No furniture or equipment, nothing that could be making footstep sounds. The air was cold and stale, like it had been closed up for a long time. But here's the thing that really got to me. I could still hear the footsteps. They were coming from right where I was standing. I was hearing them from below when I was on the 2nd floor, but now that I was on the 3rd floor, they sounded like they were coming from the 2nd floor. I stood there for maybe 10 minutes, listening to footsteps that seemed to be happening in the exact spot where my desk was located. The same pattern, the same timing, but now they were below me instead of above me. When I went back downstairs, I could hear them coming from the 3rd floor again. I mentioned this to Janet the next day, and she gave me a look that was part concern and part I told you so. She said Peterson had mentioned once that the building had some kind of acoustical quirks due to how it was constructed, but she'd always thought that was just his way of avoiding the subject. The footsteps kept happening regularly for months. In a way, I got used to them. They kind of became part of the routine of working late. 8 p.m., footsteps start, 5 minutes, 20 seconds per lap, 30-second breaks, predictable. But last week, something changed. I was working on a particularly complex audit, and I'd been there until almost 11 p.m. The footsteps had been going for their usual duration, but around 10:30, they stopped. Not gradually and not at the end of a lap, just like mid-circuit. I sat there listening to the sudden silence, and I realized then how much I'd gotten used to that background sound. The building felt different without it, emptier, somehow. And then I heard something that I had never heard before. A single, sharp knock. It came from directly above my desk, like someone had dropped something heavy on the floor upstairs. I waited, but there was nothing else. Just that one knock. The next night, I stayed late again. Partly to finish the audit, but partly to see if the pattern would return to normal. The footsteps started at 8 p.m. as usual, but again they stopped abruptly around 10:30. And again there was a single knock from directly overhead. This has happened every single night since then. The footsteps run their normal pattern for about 2.5 hours, then stop suddenly, and knock once. I don't know what the change means, but it's making me nervous in a way that the normal footsteps never really did. The walking had become predictable, almost comforting in its consistency. This new element feels different and more intentional, and perhaps most unsettling, intentional towards me, like it's being directed at me. Janet thinks I should talk to Peterson about it, but I don't really know what I would say. Hey, your empty third floor has been making footstep sounds for 2 years, but now it's knocking, and I'm wondering if you know why. I've been leaving earlier this week, making sure I'm out of the building by 8 p.m. But that's not a long-term solution, and tax season is coming up again. I'm going to have to work late eventually. Part of me wonders if I should try to find out more about that consulting firm that used to rent the third floor. Maybe they experienced the same thing. Maybe that's why they left early, every day toward the end of their lease. But another part of me thinks some questions are maybe better left unanswered. The footsteps were just a mystery. The knocking feels like communication, and I'm not sure I want to know what's trying to communicate. I've got a key to the building, and Peterson has made it clear that we're welcome to work whatever hours we need to. But I'm starting to think that invitation might not extend to whatever else is working in this building after hours. Tomorrow night, I've got to stay late to finish month-end reports. I'm hoping the pattern goes back to just footsteps. But if that knocking continues or if it changes again, I might have to reconsider whether this job is worth it. Some buildings have history, and some history is better left undisturbed. And some workplaces come with colleagues that you never applied to work with. I Saw Something Move in the Fog at Mount Washington by Alex G. I don't usually talk about this, because people either laugh or tell me that I must have been tired. Maybe I was, but I know what I saw, and it was not just exhaustion. In 2019, I did a summer hike with 2 friends up at Mount Washington in New Hampshire. If you know the place, you know the weather can turn brutal fast. Winds can hit hurricane levels even in July. People die there every year from exposure. We weren't climbing unprepared. We had decent gear, tents, maps, the whole deal. But we decided to stay overnight near the summit, which I deeply regret. The first day was fine. Hard climb, hot sun, sweaty as hell. When we reached the upper section, the clouds had started to roll in. By the time we found a flat enough area to pitch camp, the whole mountain was wrapped in fog. Visibility dropped to maybe 30 feet. The rocks, the cairns, everything looked like ghosts. We set up fast, made dinner on the little camp stove, and then sat wrapped in jackets. It was cold, damp, and quiet. Around 10, my two friends went into the tent. I stayed out, watching the fog churn past my headlamp. It was kind of hypnotic, the way the mist kept folding and stretching. But then I saw something weird. At first, it looked like another hiker coming up the slope. A figure, tall and thin, moving through the fog, maybe, 20 yards away. I clicked my light toward it. Nothing. Just rocks. I figured I had imagined it. Headlamp shadows can play tricks when you're tired. I went into the tent and zipped up. Sometime after midnight, I woke up needing to pee. I unzipped the flap and stepped out. The fog was thicker than it had been before, so heavy it almost felt like wool against my face. I walked a few yards from the tent, and my headlamp beam was kind of bouncing. It was short and weak, but I figured it was enough to get me out there so I could do my business and then get back. But halfway through, I froze. There was someone standing in the fog, some tall gray shape just at the edge of the light. I muttered, "Hello?" My voice sounded small against the mist. The figure tilted. Not its head, but the whole body leaned kind of slow and unnatural, and then straightened again. I backed up until I felt the tent at my heels. The figure didn't move. It didn't vanish like it had before, it just stood there. It looked kind of half dissolved in the fog. It was faint, but solid enough that my brain screamed, "Person." But no hiker would be out wandering at 1 a.m, without a pack, without a light, and completely silent. I ducked back inside the tent. My heart was pounding like crazy. My friends asked me what was wrong, but I said not to worry about it. What could I say? For the next few hours, I didn't sleep at all. I laid awake, listening. More than once, I thought I heard footsteps crunching on the rock outside. I heard somebody kind of messing around with the stuff that was out there. We just had some tin dishes and stuff like that. By the time I woke up, I guess at some point I did fall asleep, the fog was gone and the sun was up. The slope was completely empty. It was just the rocks, cairns, our tent, and nothing else. But about 30 feet from camp, I found prints. They were long and narrow and pressed deep into the gravel, and ended abruptly where the fog had thinned. They weren't boot prints either. I didn't say a word to my friends. We packed up and got off the mountain, and to this day, they have no idea what I encountered out there. And to be fair, neither do I. The face in the window. When I was 12, my family stayed at an old farmhouse for the weekend. My room had a window that faced the woods. Sometime after midnight, I woke up to tapping on the glass. When I looked, there was a face pressed against it. It had really pale skin and wide eyes, and its mouth was stretched into a smile that was just way too big. We were up on the second floor, so there's no way that anybody could have reached that window without a ladder. I pulled the blanket over my head, and I didn't move until morning. When I finally looked, the glass was smeared, like somebody had dragged their hand across it. Something Scratched All Night on the Cabin Walls by Michael R. I was guiding a buddy from out of province on a late winter hunting trip in the Yukon. We weren't after anything serious, mostly snowshoe hare, maybe ptarmigan. The point was just to get him out of the city and into the woods. We planned 2 nights out. I knew of an old trapper's cabin near Ross River. Nothing fancy, but 4 walls and a roof. By the time we snowshoed in, the sun was already setting. The cabin looked like I remembered. Rough logs, tin roof patched in places, small potbelly stove inside. We stacked our packs, got a fire going, and cooked a couple freeze-dried meals. It was quiet out there. The kind of quiet you really only get in the deep cold, where even the trees seem frozen into stillness. We turned in early. My buddy took the cot. I rolled out a bag on the floor, and the fire burned low. I woke to scratching. It started soft. Honestly, it sounded like a mouse in the wall, so that's what I thought it was. But the sound traveled. There was these long strokes dragging across one side of the cabin, and then it would move over to another. It wasn't the frantic scramble of an animal, but deliberate, steady lines. I held my breath. The noise circled from the back wall to the side, and then up toward the roof. My buddy stirred and whispered, "What's that?" I didn't answer because I didn't know. The scratching grew louder. It sounded like claws against wood. It was slow enough that I could hear each groove being drawn, and then there would just be silence. We stared at the ceiling and waited. A minute later, the roof groaned, heavy weight shifting above us, snow sliding down in clumps. And then the scratching began again, right overhead. The stove fire threw weak light across the room. I pulled my rifle closer, but didn't move otherwise. The sound traveled the length of the roof, scraping, and then dropped down the far wall, like something had crawled off the top and was working its way around again. We whispered about what it could be. Wolverine, maybe, but too heavy. Bear, but they would be hibernating. And anyway, a bear wouldn't move that quietly. Around 3 a.m, the scratching stopped. No more weight on the roof. It was just silence, cold and heavy as always. But we didn't sleep. At first light, I opened the door. Fresh snow covered the ground, except for the cabin perimeter. There, pressed deep into the drifts, were tracks. They were not paw prints. They were too long and too narrow for that. Each ended in sharp points that were kind of like claws, but spread wide. Maybe 4 or 5 per mark. The tracks circled the cabin completely, loop after loop, and then trailed off into the trees. We packed fast. We didn't even bother with breakfast. By mid-afternoon, we were back at the truck. My buddy never asked to come hunting again. I've been in those woods plenty since, but I don't use that cabin anymore, and I don't like the sound of claws on wood, even if it's just a squirrel. The Nurse Who Never Left. I'm not someone who goes poking around looking for ghost stories, but sometimes they find you anyway. This happened about 3 years ago when I was working as a freelance photographer doing a series on abandoned buildings across the upper Midwest. Sandhaven Sanatorium, near Dunseith, was on my list because of its historical significance, but I had no idea what I was walking into. For those who don't know, Sandhaven was a tuberculosis sanatorium that opened in 1912 in the Turtle Mountains of North Dakota. Thousands of TB patients received treatment there between 1909 and the end of the TB endemic in the 1940s. It later became a hospital for the developmentally disabled before closing in 1987. The place was massive. It grew into a huge complex of structures, complete with underground tunnels, and it was so large it was given its own zip code. I'd driven up from Bismarck on a gray October morning. The sanatorium is about 10 miles north of Dunseith, tucked back in the hills where you can't really see it from the main road. When I finally found the access road, I understood why people call it one of the most haunted places in North Dakota. The main building is this imposing brick structure that looks like it was designed to intimidate as much as heal. Multiple stories, rows of windows like dead eyes, and that institutional architecture that makes you feel small just looking at it. The whole complex spreads out behind it. Smaller buildings, utility structures, and what I later learned were the staff residences. I parked near the main entrance and started unloading my camera equipment. The place was dead quiet, except for the wind moving through broken windows and the occasional creak of metal somewhere in the complex. I'd photographed plenty of abandoned buildings, but this one felt different from the start. I spent the first hour documenting the exterior and some of the smaller outbuildings. The photography was going well. The gray light was perfect for the mood I was trying to capture. But as I worked my way toward the main building, I started feeling like I was being watched. You know that feeling when someone's staring at you from behind? I kept turning around, expecting to see another urban explorer or maybe a security guard, but there was never anybody there. Just row after row of empty windows looking down at me. I finally made it inside the main building, through a door that had been pried open years ago. The interior was what you would expect from an abandoned hospital. Peeling paint, debris scattered everywhere, graffiti on the walls. But it was the smell that hit me first. It wasn't just that musty odor that most buildings have when they've been closed for decades. It was something else, something medical and antiseptic, like the place was still trying to be a hospital, even though it had been empty for 30 years. The main hallway stretched out in both directions, with rooms branching off on either side. Most of the doors were open, showing small patient rooms with metal bed frames still bolted to the floors. I started photographing methodically, working my way down the hall. Then I heard the first footstep. It was clear and distinct, the sound of a hard-soled shoe on linoleum. It came from somewhere ahead of me, deeper in the building. I stopped and listened, but there was nothing else. I called out, thinking maybe there was another photographer or explorer in the building. But I got no response. I kept working, but the footsteps continued, always ahead of me, always just around the next corner, or up the next flight of stairs. They had a specific rhythm, not the random pace of someone exploring, but the purposeful stride of someone who knew exactly where they were going. By the time I reached the second floor, I was getting seriously creeped out. The footsteps were more frequent now, and they seemed to be leading me somewhere specific. I'd hear them come from the east wing, so I'd head that way, only to hear them shift to the west wing when I got close. The second floor was where most of the patient rooms were located, and it was in a rougher shape than the first floor. Water damage had buckled the floors in places, and some of the ceilings had collapsed. But in one section, there was a series of rooms that were in better condition than the rest. And that's where I saw her. I was setting up a shot in what looked like it had been a nursing station when I noticed movement in my peripheral vision. When I turned to look, there was a woman in white standing at the far end of the hallway. She was too far away to make out details, but she was clearly wearing some kind of uniform, old-fashioned with a long skirt, and what looked like a nurse's cap. I called out to her, but she didn't respond. She just stood there for maybe 10 seconds, then turned and walked through a doorway. I grabbed my camera and headed in that direction, but when I got to the room she'd entered, it was empty, and the doorway that she'd walked through led to a room with no other exits. I spent another 20 minutes searching that section of the building, but I found no trace of anyone else. No footprints in the dust or sounds or anything. But I did keep hearing those footsteps, always just out of sight. The weirdest part came when I was photographing what had been the children's ward. It was a smaller section on the 3rd floor, with rooms that had obviously been designed for younger patients. The walls still had faded cartoon characters printed on them, and there were small beds that looked like they'd been made for children. I was taking pictures of one of these rooms when I heard something that made my blood run cold. Children laughing. Not the happy laughter of kids playing, but something hollow and distant, like it was coming from a very long way away. The laughter lasted maybe 15 seconds, then faded to nothing. But in that silence that followed, I heard something else. A woman's voice, soft and comforting. I couldn't really make out the words, but based on the cadence, it was like someone reading a bedtime story. The tone was unmistakable. It was the voice of someone trying to comfort scared children. I stood there listening to this invisible woman reading to invisible children in a room that had been empty for decades. And I realized I was in way over my head. I packed up my equipment and headed for the exit, but the building wasn't done with me yet. As I made my way back through the main hallway, I started hearing other sounds. Doors opening and closing, the squeak of wheels on linoleum, the distant sound of what might have been medical equipment. The footsteps that had been following me all day were now coming from multiple directions. Not one person walking with purpose, but several people moving through the building like they were just going about their daily routines. It didn't sound like they were coming at me, just like I was in a busy hospital. Nurses making rounds, orderlies pushing carts, staff members checking on patients. I was almost to the main entrance when I heard the voice again, but this time it was much closer. That same woman who'd been comforting the children was now speaking directly to me. "You shouldn't be in here alone," she said. Her voice was kind but firm, like a nurse talking to a patient who was out of bed when they shouldn't be. "It's not safe to wander these halls by yourself." I turned around, and there she was. The woman in white I'd seen earlier, but now she was close enough that I could see her clearly. She was maybe in her 40s, with dark hair pinned back under a white cap. Her uniform was old-fashioned, but clean and pressed, like she'd just started her shift. "Ma'am," I said, because that seemed like the polite thing to do. "I'm just taking some photographs. I'll be leaving soon." She smiled, but it was a sad one. "Everyone leaves," she said. "The patients, the staff, the visitors, everyone leaves eventually. But some of us stay because someone needs to take care of the place." I wanted to ask her what she meant, but she was already turning away. She walked back down the hallway with that same purposeful stride I'd been hearing all day, and I watched her until she disappeared around a corner. I didn't stick around to see if she'd come back. I got in my car and drove straight back to Bismarck, stopping only once for gas and coffee. The whole drive I kept thinking about what she'd said. Someone needs to take care of the place. I developed the photos from that day, and they came out exactly as I'd hoped. Atmospheric, haunting, perfect for the series I was working on. But in several of the shots, especially the ones from the 2nd floor, there are little artifacts that shouldn't be there. Shadows that don't match the lighting. reflections in windows that show rooms different from the ones I was photographing. And in one photo, taken in the children's ward, you can clearly see a woman in a white uniform standing in the background. She's not looking at the camera, but at something off to the side, like she's watching over children who aren't there anymore. I never went back to Sandhaven, but I've talked to other photographers who have. They all report similar experiences, footsteps and voices and feelings of being watched. One guy told me he'd heard children singing nursery rhymes in the pediatric wing. Another said she'd seen lights moving through the building at night, like somebody was making rounds with a flashlight. But they all mentioned the nurse, the woman in white who seems to still be working her shift, decades after the last patient left. Some people think she's a residual haunting, but I think she's more aware than that. I think she knows exactly what she's doing. Sandhaven is considered one of the most haunted locations in North Dakota, with reports of crying babies, faces in windows, and dark shadows wandering the empty halls. After my experience there, I can understand why. It's not just an abandoned building. It's a place where people lived and died, where staff members devoted their lives to caring for the sick and suffering. Maybe that kind of dedication doesn't just disappear when a building closes. Maybe some people are so committed to their work that they keep doing it, even after everyone else has moved on. Sometimes I wonder if that nurse is still there, still making her rounds. Part of me hopes she is. Even abandoned buildings deserve someone who cares about them. But I won't be going back to find out. The tall man on the trail. When I was hiking in Colorado with a buddy, we decided to take a shortcut trail that we had found on an old map. About 2 miles in, the woods went dead silent. There were no birds, no bugs, just nothing. And then we saw this guy, or something shaped like a man, standing down the trail. He had to be at least 7 or 8 feet tall, with arms that hung too long at his sides. We stopped moving, and so did he. But every time we blinked, he seemed closer, like he was covering ground without actually walking. We turned and booked it out of there, ditching our shortcut and taking the long way back. When we finally did look behind us, the trail was empty. But that silence followed us until we reached the main road again. I saw something over the fields. So this happened 3 years ago, and I still think about it pretty much daily. I've never posted about it anywhere because honestly, who's gonna believe this crap? But I keep seeing posts about weird encounters and figured maybe someone else has experienced something similar. I was driving back to Chicago from visiting my sister in Omaha. I took I-80 through Iowa like always. But around Council Bluffs, the interstate was completely screwed due to construction. GPS kept rerouting me through these old back roads that I'd never been on. If you know how it is in Iowa, then you know, once you get off the main highways, it's just endless corn and soybeans with maybe a farmhouse every few miles, at least in the area that I was in. It was late September, probably around 9 p.m. I still had maybe 2 hours left to drive, and I was getting tired. The construction detour had already added an hour to my trip. I remember being pissed because I had to work the next morning, and I was going to be exhausted. I was somewhere between nowhere and nothing. I couldn't even tell you what county. The GPS said I was on County Road something or other, but there weren't any signs. Just this narrow 2-lane road, cutting straight through cornfields that stretched to the horizon. The corn was tall, maybe 8 feet, and it created these walls on both sides of the road. Then my phone died. Wasn't just a low battery, it was completely dead, which I thought was weird because I had plugged it into the car charger the whole time, and it had been at like 60% when I last checked. I tried the charger, tried turning it back on, nothing. My car's built-in GPS was one of those ancient things that barely worked on a good day, so I was basically flying blind. I figured I'd keep driving straight until I hit something recognizable. Rural Iowa roads usually connect to other roads eventually, right? But I drove for maybe 20 minutes without seeing a single intersection, driveway, or farmhouse. Just corn. The road was in decent shape, but there were no mile markers, no signs, nothing. Then I noticed the silence. I had the radio on, but it was just static across every station. Even the really powerful ones from Des Moines and Cedar Rapids that usually come in clear. Dead air. I turned it off, and that's when I realized how quiet everything was. No wind, no insects, nothing. In Iowa farm country in September, you should at least hear crickets. Maybe some cattle lowing in the distance. This was like someone had hit a mute button on the entire world. I slowed down and rolled the other window down to listen better. The only sound was my engine and tires on asphalt. Even that seemed muffled somehow. That's when I saw the light. At first I thought it was just another car coming up behind me. Single headlight. Maybe a motorcycle? But when I checked the rearview mirror, the light was way too bright and too high up, like 20 feet above the road. It was keeping pace with me, maybe a quarter mile back. I sped up to maybe 65 on this little country road, which was probably stupid, but I just wanted to see what would happen. The light kept the same distance. I slowed down to 40. Same thing. It was definitely following me. The light wasn't white like a headlight, or yellow like a streetlight. It was this pale blue color that hurt to look directly at. And it didn't cast light on anything around it, which didn't make any sense. A light that bright should have been illuminating the corn, the road, something. But it was like the light just stopped existing a few feet from the source. I drove for maybe another 10 minutes with this thing following me. My hands were sweating, and I was starting to get that sick feeling in your stomach when you know something is really wrong. I kept thinking maybe it was a helicopter, but there was no sound, not even the thrum of rotors in the distance. Then the road started to curve slightly to the left, and I lost sight of the light for maybe 30 seconds. When the road straightened out again and I could see behind me clearly, it was gone. I thought maybe I'd lost whatever it was, but then I noticed something ahead. The corn on the right side of the road was bent over in this perfect circle, maybe 50 feet across. It wasn't cut down, it was just pushed flat, like something heavy had pressed down on it from above. And in the center of the circle, there was that same pale blue light, but dimmer now, like it was farther away. I should have stopped. Part of me wanted to, but a bigger part of me was screaming to get the hell out of there. I kept driving, but I couldn't help staring at that circle as I passed it. The light seemed to pulse gently, and I swear I could see shapes moving around it. Not animal shapes. They were too tall, too thin. About a mile past the circle, I hit a T intersection with a bigger road that had actual road signs. County Road F31, which meant that I was near Walnut. I'd been through Walnut before on other trips. I turned right toward I-80, and within 15 minutes I was back on the interstate, with normal traffic, and then my phone mysteriously started working again. I checked the time when my phone came back on. I'd been on those back roads for almost 2 hours, but it felt like maybe 30-45 minutes. And according to the GPS, the route that I'd taken didn't exist. When I pulled up the map later, there was no connecting road from where I'd started to where I'd ended up. It was just empty farmland. I've driven I-80 through Iowa maybe a dozen times since then, and I've never seen that construction zone or those detour signs. I've looked up that circle in the corn, too, searched for news reports about crop circles near Walnut, but never found anything. I know that there are people who think every single crop circle is fake just because some are, but this didn't look like the faked ones, at least from what I could see. It really looked like something had landed there. It was just the strangest thing. The weird part, though, the part that really freaks me out to this day, is my car's odometer. When I got home and I was unloading my stuff, I noticed it had only added about 30 miles from my sister's place. But Omaha to Chicago is 470 miles. I should have been at least 400 miles further along on the odometer. I still take I-80 through Iowa whenever I visit my sister, but I make sure to leave during daylight now, and I keep my phone fully charged. I haven't seen anything like that since. But sometimes when I'm driving through the rural stretches, I get this feeling like something is watching from just beyond the corn. Anyway, that's my story. I still don't know what I saw out there, but I know that it happened. What My Dad Saw at Block Island by Shori Knott. Posted to r/paranormal. Hey y'all, I've only recently found this sub, and it got me thinking about something my father experienced sometime between 2005 and 2009. Forgive me the huge range, it was just a long time ago, and I only remember which school I was in at the time. I'm just curious to hear some outside opinions on this, as it's always been and remains one of the scariest stories to my family and me. We were on Block Island for an academic talk my stepmother was giving at a conference. It wasn't what young, teenaged me would consider a fun trip. The weather was dreary, and most of the time, I was just sitting bored in the hotel room reading. At some point over the course of the weekend, my dad said he was going to go for a walk, and he left me there with my book. I thought nothing of it. A while later, he bolted back into the hotel room and shut the door. There was something about the speed at which he did so, and the look on his face, that alerted me to something being up. I asked him what happened, and he shook his head and said nothing, and then crossed to the window and twitched the curtains aside to stare down toward the beach. He looked very bothered, but he wasn't really the type to give details if he didn't want to, so I left it alone and forgot all about it. Fast forward to after the conference, when we were off Block Island and safe at home. My dad told my stepmother and me that he had something to tell us, and that's been freaking him out. He's not really the scary story type, and he's not spiritual. He's not easily frightened. He is an academic through and through, logical to a fault. I knew he was serious, and seriously scared, because he didn't even want to tell us what happened until we were home. Anyway, the story was this. He had walked down to the sandy cliff edge, where the land dropped off a bit toward the beach, and he'd been looking all around at the old houses that lined the way. He liked old houses, so that was pretty normal. At some point, he noticed one house was decrepit and abandoned, and he got curious. He picked his way down the dune cliffs and made his way toward the house. He said the wall had a huge hole in it, and he could see that the inside was pretty smashed up as well. He got closer and poked his head into the hole to check out the interior. He said he had just enough time for his eyes to adjust to the light, to notice that the ceiling of the room had collapsed, and that he could see straight up into the second story. That's when movement on the opposite wall caught his attention. He shifted his gaze and saw what he said he could only describe as the shape of a large man, but with no legs, climbing hand over hand up the wall and into the shadows of the second floor. He was so startled he leapt back away from the house, and was so deeply and immediately chilled that he ran all the way back to the hotel. He finished the story every time he told it from then on by saying, "I'm not saying it was supernatural. I'm just saying I have zero rational explanation for what the hell I saw, and I never want to go back to that island again." It really scared him, and over the years since we've tried to brainstorm logical explanations, the best that we've ever come up with is a homeless amputee. I know. Our other best guess was a huge bat. He continues to insist that whatever it was huge and way stronger and better at climbing than any human should be. The whole time we were on that island, I hated it. Not just for the dreary weather, but because it did really feel weird. Maybe I'm attributing more eerie feelings to the memory now, but that's how it seems. I'm wondering if anyone else in the area has any stories or experiences or opinions on Block Island. Any local cryptids I should be aware of? I'm interested to know. The thing over Highway 83. So this happened about 3 years ago, and I still can't really explain it. I was driving solo from Minneapolis to Calgary for a job interview, taking the scenic route through North Dakota, because I'm an idiot who thought it would be interesting. Well, let me tell you, there's a lot of nothing between Minot and Williston, and I learned that the hard way. No offense to North Dakotans. It was late October, probably around 9 p.m., and pitch black except for my headlights cutting through the endless stretch of Highway 83. No other cars for miles. Just me, my beat-up Honda Civic, and whatever podcast I was half listening to. It was the kind of darkness you really only get in rural areas, where there's literally nothing for dozens of miles. No farmhouses or gas stations, just rolling plains and the occasional oil derrick silhouetted against the sky. I'd been driving for about 6 hours, and I was getting that weird road trip brain fog where you're not really paying attention to anything except staying between the lines. My gas tank was sitting at about a quarter full, which should have been fine to get me to Williston, but I was starting to second-guess myself. The GPS kept saying, "Continue straight for 47 miles," or whatever, and honestly, that kind of distance starts messing with your head when you're surrounded by absolutely nothing. That's when I noticed the light. At first, I thought it was another car coming up behind me, maybe a semi with really bright headlights. But when I checked my rearview mirror, there was nothing there. The light, it turned out, was coming from above and slightly to my left, maybe a few hundred feet up. It wasn't like airplane lights either. No blinking, no red and green navigation lights, just this steady white glow that seemed to be keeping pace with my car. I slowed down from 70 to about 50, thinking maybe it was some kind of aircraft that I wasn't familiar with. Military drone or something, since there are Air Force bases scattered around that area. But the light slowed down too, maintaining the same relative position. That's when I started to get a knot in my stomach. I pulled over to the shoulder and I killed the engine. The light stopped too, just hovering there, maybe 200 yards away and a couple hundred feet up. It was totally silent. There was no engine noise, no rotor blades, nothing like that. This was just a soft white light that wasn't quite bright enough to hurt your eyes, but definitely wasn't natural. This is the weird part, though. I wasn't scared. I mean, I should have been terrified, right? But instead, I felt this strange kind of calm, like everything was exactly as it should be. I got out of the car and stood there on the gravel shoulder, just looking up at this thing. The October air was cold enough that I could see my breath, but I wasn't shivering. I just stood there, watching this light hover above the empty highway. It moved closer. Not fast, just a smooth glide that brought it down to maybe 100 feet above the road. That's when I could see that it wasn't just a light. There was definitely something solid behind it. Dark metal or something similar, shaped like a flattened oval, maybe 30 feet across, though it's hard to judge distances in the dark. The light was coming from the bottom. Not like a spotlight, but more like the entire underside was glowing. I stood there for what felt like forever, but in reality it was probably 2 or 3 minutes. The thing just hovered there, completely motionless, except for this barely perceptible humming. It was a kind of noise that I felt more than heard. Kind of like if you're standing too close to power lines. My phone was in the car, but I didn't even think about grabbing it to take a picture. I was completely entranced and focused on this object. It was like nothing else in the world existed. And then it started moving again, drifting slowly north along the highway. I watched it for about a half a mile before it suddenly shot straight up and disappeared. There was nothing gradual about it. It was just gone in less than a second. One moment it was there, and the next it was just a dark road, like nothing had been there. I got back in my car and sat there for another 10 minutes, trying to process what I had just seen. All the fear I should have felt before started to flood in. My hands were shaking when I turned the key. It was this weird kind of adrenaline rush. I knew I had just witnessed something that fundamentally changed how I understood the world. The rest of the drive to Williston was completely normal. I stopped at a Casey's gas station on the outskirts of town, and the clerk asked me if I was okay, because apparently I looked rattled. I bought a coffee and some gas station pizza and tried to act normal, but my brain was still stuck on what had happened out there on Highway 83. I've told maybe 3 other people about this, and their reactions were pretty much what you would expect. My buddy Jake thinks I was hallucinating from road trip fatigue. My sister thinks it was a military aircraft, and my ex-girlfriend thought I was making the whole thing up for attention, which honestly hurt more than I expected. But here's what bothers me the most. I drive that same route pretty regularly now for work, and I've never seen anything like it again. I've driven through that exact same stretch of highway at night, dozens of times. Every once in a while, I stop at the same place where I pulled over. But there's nothing there. Just empty road and empty sky. I've done some research since then, mostly late-night internet rabbit holes when I can't sleep. It turns out there have been other UFO sightings in that area over the years. Nothing recent that I could find, but enough reports from the 80s and 90s to make me wonder if there's something about that particular stretch of North Dakota that attracts weird stuff. The rational part of my brain knows there's probably a rational explanation. Weather balloons, experimental aircraft, some kind of atmospheric phenomenon I've never heard of. But the part of me that was standing on that empty highway 3 years ago knows what I saw. It was not a plane, it was not a helicopter, and it definitely wasn't anything from this planet. I still take Highway 83 when I'm driving to Canada. Part of me hopes I'll see it again, and part of me hopes I never do. There's something really unsettling about having an experience that you can't explain or replicate, especially when it happens in the middle of nowhere with no witnesses. Sometimes I wonder if I should have tried to communicate with it somehow, flashed my headlights or waved or something. But honestly, I was so focused on observing it that it never occurred to me to interact. And maybe that was for the best, who knows. Anyway, that's my weird North Dakota UFO story. Take it or leave it, I guess. I know how it sounds, but I also know what I saw that night on Highway 83. What you choose to believe, well, that's up to you. Eyes in the fog. The fog came in heavy off the lake that night, thick enough that the lantern light looked strangled before it reached 10 feet. We'd pitched camp on a low rise of sand and gravel just above the water line. Behind us, the tree line rose dark and close. By dusk, the whole shoreline had vanished into a wall of gray, and sound carried strange, as if the fog bent it. There were 4 of us. Me, Matt, Danielle, and Chris. We had driven out for a weekend away, just tents and a fire by the lake. No service, no rangers, no cabins. You really only find yourself in a place like that by word of mouth, or if you've studied the old topo maps long enough. The first odd thing was the quiet. Lakes usually have their own language. Frogs, insects, loons calling across the water. That night, the fog smothered it all. The only noise was our fire popping, and the nervous laughter we used to fill the uncomfortable silence. When it started, I thought it was my imagination. A heavy step somewhere in the tree line behind us, followed by the slow crunch of pine needles under weight. I froze and cocked my head. The sound stopped when I did, and then it came again, deliberate, careful, circling the camp. Matt heard it next. He grabbed the flashlight and swept the beam through the fog. The light only made the dark thicker. The trees appeared in sudden slashes. Trunks, branches, empty gray, but nothing else. Then Danielle whispered, "There." I turned where she pointed. The fog shifted, thinned for a breath, and in that moment I saw them. Eyes. Dozens. Too many. Reflections of our light glinting back at us. But they were wrong. Too high off the ground, some at least 10 feet up. Too wide apart, like the skulls behind them didn't belong to anything human. And worst of all, they did not blink. They held still as glass, unbroken rows staring through the mist. We stood, frozen. The fire crackled, throwing sparks into the fog that swallowed them instantly. My skin prickled. Chris swore under his breath and swung his own light at them, trying to force the shapes into something. Deer, raccoons, anything that made sense. But the eyes did not flinch, did not scatter, did not move. And that's when the sounds started. First, they were faint, like a baby crying deep in the trees. High, thin wails that rose and fell. My stomach turned because it wasn't muffled the way sound should be in fog. It was clear, sharp, like it came from right behind the nearest tree. Then another voice joined it. A man calling out, distant but urgent. "Help me! Please! Help me!" Danielle took a step toward the tree line before I caught her arm. "Don't!" I hissed. "It's not real." but she shook me off. "What if it is?" she said. Her voice was thin and trembling. "What if someone's out there?" As if in response, the man's voice came again, louder this time, breaking, pleading. "Help, please, I'm hurt." The eyes did not move, they just glowed in the fog, row after row, higher and higher until I lost count. The baby cried again, louder and more desperate. My scalp prickled. It wasn't natural. There was no echo or distance, just a sound dropped into the night, like a needle on vinyl. Chris threw another log on the fire. Sparks flared. The flames leapt higher, and for a split second, the fog pulled back enough to show more. The eyes weren't floating after all. They sat in faces, or something like faces. Shapes loomed just beyond the tree line, tall and broad and wrong, like trunks that bent forward, hunched shapes that had been waiting all along. And then, silence. The crying stopped. The man's voice vanished mid-word. The woods went dead again, so quiet that my own pulse was all I could hear. We backed toward the tents, keeping the lights on the tree line. No one spoke. The fire burned high, wood hissing, but the eyes never wavered. At some point, I couldn't say when, they disappeared. I blinked and the fog was just fog again, blank and thick. The tree line stood empty. None of us slept. We stayed by the fire until it sank to embers, each of us waiting for the eyes to return, but the woods kept their silence. At dawn, the fog began to lift. Light came in pale and weak, showing the shore again, the trees, the pale strip of water lapping at the sand. It should have been a relief, and for a moment it was, until we saw the prints. They started at the tree line, huge depressions in the damp earth, each one shaped like a foot, but far too large, twice the size of mine, bare and human-shaped, but not quite. The toes were long, curled into the soil, perhaps like claws. The stride was long enough to make my legs ache just looking at it. The prints led down the slope, straight past our camp, right between the fire pit and the tents. None of us had seen or heard them cross. They continued down to the water's edge, one after another, until the last impressions vanished into the lake. The surface lay smooth, untouched, except for the prints that disappeared beneath it. We left before the sun fully broke the fog. I don't remember packing. I just remember the silence following us up the trail, and the certainty that if I turned back, I'd see something worse than eyes. My dog refused to enter the woods. This happened last September, just outside of Bellingham, Washington. I live a little out of town, and most days I walk this wooded trail behind my place that cuts through the edge of Whatcom County parkland. It's familiar, quiet, mossy, peaceful. I've walked it hundreds of times with my dog, Brooke. He's a big dumb mutt who loves chasing squirrels and is never afraid of anything. Everyone's a friend. Until that day. We were about a half-mile in when the trees started getting denser, and the lights always a little dim even at noon. Rook was trotting ahead, leash loose, sniffing at everything like usual. And then he just stopped. Dead stop. His ears were forward and his tail was down. I looked up to see what he saw. Someone was standing in the middle of the trail, maybe 30 feet ahead. And I swear to God, it was me. Same height, same ratty green backpack and black hoodie with the bleach stain on the sleeve. Same boots, everything. Just standing there motionless, staring straight at us. I blinked hard, thinking it was some kind of weird reflection or a trick of the light. But no. The person moved. Just a little tilt of the head, like he was checking me out. I took a step forward and said, "Hey, what the hell?" That version of me turned slowly and walked off the trail. Just disappeared into the woods to the left. I expected to hear twigs snapping or leaves rustling or something, but I didn't. He just slipped into the soundless part of the forest. Rook didn't move. I tugged the leash and he resisted, growling low. And then he backed up. He actually backed up behind me, which he's never done. I crouched to get a better look at where the figure had gone. There's no path that way. It's really thick brush and uneven ground. But I could see footprints. Not clear ones, but enough of an impression to know something had walked through. I don't know what came over me, but I took one step toward that break in the trees, and Rook lost it, barking, pulling back, totally panicked. He wasn't trying to protect me. He was trying to get me out of there. And I listened. We left, fast. The whole way back, Rook kept looking over his shoulder, and to be honest, so did I. That hoodie, the one with the bleach stain, I threw it away that night. I couldn't even stand to look at it anymore. I've walked that trail since, but I never go past the bend where we saw him. Rook won't even go near it. The Faint Cry by Jeremy L. So this happened about 3 weeks ago, and I'm still trying to wrap my head around it. I've been hiking solo for years, mostly in Pennsylvania since I live in Pittsburgh, and I thought that I had seen everything the Allegheny National Forest had to throw at me. Turns out I was dead wrong. I'd planned a 4-day backpacking trip through some of the more remote sections near Tionesta Creek area. Nothing too crazy, just wanted to get away from people and clear my head after a particularly brutal work quarter. The weather forecast looked pretty decent for mid-October, and I figured the fall colors would be worth the drive up from the city. The first 2 days went pretty much exactly as I had planned it. Perfect hiking weather, decent campsites, barely saw another soul, except for one group of hunters heading out on day 2. I followed this trail that wasn't even officially marked. It was just some old logging road that connected to some game trails deeper in the forest. The kind of place where your phone has 0 bars and you can actually hear ringing in your ears because it's so quiet. I loved it. I was on my 3rd day out, maybe 8 miles from the nearest parking area, when I first heard this weird sound. It was just this faint sound kind of drifting through the trees ahead of me. At first, I thought it was a hawk or maybe an owl making some weird call I wasn't familiar with. The sound was thin and reedy, almost like a whistle, but not quite. It lasted maybe 3 or 4 seconds, and then stopped. I kept walking. The trail was getting rougher, and I was more focused on not twisting an ankle on the loose rocks than I was about whatever this thing was. About 10 minutes later, though, I heard it again. It was the same sound, but this time it was like it was coming from my left, where before it had been straight ahead. That got my attention, because wind doesn't usually change the direction of bird calls that dramatically. I stopped walking and listened. The The forest was doing that thing where everything goes quiet at once. Even the wind had died down. After about 30 seconds of nothing but this really uncomfortable stillness, I started to move again. The third time I heard it, I actually stopped and pulled out my water bottle, just to have an excuse to stand still and listen. This time, the sound came again, and this time there was something different about it. It was still faint and distant, but there was a quality to it, something that made the hair on my arms stand up. It wasn't quite animal anymore. There was something almost, desperate about it. I'm not the type to spook easily. I've spent more than enough time alone in the woods to know that your brain can start playing some tricks on you when you've been alone for too long. Every stick breaking becomes a bear. Every shadow becomes something watching you. I know that, but this didn't feel like that. The sound had a pattern to it. 3 short bursts, then silence, then 3 more. I kept hiking and just told myself that it was probably some animal I wasn't familiar with. Pennsylvania has plenty of wildlife that I don't regularly encounter living in the city, even for all my experience out here. It could be a fisher cat or a bobcat. They make some pretty unsettling noises. But the calls just kept following me. Not constantly. Sometimes I could go 20 or 30 minutes and never hear a thing. And then out of nowhere, it would start up again. It always seemed to come from a different direction. And every time, it sounded less like an animal, and more like someone calling for help. By late afternoon, I was starting to get genuinely unsettled by the whole thing. The calls were coming more frequently, and they were definitely getting closer. What really bothered me was how they seemed to track my movement. When I stopped, they stopped. When I changed direction, they would start up again from whatever direction I was heading. I found a decent spot to set up camp earlier than usual. A small clearing next to what looked like an old foundation, probably from a cabin that had been torn down decades ago. The sun was still up, but I really wanted to get my tent set up and a fire going long before dark. Something about those calls made me not want to be fumbling around with my gear after sunset. As I was setting up my tent, the calls started again. But this time they were way closer, maybe 50 yards away through the trees. And there was no mistaking it now. Whatever was making that sound was definitely trying to mimic human speech. The 3-burst pattern had turned into something that almost sounded like "help me," but stretched out and distorted. I dropped my tent stakes and just stood there, listening. Then the calls came again. They were even clearer than before. It really did sound like someone in distress. But there was something off about the cadence. It was like somebody had heard human speech before, but they didn't really understand the mechanics of replicating it the right way. My first instinct was to grab my flashlight and go investigate. If somebody was actually hurt out there, I needed to help. We take care of each other out there. But something just held me back. Maybe it was the way the calls had been following me all day. Or maybe there was something primitive and some survival instinct kicked in. Either way, I decided to just wait and see what happened. I got my fire going, and I sat down on a log to eat dinner. The calls continued sporadically as the sun set, always from just inside the tree line around my clearing. It was close enough that I should have been able to see somebody if they were really there, but far enough away that the shadows made it impossible to make out any details. I kept telling myself that if somebody really did need help, and they could obviously move since this thing had been tracking me, they could just walk into the clearing and ask me. They were that close. Around 9 p.m., though, the calls stopped completely. Something about that sudden silence was almost worse than the sound had been. I kept my fire burning bright, and my flashlight was within easy reach. But I didn't hear anything else for the rest of the night, except normal forest sounds. Owls, the occasional branch falling, wind in the trees, stuff like that. I barely slept, though. Every little noise had me sitting up in my sleeping bag, straining to listen. But whatever had been out there seemed to have moved on. The next morning, I packed up early and I started hiking back toward my car. I was maybe 2 miles from the parking area when I heard the calls one last time. But now, they were behind me, back in the direction I'd come from, and they sounded different, like frustrated, like whatever was making them was upset that I was leaving and hadn't fallen for it. I'm happy to say that, obviously, I made it back to my car without any other incidents. But the whole drive home, I just could not shake that feeling that something had been watching me and tracking me that entire last day. But more than that, it felt like, I don't know, like something was studying me. Like it was trying to figure out how to better mimic what it had heard. I've been hiking in those woods for 15 years. And I've never experienced anything like that before or since. I've looked up every animal call I could find, and nothing matches what I heard. The closest thing is recordings of fox vocalizations, but even those don't have that weird, artificial quality that these sounds had. Part of me wants to go back and investigate further, but a bigger part of me thinks that maybe some things are just better left alone. Whatever was out there in the Allegheny that day, I really don't want to meet it face to face, and I'm probably going to stick to the more popular trails for a very long time. The creature in the barn. This happened 3 years ago, just outside of Hannibal, Missouri. I own a small farm, nothing fancy. Corn, a few goats, a handful of chickens. It's quiet out here. Sometimes a little too quiet, but I like it. It was just after 2 a.m. when I woke up to a banging sound out by the barn. Sometimes we get like a storm or a loose sheet of metal or something, but this wasn't like that. This was steady and rhythmic. It seemed on purpose. At first, I just thought one of the goats had kicked something over. Grabbed my flashlight, slipped on my boots, walked outside to see what in the world was going on. The air was dead still. There wasn't even wind. Not even the sound of crickets or night bugs. The barn door was ajar, swinging gently, and I know that I latched it earlier. I stepped inside, expecting to find a raccoon or maybe even a coyote sniffing around. Instead, everything was still. The goats weren't making a sound. They were pressed to the far wall, completely silent, eyes fixed on the far corner near the hay pile. And that's where I saw it. It was maybe 3 feet tall, crouched low behind the feed barrels. Pale, almost translucent skin, like damp porcelain. Its limbs were thin and way too long for its body. There was no hair and no mouth that I could see. But what hit me hardest were the eyes. Massive, glossy, like polished onyx. It didn't move. It just stared at me. And then, inside my head, I heard, or rather gathered, impressions and images, flashes of something I didn't understand. There was a field of stars. One was a burning shape falling out of the sky. Another was a circle of people standing in the woods, but their faces were totally blank, like robots that hadn't been turned on. And there was this tone, a sound that drilled straight through me. It wasn't painful, but it was wrong, like it didn't belong in this world. I couldn't move, I couldn't speak. I don't know if I was afraid, or if it felt more like I was being held in place, to be observed. And then it tried to say something. It repeated this phrase over and over. It was telepathic, I suppose, but broken, like static in thought form, and I couldn't make any sense of it. The only part that stuck with me was return before waking, return before waking. It backed into the shadows, and the moment it disappeared behind the barrels, the barn lights, yeah, the ones not even connected to power anymore, flickered on for a split second. Then it was total darkness again. I bolted, left the barn open. I didn't even care. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. The next morning, I went out to see if maybe I was wrong. Maybe there was something totally logical that I just misinterpreted. But there weren't any tracks. There wasn't a sign of entry. One of my goats was missing, but there was no blood or broken fence or anything that would denote a struggle. Just gone. I've sealed the barn since. I tell people it's termites and nobody's asked twice. But sometimes, when I'm dozing off, I think about that phrase, return before waking. I have no idea what it means. Maybe that's for the best. The pale hand in the barn. When I was a little kid, my grandparents had a barn on their property that we were not supposed to play in. Naturally, that meant that we always did. One afternoon, I climbed up into the loft, and I was about to jump down into the hay when I felt something grab my ankle. When I looked down, I saw this weird pale hand reaching out of the hay pile. It had these long, thin fingers that were super bony. I screamed and I scrambled out of there. When my grandpa came running, we tore the hay apart, but we never did find anything. He made us promise to never go in again, and he nailed the loft shut that same night. The abduction memory. I live alone in a cabin about 30 minutes outside of Boulder, Colorado. Remote enough to be quiet, close enough to civilization if I need groceries or cell signal. I've always been a light sleeper, but one night early in spring, I woke up in a way that didn't feel normal. It felt like dropping into my body. I didn't have a dream. I didn't hear anything. I was just suddenly aware, in bed, heart pounding, every hair on my arms standing up. The first thing that I noticed was the time. It was 3:47 a.m. The second was that I had no idea how I had gotten into bed. I remember reading on the couch earlier that night. I hadn't even brushed my teeth. But now I was under the blankets, fully dressed except for my socks, which were on the floor beside the bed, neatly paired. I don't sleep in clothes. I sleep in pajamas. Sometimes just a t-shirt and boxers. And I definitely don't line my socks up like that. I sat up. My whole body felt wrong, like the inside of my bones was humming. Not pain, just like a low-level static under my skin. And when I stood up, I got this weird head rush, like stepping off of a carnival ride that hadn't stopped spinning yet. I stumbled into the bathroom to splash some water on my face, and that's when I saw the marks. Geometric shapes, almost like bruises, but more precise. thin triangles nested inside circles, with narrow lines connecting them like circuitry. 2 on my left forearm, 1 at the base of my neck, another near my hip, right above the waistband of my sweats. The skin wasn't raised. No itching, no soreness. They looked almost printed. I didn't know what to do. I just stood there, under the buzzing fluorescent light, heart racing, trying to convince myself it was a weird sleepwalking injury or something. But I don't sleepwalk, and these weren't scrapes or bruises. They were too perfect, too clean. The worst part? When I looked in the mirror again, I caught a flicker. Just for a second, behind me, like a shadow ducking out of frame. But when I turned, there was nothing but an empty hallway. The marks faded after 3 days. They never changed color or peeled, they just vanished. I've checked the skin under black light, but never found anything. I've set up cameras in my room, but they have recorded nothing but me. But every now and again, I wake up the same way, snapped into my body, breath caught in my throat, time on the clock always between 3:40 and 3:50 a.m. I haven't had any marks since, but I have started having these vivid flashes in my dreams. Lights I don't recognize, angles that don't make any sense. Something happened that night. I think it's been happening since then, and I don't think it's finished. The thing on the roof. When I was in college, I rented a tiny cabin outside of town. It was cheap, surrounded by trees, and a little too quiet, but I really liked it. One night, I was reading when I heard heavy footsteps above me. This was not the sound of squirrels or raccoons. These were slow, deliberate steps, like a person walking from one end of the roof to the other. I grabbed a flashlight and went outside, but I couldn't see anything. The next night, it happened again. The same slow pacing. I called a buddy to come over. He sat with me, and sure enough, around midnight, the steps started. This time, though, they were louder and dragging. It was almost like claws scraping shingles. We rushed outside together, shining the flashlight everywhere. The roof was empty, but the dirt around the cabin showed these massive prints, 3-toed, deep enough that I couldn't cover them with my hand. I moved out before the month was over. Night shift at the pumping station. So this happened about 3 months ago, and I'm still not sure what to make of it. I work maintenance for the city of Des Moines, and my shift runs midnight to 8 a.m. Mostly it's just checking equipment, making sure the water treatment plants are running smoothly, that kind of thing. It's pretty boring work, but the pay is decent, and I don't have to deal with people. The route takes me all over the city, but there's this one spot I have to check every night at about 3 a.m. It's down by the Raccoon River, near where it splits off from the Des Moines River. There's a pumping station there that feeds into the storm drain system. The whole area is kind of weird. You've got the river on one side, then this strip of woods maybe 50 yards wide, and then you hit the industrial district. During the day, it's busy with truck traffic, but at night, it's dead quiet, except for the water and whatever's living in those trees. I'd been doing this route for about 2 years when things started to get a little strange. First, it was just sounds. You know how rivers sound at night, that constant white noise of water moving over rocks and debris. But sometimes I'd hear something else mixed in. Like breathing. Deep, steady breathing that didn't match the rhythm of the water. I figured it was just my imagination, or maybe some homeless guy had set up camp in the woods. Wouldn't be the first time. Then I started finding tracks. The pumping station sits on this concrete pad maybe 20 feet from the tree line. There's gravel around it, then grass, then the woods start. One morning I was doing my usual inspection when I noticed these impressions in the grass. At first I thought they were dog prints, but they were huge, like bigger than my hand huge. And the spacing was all wrong. Whatever made them was walking upright. I took some pictures with my phone, but they came out blurry. The lighting down there is terrible. Just one security light on a pole, and it's half burned out. I meant to report it to get it fixed, but honestly I kept forgetting. The pictures just looked like shadows anyway. The tracks kept showing up, always in the same area, always leading from the woods toward the pumping station and then back again. Sometimes there'd be 4 or 5 sets, like whatever it was had been pacing back and forth. I started bringing a better flashlight and checking the tree line more carefully, but I never saw anything. Just those damn tracks in the morning. My supervisor, Dave, asked if I had seen any evidence of vandalism down there, because apparently someone had called in a complaint about unusual activity near the river. I told him about the tracks, and he just shrugged it off. Said it was probably just deer, or maybe someone's dog got loose. But I know what deer tracks look like, and these were not deer or dog tracks. The smell started about a week later. You know that smell when you drive past roadkill that's been sitting in the sun for a few days? It was like that, but worse. Rotten meat mixed with something else that I couldn't identify. Kind of musky like a wet dog, but sharper. It would hit me as soon as I got out of the truck. Some nights it was so bad I had to breathe through my mouth while I did the inspection. I started rushing through that stop. Get in, check the gauges, get out. But the company has GPS tracking on all vehicles, so I couldn't just skip it entirely. Plus, Dave would ask questions if my times were off. The night I saw it was a Tuesday. I remember because I'd been listening to this podcast about the Iowa caucuses, and they always update on Tuesdays. It was late October, cold enough that my breath was fogging up. The trees had mostly lost their leaves, so I could see deeper into the woods than usual. I pulled up to the pumping station like always. The smell hit me immediately, but I was getting used to it by then. I grabbed my flashlight and clipboard and walked over to the concrete pad. The equipment was humming normally. All the readings looked good. I was just filling out the inspection sheet when I heard something move in the woods. Not like a raccoon or possum scurrying around. Something big shifting its weight. Branches creaking. I looked up from my clipboard and swept the flashlight beam along the tree line. That's when I saw the eyes. They were maybe 30 feet back in the woods, about 8 feet off the ground. Yellow-green and reflecting the light like an animal's eyes, but too big and too far apart. I kept the beam on them, and they didn't move. They never blinked. They just stared back at me. I should have gotten back in the truck right then, but I was curious, and maybe a little stubborn. I'd been dealing with this weirdness for weeks, and I wanted to know what the hell was going on. So I took a step toward the woods. The eyes moved, not side to side, but up and down, like whatever they belonged to had stood up straighter. And I could hear that breathing again, the deep, steady rhythm I'd been hearing for weeks, but much louder now. I raised the flashlight higher, trying to get a better look at what I was dealing with. For just a second, the beam caught something else. Dark fur or hair covering what looked like very broad shoulders, way broader than any person, and way too tall. Whatever this thing was, it had to be at least 7 feet, maybe 8. And then it moved toward me. I mean, it didn't charge me or anything dramatic, it just took one step forward, then another, slow and deliberate, like it was thinking about whether or not I was worth the trouble. The breathing got louder, and I could smell that rotten meat smell getting stronger. That's when my nerve broke. I backed toward the truck, keeping the flashlight pointed at those eyes. They followed my movement, but the thing itself stayed put. When I reached the driver's door, I fumbled for the handle, dropped my clipboard, said screw it, and got in. My hands were shaking as I started the engine. I looked back toward the woods through the windshield, and the eyes were still there, just watching. I put the truck in reverse and got out of Dodge. I didn't write up the inspection that night. Told Dave the next day that there'd been some kind of electrical issue with the equipment and I couldn't get accurate readings. He didn't seem to care much. I've been back to that station maybe 20 times since then. Different times, different nights. I even went during the day once when I was off shift. There was nothing there. No tracks or smells or eyes in the woods. Whatever was there, it had just disappeared. But I know what I saw. I know it wasn't a bear or a homeless guy or any of the other stupid explanations people keep throwing at me when I mention it. Bears don't stand 8 feet tall and stare at you for 5 minutes without moving, and they sure as hell don't have eyes that big. I've been doing some more research online, and there are other reports from around Iowa. Not many, but they're out there. People seeing large bipedal figures near rivers and streams, always at night, always alone. Some folks think it's related to Bigfoot sightings, but Iowa isn't exactly known for being a Bigfoot hotspot. I don't know what it was. Maybe some kind of animal nobody's ever documented. Maybe something else entirely. All I know is I do my inspections down there a lot faster now, and I always keep the truck running. The pale thing in the field. My uncle lives in rural Iowa, and when I was staying with him one summer, we went out stargazing in the fields. There were no lights for miles, just us and the sky. Out of nowhere, we both noticed movement near the tree line. At first, we thought it was a deer, but then it stood upright. It was way too tall and thin, with limbs that didn't move right. It started walking toward us, slow but steady. There was no sound or hesitation. My uncle grabbed my arm and whispered, "Don't run." We backed away until we reached the truck, and then we peeled out of there. He wouldn't talk about it on the drive home. He just kept repeating that we weren't going back out there at night again. It Crawled Out of a Sinkhole by Megan R. I grew up outside Bowling Green, Kentucky. If you know the area, you know about the sinkholes. They're everywhere. It's all limestone underneath, full of caves, and sometimes the ground just drops out. Farmers lose fields, cars get swallowed on roads, houses crack down the middle. Around here, a sinkhole isn't rare. It's just another headache. This story happened on my grandparents' farm. They had about 80 acres, mostly pasture, with a patch of woods toward the back. I spent summers there as a kid, helping with the cattle, baling hay, the usual farm chores. When I was 17, a new sinkhole opened up at the far edge of the property. It started as a dip, and then within weeks, it had widened into a pit the size of a swimming pool, maybe 15 feet deep, jagged at the edges where the soil had fallen in. Grandpa roped it off with stakes and bright orange tape. "Don't go near that," he warned. "Ground soft. You'll go down with it." I listened, for a while. One night in July, I was out at the farm by myself. Grandma and Grandpa had gone to visit relatives in Tennessee, and I stayed behind to look after the cattle. It was hot. The air was thick with bugs, but I liked the quiet. After dinner, I sat on the porch with a glass of sweet tea, watching the fireflies rise. And that's when I heard a low moan, drawn out and heavy. It came from the direction of the sinkhole. At first I thought it was one of the cows maybe stuck in the fence. I grabbed a flashlight and walked out, cutting across the field. The sound came again, longer and wetter. Not a cow. Not anything I had actually ever heard before. When I reached the rope, I stopped. The sinkhole yawned black in the beam of my light. The edges had crumbled more since I'd last seen it. The bottom wasn't dry anymore either. It looked damp, like water or mud had seeped in. I held my breath and listened. Something moved down there. It was faint at first, a sloshing, a shift of weight, and then a scraping sound, like claws dragging against rock. The moan came again, closer now, echoing up the pit walls. I should have run, but instead I leaned closer, light sweeping across the bottom. And that's when I saw the hand. Pale, too long, with fingers ending in points that sank into the mud. It gripped the rock, hauled something forward. And then another hand appeared. A head rose into the beam. Hairless, skin slick and gray, eyes set deep and black. The face had no nose that I could see, just slits, kind of like a snake. The mouth was wide, drooling mud as it dragged itself higher. I stumbled back so hard I hit the fence post, and pain shot up my arm. The thing kept climbing, slow but steady, each pull leaving deep gouges in the limestone. I finally turned and ran. By the time I hit the porch, my chest was on fire. I slammed the door and locked it, pulled all the curtains shut. For the rest of the night, I sat on the couch with the shotgun across my lap. Around midnight, I heard heavy steps in the yard, slow, dragging. Something brushed against the siding, nails clicking against wood. It circled the house once. Then it went quiet. At dawn, I crept outside. The ground around the sinkhole was torn up, claw marks raking through the dirt. Tracks led out across the pasture, long impressions with dragging toes, before vanishing into the tree line. I never told my grandparents. I just said that I had stayed in and watched TV. A week later, the cows wouldn't graze near that end of the pasture. They would bunch up together, staring at the woods. That sinkhole eventually filled with rainwater and collapsed more, making it impossible to get close. But I will never forget what crawled out of it that night. I don't know if it was something that lived under the farm all along, or if the hole just gave it a way out. The elevator in Storm Lake. I used to work at this small regional medical supply distributor in Storm Lake, Iowa. The building was originally built in the 1940s, and it had been everything from a grain co-op office to some kind of local government archive building before it finally got bought and was retrofitted by the company I worked for. It still had that old government office feel, though. Drab walls, warped vinyl floors, and an elevator that rattled like a dying vent fan. It was a weird job. Basically, I packed and prepped medical equipment for delivery. Crutches, wheelchairs, home oxygen tanks. It was mostly boring, but it paid well for the area. The building was 3 stories, but we only used 2. The top floor, the third, was sealed off. It wasn't boarded up or anything, it was just off limits. There was no lighting in the stairwell above the second floor, and there were no workstations up there. Supposedly, it had been cleared out decades ago. You could see dust-coated filing cabinets and cracked desks if you peeked through the glass of the stairwell door. But here's where things started getting off. There were only about 7 of us in the building at any given time. 4 in packing, 1 driver, 1 admin, and a manager who was almost never actually around. I was usually on the early shift with one other guy, Pete. Our routine was show up at 6, pack till the driver rolled in around 8, help load, and then we had the place to ourselves until admin came in at about 9. Anyway, one Monday morning, I got in at 5:50 like usual. The building was quiet. I unlocked the front door and flicked on the lights. Everything was normal. Pete usually got there a few minutes after me, so I went to the break room, poured a coffee, and went to grab the first load sheet from the main office. When I walked past the elevator, the floor indicator light blinked. 3. I stopped. That wasn't possible. The elevator hadn't been to the 3rd floor in years, and it didn't even have a call button for floor 3, just 1 and 2. I thought maybe it was a glitch, just a dying bulb or something. I stared at it for a second, but then it dinged. Not the floor indicator, the actual elevator bell, the one that dings when it arrives at a floor. The doors opened. Empty. Just a metal box with scuffed floors and a faint chemical smell like always. Except that smell wasn't like always. It wasn't the usual cleaning solution or industrial polish. It smelled like something that was sterile and rotting at the same time, like bandages that had been left out too long. I didn't get in, obviously. I just walked away and chalked it up to weird Monday morning energy. Pete showed up, we did our shift, and nothing else happened. That day. But the next morning, same thing. I got there, lights off, silent. I walk past the elevator, and again, it's on floor 3. Then the ding, and the doors open. This time, I stood there a little bit longer. I stepped closer. It was still empty. Still had that same weird smell. Like alcohol wipes with something underneath. Like rusted iron, but off. Then the doors started to close. And just before they shut, I swear to all things holy, I heard something inside the elevator whisper. I couldn't make out words. It was faint and thin, like someone murmuring from under a wet sheet. I told Pete about it later that day. He laughed at me. He said he never trusted that elevator anyway, but that it was probably just a wiring issue. Old-ass buildings do that, he said. That would have been the end of it, but that Thursday, the elevator did something different. Around 7:30, after the driver had left, Pete was in the loading bay, and I was in the hallway near the elevator, stacking some returns on a cart. The elevator doors opened again. No ding this time. Just opened like it had been called, but we hadn't pushed anything. Inside was a wheelchair. Now, We do store wheelchairs, but they don't get packed in the elevator randomly, and no one was upstairs. And this chair looked old, not ours, like a manual one from the 70s, with rubber grips and thick dust on the seat. Dust that looked like it hadn't been disturbed in years. It sat perfectly in the middle of the elevator. No packing tags, no barcode, no reason for it to be there. I backed away and called Pete over. He took one look and said, "Nope," then slammed the button for floor 1 and backed off. The doors stayed open. We waited. Eventually, the chair rolled forward just a couple of inches, and that's when Pete bailed. He literally turned and ran out of the building. Thanks for leaving me behind, I guess. I followed him outside, and we stood by the loading dock. Neither of us said anything for a bit. Eventually, the elevator dinged again from inside, and then nothing. We didn't go back in until admin showed up. Told her the elevator was acting up and to call maintenance. They came later that day, a couple guys from CU City. I hung around while they checked the control panel and wiring. They said the elevator was in great shape for its age. No explanation for the third floor signal or the wheelchair. They claimed that it was a prank, but like I said, no one had been up there to prank us. Anyway, the next week we took the stairs. Every day. But here's the thing, every time we passed that third floor landing, I started to feel this pressure in my ears, like being in a plane just before descent. My head would throb for a second or two, and then clear when I passed it. It didn't stop with the elevator, though. One night, about 2 weeks after that first weird morning, I stayed late to finish some shipment logs. Pete had already gone home, and admin had clocked out. I was alone. I locked the doors behind me and sat down at one of the computers near the front. About 20 minutes in, I heard movement upstairs. Not footsteps exactly. More like dragging. Like furniture scraping over concrete. And then a thud. I froze. Another thud. Closer to the stairwell. I got up and moved toward the hallway. I didn't say anything. I just stood there and listened. Then something heavy hit the stairwell door from the inside. Just one bang. Nothing after. I didn't check. I grabbed my keys, left the computer on, and got in my car. I didn't even lock the front door. The next morning, the front door was locked again when I got there. No one else had been in. Pete and admin both say they hadn't touched it, and I believe them. Eventually, our manager brought in some out-of-town guy. Claimed he was a building flow consultant or something else that sounded equally made up. He wore a gray suit, didn't shake hands, and spent 2 hours just walking around with some kind of device, like a chunky TV remote with antennas. After he left, our manager told us not to worry, that some interference was causing the elevator issues. Then he locked the stairwell door to the third floor with a new key, and said no one was allowed up there anymore, not even for maintenance. Some kind of interference. 2 months later, I quit, and I got a better job in Des Moines, and I've never been back since. The missing camper. I used to think the weirdest part of camping was how your brain plays these tricks on you in the dark. Every twig snap becomes a bear, every gust of wind sounds like a whisper. I still believe that's true for most people. But after what happened on a trip about a decade ago, I don't trust the woods the same way anymore. There were 5 of us, Me, my girlfriend at the time, Justine, and 3 of our college friends. We were 21, broke, and trying to make a weekend adventure out of gas money, tents, and cheap food. We picked a campground in the Pacific Northwest that was marked on the map but barely maintained, more of a clearing by a lake than anything official. The first night, as always, was perfect. We pitched 2 tents, started a fire, roasted hot dogs, and passed a bottle around until it got too cold to sit outside. We stayed up late telling dumb stories and laughing about old professors, the kind of night you only get in college. Nothing spooky, nothing unusual. The second night is where things went wrong. We'd been sitting around the fire for maybe an hour when Justine said she needed to use the restroom, which of course meant find a tree far enough away from the fire. She grabbed a flashlight and wandered into the trees. A couple minutes later, we heard her voice calling from the other direction. "Hey guys, can you come here?" We all looked up. The voice had come from the dark stretch of forest opposite where she'd walked. At first I thought she'd circled around us somehow, but the timing didn't make sense. She'd been gone less than 2 minutes. "Justine?" I called. "Yeah, over here. I found something." Her voice was clear but muffled by the trees. I stood, grabbed my light, and started toward the sound. That's when I noticed her actual flashlight beam flickering through the trees in the direction she'd originally gone. She was still there. I froze. "Justine, you okay?" I yelled. Her flashlight bobbed and she stepped back into view a few yards away, looking confused. "Yeah, I'm fine. Why?" "You just called one of us," one of our friends said. "From over there." He pointed into the opposite stretch of woods. Justine frowned. "I didn't say anything." We stood there in silence, the fire popping behind us, the woods swallowing our breath. Nobody wanted to admit it out loud, but we'd all heard the same thing. Justine's voice, but not from Justine. We tried to laugh it off. Maybe someone was messing with us. Maybe another group of campers was nearby and thought it would be funny. But we hadn't seen anyone else on the drive in, and there were no other fires glowing in the distance. About an hour later, just as we were all settling back in, it happened again. This time it was my friend Josh. We heard him shout, "Guys, come quick!" from down by the lake. The voice was panicked, sharp enough to make us all jump to our feet on instinct. Josh was sitting right next to me. He went pale. "That sounded like me," he whispered. Before any of us could move, the voice came again, louder and closer. "Guys, please, hurry!" Josh shook his head. "That's not me. That's not me." He was trembling. Another friend said, "Great job, Sherlock. We can all see you." Justine told them to calm down. None of us wanted to check, but it felt worse to stay put. So we grabbed our lights and walked down toward the shore as a group. The water was still, reflecting our beams in shaky lines. Nothing moved and there weren't any footprints on the bank. There wasn't any sign of anyone, just the sound of water lapping against the rocks like usual. "Hello?" I called, hating the way my own voice sounded in the open air. Silence. Then right behind us, Justine's voice. "Come here, I found something." She was still at the fire. We sprinted back, tripping over roots and each other. Justine looked up, startled when we crashed through the trees. "What the hell is going on?" she demanded. None of us had an answer. The rest of the night was tense. We put out the fire early and sat in the tents, whispering through the nylon. None of us wanted to admit we were scared, but nobody was joking anymore. Every sound outside made us flinch. Around 2 a.m, I heard Justine's voice again. This time it was soft, almost pleading. "Please, help me, I'm stuck." The sound came from directly in front of our tent. I shook Josh awake. His eyes went wide as soon as he heard it too. "That's her," he mouthed. "No," I whispered back. "She's right here." Justine was asleep next to me, her breathing steady. The voice outside repeated, "Please, I'm stuck." Against every single bit of common sense, I unzipped the tent just enough to look out. My flashlight caught the edge of a hollow log near the tree line. Something pale retreated into the dark interior the second the beam touched it. I only saw fingers, too long and too thin, bending back like they didn't have joints where they should. I zipped the tent shut and didn't sleep again. By dawn, we were packed and ready to leave. None of us wanted to stay another night. We didn't even bother with breakfast. As we loaded the cars, I kept glancing back at the log. In the daylight, it looked ordinary, just rotting wood. But I couldn't shake the image of those pale fingers curling backwards out of sight. The drive home was quiet. We tried to rationalize it, as you do. Maybe it was an animal, maybe our brains were filling in the blanks. But deep down, we all knew it wasn't normal. A few years later, I was back in my hometown, long broken up with Justine. We hadn't spoken in a while when she called me out of the blue. Her voice shook and asked if I had gotten a strange voicemail. I hadn't. She played hers for me over the speaker. The message was only a few seconds long. It was her own voice crying, "Help me, please. I'm stuck." The exact words we'd heard outside the tent that night. She swore up and down she hadn't called herself, hadn't recorded anything. The number it came from wasn't saved in her phone, just a random, disconnected line. I never camped in that part of the state again. When I tell people this story, they always suggest explanations. Echoes, wildlife, pranksters. But the truth is, there is no explanation that covers all of it. The voices were too exact. They knew our names, our tones, the little inflections only friends would catch. And the fingers on that log, I don't have words for that. What I do know is that the woods can copy you. They can wear your voice like a mask and call your friends into the dark. If you ever hear yourself or someone you know begging for help where they shouldn't be, don't answer. Because whatever's calling isn't them. Lights Over the Coal Tipple by Aaron T. My dad worked the mines in Harlan back in the day. By the time I was grown, most of the small tipples were shut down, just rusting towers and conveyor belts sagging over weeds. Places that people partied, hunted, or stayed away from, depending on how many stories they'd heard. This happened when I was 20, working odd jobs and bored most nights. A buddy of mine, Clint, called one evening and said that we should meet up at the old tipple past Wallens. He'd been out there with another guy the week before and swore they'd seen lights. Not headlights or flashlights, but strange lights floating above the structure. I figured, sure, why not? We got out there just after dark. The road ended at a clearing, gravel turned to dirt. The whole place was surrounded by thick woods. The tipple loomed black against the sky, a crooked tower of rusted steel, with the conveyor belt stretching like a broken arm into the trees. We climbed into the hood of Clint's truck and cracked a couple of beers and waited. The night was quiet. We couldn't hear any crickets or frogs, just the echo of our own voices bouncing off the steel. Half an hour in, the first light appeared. It was a dull orange glow, about the size of a basketball, hovering above the top of the tipple. It drifted side to side, slow and smooth, almost like it was searching. And then another appeared, brighter and floating higher. They moved together, weaving around the tower. It was honestly kind of pretty if it hadn't been so weird. We sat there stunned. Clint whispered, "Told you." I tried to think of every explanation that I could. Gas flare, drone, someone messing with us. But the air smelled like rust and wet weeds. It didn't smell like fuel, and drones don't typically move without some kind of sound. At least from where we were, we would have heard a whirring or something. These lights were silent. And then the floodlights came on. The old tipple hadn't had power in years, but all at once the big spotlights that used to light the yard buzzed to life, bathing the clearing in harsh white. We shielded our eyes. Clint swore and dropped his beer. And in that light, we saw it. On the edge of the clearing, just beyond the trucks, stood a figure. It was massive, broad shoulders, covered in dark hair that gleamed in the glow. It was 8 feet tall easily, maybe more. The eyes caught the light but didn't shine. They just stared, flat and heavy. For a long moment, none of us moved. The thing didn't either. It just stood there, watching, like the lights had drawn it out and it was taking in a show, same as us. And then, as sudden as they'd flared on, the floodlights cut out. The clearing plunged into darkness. We kind of snapped out of it and scrambled off the hood, fumbling for flashlights. When the beams flicked on, the figure was gone. We never heard any sound of it leaving. No branches breaking or footsteps. It was just empty woods, like nothing had ever happened. And the floating orbs were gone too. The tipple loomed black again, silent. We did not stick around. Clint fired up the truck and we tore down the dirt road faster than we should have, bouncing off ruts. The next day, I went back in the daylight. The spotlights were rusted through, wires hanging loose. There's no way they had powered on by themselves. I didn't see prints, but I didn't need to. I know what I saw, and nobody can take that away. The Thing in the Silo. So this happened about 3 years ago when I was working at my uncle's farm outside Decorah, Iowa. I was 24 at the time, fresh out of college with a useless degree, and my uncle needed help with the harvest season. The pay was decent, and I figured some manual labor would be good for me after 4 years of sitting in lecture halls. The farm's been in our family since the 1920s. It's one of those operations that's just big enough to stay afloat, but not big enough to make anyone rich. Corn and soybeans mostly, with some cattle. The property sits about 15 miles outside town, surrounded by nothing but other farms and state forest. The kind of place where you can't see your neighbor's lights at night. My Uncle Jim had this old concrete silo that hadn't been used in probably 20 years. It stood about 60 feet tall, gray and weathered, with rust stains running down the sides like tears. The metal ladder rungs were corroded, and some were missing entirely. Jim always said he was going to tear it down, but every year something else took priority. So it just sat there, empty and forgotten. I'd been working the farm for about 6 weeks when the weirdness started. At first, it was just sounds coming from the direction of the silo at night. Not loud sounds, but persistent ones. A rhythmic tapping, like someone was inside, hitting the walls with a hammer. The first few times I heard it, I figured it was just the wind moving some loose metal or debris around inside. But then I started hearing it during the day, too. I'd be out in the fields and catch this faint tapping coming from the silo. Always the same rhythm. Tap, tap, tap. Pause. Tap, tap, tap. Pause. It would go on for maybe 10 minutes, then stop completely. When I mentioned it to Jim, he just shrugged and said old buildings make all kinds of noises. The tapping went on for about 2 weeks. I got used to it, mostly. Then one evening, I was walking back from the barn around sunset when I saw something that made me stop dead in my tracks. There was a light coming from inside the silo. Not very bright, just a soft glow visible through the few small windows near the top, like someone was up there with a camping lantern. I stood there for maybe 5 minutes, just watching. The light didn't move or flicker. It was steady, consistent. I couldn't figure out how anyone could have gotten up there. The bottom entrance to the silo was sealed with a heavy steel door that Jim had welded shut years ago. The only other way in would be through one of those little windows, and you would need a 60-foot ladder to reach them. I didn't tell Jim about the light. I was starting to think that maybe I was seeing things. Working long days in the sun can mess with your head sometimes. But the next night, same time, same light. And the night after that. And by the 4th night, I'd had enough. I grabbed a flashlight and walked over to the silo after dinner. The light was there again, steady and pale. I circled the entire base of the structure, looking for any way someone could have gotten inside. The welded door was solid, no holes in the concrete big enough for a person. The ladder rungs were too corroded and unstable to climb safely, and half of them were missing anyway. I stood at the base and called up. "Hey, anyone up there?" My voice echoed off the concrete walls. The light went out immediately, just like someone had flipped a switch. I waited for maybe 20 minutes, but it didn't come back on. The tapping stopped after that. No more sounds from the silo during the day or night. I thought maybe whatever had been going on was over. I was wrong. About a week later, I was checking out the corn in the field closest to the silo. It was around 3 in the afternoon, bright and sunny. I was walking between the rows when I heard footsteps. Not mine, someone else's. They were coming from the direction of the silo, moving through the corn toward me. I stopped and listened. The footsteps stopped too. I took a few steps forward. The footsteps resumed, matching my pace exactly. It was like somebody was following me, staying hidden in the corn rows. I called out, thinking maybe it was Jim or one of the seasonal workers. No answer. Just those stupid footsteps, always staying about the same distance away. This went on for maybe 10 minutes, me walking, stopping, calling out, the footsteps mimicking my movements perfectly. Then I got fed up and decided to confront whoever was messing with me. I absolutely believed it was a person. I pushed through the corn toward where the sounds were coming from, moving as fast as I could. I broke through into a small clearing and found nothing. No person, no tracks in the soft earth. Nothing disturbed. But I could still hear footsteps moving away from me, heading back toward the silo. I followed the sound, crashing through the corn like an idiot, But every time I thought I was getting close, the footsteps would seem to shift direction. Finally, I heard them stop. Dead silence, except for the wind moving through the corn stalks. I was maybe 30 yards from the silo, close enough to see it clearly through the gaps in the corn. And that's when I saw something that made my skin crawl. There was a figure standing at the base of the silo, tall, thin, wearing what looked like dark clothes. It was just standing there, perfectly still, facing the sealed entrance door. From that distance, I couldn't make out any details, but something about the way it stood seemed wrong. Too rigid, like a mannequin. I ducked down in the corn and watched. The figure didn't move for several minutes. Then, without any transition, it was gone. It didn't walk away. It didn't move to another position or anything like that. It was just gone, like it had never been there at all. I stayed crouched in that cornfield for about 20 or 30 minutes, watching the silo. Nothing else ever happened. When I finally worked up the courage to walk over and check, there were no footprints in the dirt around the base. The ground was undisturbed. That was the last time I saw or heard anything unusual from the silo. I finished out the harvest season, but I made sure to stay away from that part of the farm as much as possible. Jim never noticed anything strange, or if he did, he never mentioned it. I asked him once about the history of the silo, whether anyone had ever been hurt there, or if anything unusual had happened. He said as far as he knew, it was just a silo. Built in the 50s, used for storing feed corn until the 80s, when they upgraded to newer facilities. No accidents or deaths, nothing dramatic. I still don't know what I encountered out there. Maybe it was just stress and isolation playing tricks on my mind. Maybe old farm buildings really do make weird noises and cast strange shadows. But I've worked on other farms since then, and I've never experienced anything like what happened at that silo. I drive past the farm sometimes when I'm visiting family in the area. The silo's still there, still standing empty. Jim's getting older and talks more seriously about tearing it down now. Part of me thinks that it might be for the best, but another part of me wonders if whatever was in there would just find somewhere else to go. I Saw a Gray Man in the Smokies by Daniel H. A few summers back, I section hiked part of the Appalachian Trail with my brother. We'd planned about a week through the Smokies. Nothing extreme, just steady miles. The weather was decent, humid, fog hanging in the valleys in the morning, thunderstorms late in the day. On the third night, we pitched our tent a little off the trail near Klingman's Dome. It was a quiet spot under spruce trees, ground soft with needles. By dusk, fog rolled in heavy, swallowing the ridgeline. You couldn't see more than 20 feet. We ate, hung the food bag, and turned in. Around midnight, I woke up needing to relieve myself. I stepped outside with my headlamp. The fog was thick, light bouncing back so badly I could barely make out the first row of trees. I walked a short way, picked a tree, and that's when I noticed something standing deeper in the mist. At first I thought it was another hiker. They were tall and thin, and had gray clothes on that blended in with the fog. But the longer I looked, the more strange I felt. It was too tall, and their shoulders were too narrow. And most of all, they didn't have a pack. I clicked off my light. The shape didn't move. It just stood there, faint in the haze. I waited, barely breathing. I was still trying to figure out if it was a tree or maybe some kind of weird twig formation or something. A minute passed. 2. I finally whispered my brother's name. The figure stepped forward. Not fast, just one long stride closer. Silent. I ducked back into the tent, my heart slamming against my ribcage. My brother mumbled, half asleep, but I didn't explain. I just sat there, listening. For hours, I swore I heard faint steps outside. Not circling, not rushing, just shifting weight. Almost like somebody was standing and swaying. When dawn came, the fog burned off. The woods looked normal again. There were no prints in the needles, no sign that anyone had been there at all. We packed up and kept moving. I didn't tell my brother until days later. He said he had heard the steps too, but thought that it was me, pacing. I Heard Breathing in Mammoth Cave by Chris M. I grew up in Kentucky, about an hour from Mammoth Cave National Park. My family took the tourist tours when I was a kid, big groups with rangers leading the way, paved trails, electric lights. But as a teenager, I got into the wilder side of it. There are sections of the cave system that you can only reach if you're willing to crawl, squeeze, and get dirty. Some are mapped, and some are not. The park doesn't allow exploring off designated trails, but kids being kids, we did it anyway. This story happened when I was 19. There were 4 of us, me, my cousin Tyler, and 2 friends, all local and all dumb enough to think that we were invincible. Tyler had a hand-drawn map that he claimed showed an old, less-used passage, branching off one of the ranger tours. We figured we'd slip in, explore, and come back out before anybody noticed. It was late October, cool and damp. We parked in the lot near one of the guided entrances and waited until evening, when most tourists had cleared out. The air outside smelled like leaves and rain, but the cave mouth breathed cold, wet air that almost made your bones ache. We slipped past the gate and ducked into the first chamber, our headlamps bouncing across rock walls. It felt wrong from the start. Without the ranger lights, the place was darker than I remembered, like our lamps only lit a bubble a few feet wide. We moved deeper, following Tyler's map. The main chamber narrowed into crawlways, jagged limestone pressing in close. Water dripped steadily. Our voices didn't sound like ours anymore. They were thin, stretched by the walls and the acoustics. After an hour, we reached the spot that Tyler swore led to the Forgotten Passage. He was right. There was a low tunnel half hidden behind a fall of broken rock. We had to crawl on our bellies to fit, packs scraping overhead. The air smelled different in there. Musty, almost sweet, like old dirt that hadn't been touched in forever. The tunnel opened into a wider passage that sloped downward. Our lamps caught faint carvings in the walls. Scratches, not letters. Long, straight grooves. Some ran parallel, some crossed like claw marks. I tried to joke about bears, but everyone ignored me. We pressed on, and the passage forked, and Tyler insisted left, deeper still. The floor was slick with mud, sucking at our boots. And then we heard it. Breathing. At first, I thought it was one of us, winded from crawling. But the sound came from up ahead. Slow, deep, and wet. Like lungs too big for the body they were in. We froze. Our lamps lit nothing but tunnel, but the breathing didn't stop. It was in, out, steady. "Maybe it's air moving," Derek whispered. Like a vent. But none of us believed it. Air doesn't sound like lungs. We argued low about turning back, but Tyler wanted to push forward. "It's just rock. Come on." Even he sounded shaky. We followed, more from fear of being left than courage. The tunnel dipped again, tight enough that we had to crouch. Our lamps picked up shapes on the floor. Bones. Not fossilized, but fresh. Small ones at first, maybe rodents, and then bigger. A deer's jaw cracked in half. Something else I couldn't identify, long and twisted. The breathing grew louder, echoing through the stone until I couldn't tell which direction it was coming from. My chest tightened. The air felt thicker, damp on the skin. We hit another chamber, taller, maybe 20 feet across, the ceiling lost in the darkness. The floor sloped into a pit filled with shallow water. Our lights caught ripples, though none of us had stepped in. Tyler swung his lamp toward the far wall, and that's when we saw it. At the edge of the water, something shifted. I will never forget the shape. Long arms, pale against the rock, ending in fingers that scraped the mud. Shoulders hunched high, head too small for the body. It crouched low, facing the water. Its chest expanded slow and then collapsed with the same steady rhythm we'd been hearing. It hadn't noticed us, yet. At least I don't think it had. We stood frozen, afraid to even breathe. Tyler's lamp shook in his hand, the beam jittering across the chamber. The thing stopped. The chest held mid-breath. And then it turned its head. The eyes glowed faint in the light, not like a reflection or animal shine, but a dull internal gleam like coals under ash. And that broke us. I don't remember who moved first. Suddenly we were scrambling, packs banging together, boots slipping in the mud. The breathing turned into a rasping hiss, and then something splashed in the water behind us. The crawl back out was chaos. Elbows cracking rock, helmets scraping low ceilings. I heard something dragging against stone, not running, but sliding, keeping pace. At one point, I swear I felt breath on the back of my neck, humid and sour. We burst out into the main passage, gasping, lamps swinging wild. Nothing followed. The sound stopped. We didn't stop moving until we saw daylight at the cave mouth. We spilled out onto wet leaves, choking on the sudden brightness of the outside world. Nobody spoke the whole drive home. Later that week, Tyler burned the map. He wouldn't talk about it ever again, and I suppose that's just as well. The Victorian Ring. So this happened about 3 months ago, and I'm still trying to wrap my head around it. I was browsing this estate sale in the Hawthorne district, just killing time on a Saturday morning. The house belonged to some old lady who'd passed away, and her family was selling everything off. I'm not usually into antique jewelry, but there was this ring sitting in a dusty jewelry box that really caught my eye. Victorian-era looking thing with this dark green stone surrounded by tiny diamonds. The metalwork was intricate as hell, all these little vines and leaves carved into the band. The price tag said $15, which really seemed like a steal. The woman running the sale noticed me looking at it, and she got this weird expression. She was probably in her 60s, gray hair pulled back tight. "That belonged to my aunt's great-grandmother," she said. "Came from some estate in England back in the 1890s or something." Then she leaned closer and lowered her voice. "I wouldn't wear it if I were you. Just keep it as a curiosity piece." I laughed it off. People are always making up stories about old jewelry to make it seem more interesting, right? I bought the ring and forgot about her warning completely. First night, I wore it to bed. The dreams started. Not nightmares, exactly, but these incredibly vivid scenes of this woman in a long black dress, standing at the foot of my bed. She had pale skin and dark hair piled up in an old-fashioned style. She never spoke, just stood there, with her hand outstretched like she wanted something back. The dreams got more intense each night. She started to appear in different locations around my apartment. The kitchen, the bathroom, the living room. Always the same pose, always reaching out. By the fourth night, I could see her face clearly. Beautiful but cold, with these piercing gray eyes that seemed to look right through me. And then things got weird during the day, too. I'd catch glimpses of movement in my peripheral vision. My cat would stare at empty corners and hiss. The temperature in my bedroom dropped noticeably, even though it was summer in Portland. On week 2, I woke up one morning and the ring wasn't on my finger. I found it sitting on my dresser, perfectly placed next to my wallet. I know I hadn't taken it off. That's when I started thinking about what the woman at the estate sale had said. The dreams are less frequent now, but they haven't stopped completely. She's still there sometimes, still reaching out. I've thought about getting rid of the ring, but honestly, part of me is curious to see where this goes. Maybe that makes me an idiot, but here we are. I Don't Drive Route 421 After Dark by Hannah K. I grew up in Clay County, Kentucky. If you live around here, you know Route 421. It winds through the mountains, narrow lanes, sharp curves, drop-offs with nothing but guardrails that feel like toothpicks. Folks use it every day, but everyone's got a story about deer leaping in front of cars, coal trucks running too fast, or the things you don't talk about out loud. This is my story. It was late October, about 6 years ago. I'd been visiting a friend in Manchester and stayed longer than I'd planned. By the time I left, it was pretty close to midnight. I figured the fastest way home was down 421 toward Hayden. I'd driven it plenty in the daylight, and at night, I figured it would be all right. But at night, it's a different road. The mountains swallow your headlights. Trees lean too close. There's shadows moving around every curve, and it can be really disorienting. You can go 5-6 miles and never see another car. That night, it felt emptier than usual. I was about halfway, near a stretch where the road snakes along the river. I saw something crouched on the shoulder. At first, I thought it was a deer ready to bolt, so I slowed my car down. I put my hands tight on the wheel. But the shape was wrong for a deer, too low in the torso, arms bent out wide, like a person squatting. My headlights washed over it, and my stomach dropped. It was not a deer. This thing was really pale, almost gray, with its skin stretched tight over its bones. Its head was down, and there were long arms that it had planted in the gravel. When the beams hit it, it jerked its head up. Its eyes caught the light. There was no animal shine or reflection, just blank, dark hollows that seemed to drink the light in. For a split second, it froze. And then it moved, but not away from me, toward me. It sprang from the shoulder, landing half in the lane, way too fast for its size. I swerved and my tires screeched, and this thing got onto all fours and started running alongside the car. I was doing 50 miles an hour, and it kept pace. Its arms pumped, and I could almost hear claws scraping the asphalt. Its legs kept kicking out behind it. Every few strides it would turn its head, staring through the window. Its mouth opened once, way too wide. I didn't hear a sound, but my ears rang. I floored it, 60, 70. The road curved and I almost lost it. My tires slipped on the edge of the line. The thing stayed with me another 100 yards before it finally peeled off and darted back into the trees in 2 strides. When it vanished, the night just felt heavier. It was like the woods had swallowed it whole. I didn't breathe easily until I saw the lights of hide and flicker on the horizon, and even then I couldn't stop shaking. The next day I checked the side of my car. There were long scrapes that ran across the passenger door, deep enough to cut the paint. 4 parallel lines, each about a foot long, like claws. That must have been what I heard. I didn't tell anyone at first, because how do you even tell that story? I figured people would think I was nuts. But then, a week later, a neighbor down the road mentioned almost hitting a pale man on 421. She said this thing crawled across the blacktop on all fours before vanishing into the brush. And that's when I knew that it wasn't just me. I don't take that road after dark anymore. I'll drive an hour out of my way to stay on 80 or Hal Rogers Parkway, even if it costs me gas. Some people laugh at me, but I don't care. Because I know what I saw on 421, and I know that it kept pace with me at 70 miles an hour. Like, running was the easiest thing in the world for it. And I don't ever want to see that thing again. The Vanishing Footsteps. I started before dawn to beat the heat that clings to the foothills by noon. The trail crossed a dry creek bed, climbed through sage and juniper. The Rockies rise like a wall there, gray teeth with snow still shelved in the far gullies, and the path threads a narrow way between rock and timber. I was aiming for a small lake in a cirque I'd seen from a distance. It wasn't on the glossy maps. Somebody had told me about it in a gear shop, the kind of place that sells old topo quads from a milk crate by the counter. The first miles were mine alone. My breath, my footsteps, the rustle of my pack strap. The sun came into the pines in bands. The air smelled like cold stone and sap. When I stopped to drink, there was the kind of quiet that makes you hear your own pulse. I'd hiked alone plenty, and knew the usual sounds. The dry scamper of a chipmunk, the clatter of a grouse blowing out of cover, the hollow thud of my boots finding roots. None of that bothered me. It's the sudden silence in a living place that makes the skin think. I heard the other steps just past the second switchback, where the trail cuts under a short cliff and then bends into a shaded draw. They were not my echoes. Echoes don't breathe and they don't scuff pine needles, and they don't keep the same pace as a man who doesn't want to be caught. But these did. 4 strides after mine every time. Heel toe, heel toe. I stopped and turned. It's an old trick. Animals come out when you go still. People hang back and give themselves away. Nothing moved. I could see 100 yards of trail, back to the wall where the switchback climbed. A jay flicked from one snag to another, and the blue of it looked too bright. I waited long enough to feel foolish, and told myself it was just the forest adding its own sounds to mine. The dirt was dry and the needles lay thick. A place like that can hold 1,000 small noises and break them into patterns that feel like company. I walked on. The steps came again, soft but certain. Heel-toe, and then a tiny slide like the weight of a foot, setting and shifting. When I stopped, they stopped. When I took one slow, testing step, something behind me set its foot down almost in time, almost willing to be heard. I turned quick and called out, "Hey, coming up behind?" My voice went out along the draw and slid back to me. No reply. The air moved a little, not wind so much as the temperature equalizing between sun and shade. That's what I told myself. I kept a steady pace for the next mile, listening and trying not to be obvious about it. Every time the trail curved, I took the corner wide and glanced back down the open run. Nothing. Just my own tracks in the dust where the tread of my boot stamped a chevron pattern into the powder. The steps behind stayed with me. If I sped up, they did. If I slowed, they eased. I began to think of a dog running silent. I began to think of a cat. By the time the trail narrowed onto a ridge, nothing dramatic, just a little spine with a drop of 50 feet on the right and a couple of broken boulders on the left, the trees crowded close and reached over the path. The shade turned the dust into a dark film that held impressions. I kept looking for prints. Mine were there, clear and alone. Nothing else. That should have helped. It did not. Halfway along that ridge, something changed. The steps no longer came from the ground behind me. They came from above. Not loud or thumping. A weight moving along trunks and limbs, a careful pacing. Bark rasped, needles sifted. I felt peppery grit touch the back of my neck, and knew a branch had shed something right over me. I stopped and pressed my hand to the tree nearest the trail. The bark was cool and ridged. The crown of it met another crown, and that one met another. The canopy made a rough green tunnel. I didn't see anything, but there was the faintest minute stir, the way a body displaces air in a room. I wanted to say it was a squirrel. Squirrels don't weigh as much as a man. This did. The rhythm had the same measured patience as the steps that had kept pace below. If you've ever felt watched by something you can't name, you know the way that time stretches. Heat becomes a sound. The spine grows its own hearing. I told myself to move. Whatever it was, animal or person, I didn't want to be under it. On the far side of the ridge, the trail widened into a small saddle, where the soil held water in spring. Even in August, it was softer there. My prints sank deeper. I slowed to study them because they were comfort, proof of myself, of my weight, of the simple fact that the world takes an imprint when you press into it. They were still alone. I went toward the lake. The trees thinned. The path broke into open granite, where boot soles bite and chatter. On the slabs, the following steps grew faint, then stopped, as if whoever or whatever had been pacing me did not like the open. The silence that followed had a shape. I stood in it with my hand on a sun-warmed boulder and could feel a choice forming. Keep to the plan and make the lake, or turn back while the air still felt like day. I turned back. I can give you reasons. Monsoon buildups on the horizon, a headache starting behind one eye, a promise to be home for supper. But none of those are true. The truth is, I did not want to give that silence any more of me. Going down is faster. It's also worse for listening because everything rattles and breath rushes and the poles click when they touch stone. I kept glancing over my shoulder, across my own trail. Where the granite gave way to dirt again, I looked for anything but my prints. I found them at the saddle. Not new tracks, not a second set walking beside mine from earlier. My prints were doubled. Each one had a twin inside it, offset by the smallest fraction, and pressed a shade deeper. The chevron of my tread lay in itself like a stamp pressed twice. The edges of the second impression were crisp where mine had softened. Whoever stepped there had stepped after me. A person could do that, step in another's tracks to leave less sign. Hunters do it in snow. It takes practice and a certain malice if you're doing it to somebody who doesn't know that you're there. I crouched and looked harder. My heart ran fast. The second imprint was too perfect. It had found every angle of my weight. Heel first, then the ball, then the push of the toe. If you've ever watched your own stride on a treadmill and seen the same misalignment again and again, then you know what I mean. A shoe wears to a foot. The way I rolled inward, at the last instant, was there and repeated. It was like I was being mocked with a mirror. I stood up slow and let my breath out. "Okay," I said to nothing. Talking helped. I took 3 long steps forward in a patch of looser duff, then stopped and turned. My new prints sat clean as stamps. No doubling yet. The trees overhead creaked the way trees do when a little gust comes from a direction you didn't feel. I waited. A sprinkle of needles drifted down. Somewhere above, a weight shifted. The duff trembled, the way a table does when the person leaning on it adjusts an elbow. My front print deepened. Nothing touched it that I could see. The edges collapsed as if something had just found the exact hollow my foot had made and set its weight in it. I stepped backward and put my heel into that same print to ruin it. The air felt colder, and my scalp crawled. I made myself do something ordinary. I retied a lace. I drank from my bottle. I told the trees I wasn't afraid, and I was lying. The ridge wasn't far. I wanted the open sky for a minute. I kept moving and didn't look back until the trail narrowed again and the limbs closed over. The world above me had its own map, a grid of trunks and cross branches, a system of roots no boot sole could make. In that green loft, I saw nothing but layered needles and cones. I heard small sounds that could have been anything. I walked with my shoulders hunched against the idea of hands. When the path tilted up under the cliff band where I'd first heard the steps, I let myself stop. I turned and looked down the long straight run that I'd come up at dawn, the same run I had looked down earlier, when I was trying to catch whoever was behind me. On that clean sloped dirt lay a line of prints. Mine, doubled from the saddle on, each one with its second shadow pressed inside it. They went away from me into the trees, until the distance made them a stippled dark. That was when the footsteps above me came on faster. Not a run or hurried, but close enough that I could feel them adjust to every motion I made. I put my hand to the rock at my left, and the rock felt like a thing that had watched and had no interest in interfering. I took a step, and something above took the same. There's a rhythm you get when you give up pretending you aren't afraid. It's a clean rhythm. Heel, toe, plant, breathe. I found it, and I held it. I told myself, again, that it was a cat, a person, a trick of sound. But the prints below told the story. Whatever was following did not want to leave its own mark. It wanted to wear mine. It wanted to move exactly as I moved so that the record on the ground would be a single line repeating itself, as if the mountain and I had agreed on a story in which only I existed. At the last switchback, I cut my stride wide, and purposefully stepped off the trail into a small triangle of bare, sun-hardened soil that held shape like clay. I pressed my weight in and felt the give. I stood there longer than comfort allowed. Overhead, the pacing stopped. Something settled. The world went back to being all the things it had always been. Rock and tree and sky. And then, without any sound I could name, my footprint deepened again, from heel to toe, as if a careful weight had found the exact cradle I'd made and erased itself inside of it. I did not test it a second time. I did not look for a face in the limbs. I walked out the last of the miles with the sun off the ridges and the smell of dust rising around my ankles. The lot at the trailhead sat empty except for my car and a parked truck with a ticket booth on the dash. The wind had picked up down there, and the pines by the sign whispered in a way that sounded like actual wind. I knocked my boots together and watched the dirt fall. The chevron pattern in the soles looked ordinary and cheap. In the thin film of dust on my tailgate, my fingertip drew a single line and left it. I didn't check to see if it doubled. If you ask me what followed, I'll tell you I don't know. If you ask what it wanted, I'll tell you what I felt. It wanted me to be the only thing that had ever walked that path. It wanted to erase itself by becoming my echo. It moved on the ground until the ground failed it, and then it moved in the trees. And when the ground came back, it stepped into me again, like a hand finding the glove it's worn for years. That night, in my apartment with streetlight coming through the blinds and the refrigerator knocking in the quiet, I heard no footsteps. That's the worst part. Fear would be easier to manage if it kept to the script. What I had instead was the memory of weight. I fell asleep seeing my prints doubled all the way down that mountain, as if the forest had decided that my prints were a path it wanted to keep taking, long after I was gone. Something in Devil's Lake changed my mind about monsters. Look, I've always been the skeptical type. You know, those people who roll their eyes at ghost stories and think Bigfoot is just a guy in a suit. That was me. Still kind of is, honestly. But whatever happened to Devil's Lake 3 summers ago, I don't know what to make of it. I was up there for work. I'm a water quality technician for the state, so I spend a lot of time at random lakes, taking samples and checking on things. Devil's Lake is this massive body of water in northeastern North Dakota, and it's been rising for decades. Like, seriously rising. It's swallowed up farmland, roads, even some buildings. The whole thing is kind of surreal when you think about it. Anyway, I'd been monitoring the lake for about 2 years by then, so I knew it pretty well. It's not your typical pristine mountain lake or whatever. The water's got this brownish tint to it, high in minerals and salt. Not exactly swimming pool clear, you know. And it's huge. Like 200,000 acres huge when it's at high levels. You can't even see across it in some spots. This particular trip was late August. I was out there alone, which was not unusual. Most of my sampling runs are solo affairs. Just me, my boat, and a bunch of testing equipment. The lake was pretty calm that morning, maybe a light breeze rippling the surface. Perfect conditions for what I needed to do. I'd started early, at about 6 a.m., hitting my usual sampling points. The routine was always the same. Motor out to a GPS coordinate, drop anchor, take water samples at different depths, record temperature and pH, that kind of thing. It was pretty mundane stuff, honestly. I mean, I'd done it hundreds of times. By around 10 a.m., I was working on my 4th or 5th site, somewhere in the deeper part of the lake. The The water there is maybe 30 feet deep, which is pretty deep for that area. I was lowering my sampling device when I noticed something weird with my fish finder. Now, I'm not a fisherman, but the boat came with this sonar setup, and I'd gotten used to reading it over the years. Usually you see the bottom, maybe some fish showing up as little arcs or dots. But this time, there was this long, continuous shape showing up on the screen, and it was moving. At first, I thought it was probably a school of fish, but the shape was too defined and solid. It almost looked like a snake or something, but way too big. The sonar was showing it at maybe 15 feet down, and the thing had to be at least 20 feet long, probably longer. I sat there staring at the screen for a minute, trying to make sense of what I was looking at. The shape was kind of undulating, like it was swimming. It wasn't erratic like a bunch of fish would be, but smooth and purposeful, and it was coming toward my boat. And that's when I looked up and saw the wake. There was no wind to speak of, and the lake surface was mostly flat. But maybe 50 yards out, I could see this V-shaped wake cutting through the water, heading straight for me. There was no boat in sight, nothing that should be making that kind of disturbance. I'm not gonna lie, I was getting a little nervous at this point. But I mean, what do you do in that situation? I grabbed my phone to take a video, but of course the battery was almost dead. Technology, right? The wake got closer, maybe 30 yards out now. I could see something just under the surface, dark and substantial. It wasn't like a beaver or a muskrat. This thing was huge. The water was murky enough that I couldn't make out the details, but I could see this dark mass moving underneath. And then it stopped. The wake just disappeared. Whatever was making it had either gone under or changed direction. My sonar was still picking up that long shape, but now it was deeper, maybe 20 feet down, just sitting there, like it was watching me. I've got to admit, I was pretty spooked at this point. I mean, I spend a lot of time alone on lakes, and you just develop this sense of when something is not right. And something was definitely not right. The hair on my arms was standing up, and I had this weird feeling, like I was being more than watched, but observed, studied, I guess. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was a really big fish, a sturgeon or something. Devil's Lake has some decent-sized fish in it. Or maybe debris from all the flooding over the years. Maybe it was an old tree trunk that had broken loose and was drifting around. But the movement was so deliberate and controlled, and that size. I've seen sturgeon before, but this was way bigger than anything that should be living in that lake. I decided to move to my next sampling site, which was about a quarter-mile away. I started up the motor and I headed out, keeping an eye on the sonar. The shape followed me for a while, staying deep, but maintaining roughly the same distance. And then it just vanished from the screen altogether. The rest of the morning was blessedly uneventful. I finished my sampling, packed up my gear, and headed back to shore. But I just couldn't shake the feeling that something had been watching me out there. It's hard to explain, but you know that sensation when you're walking alone at night, and all of a sudden you feel like someone's behind you? It was like that, but on the water. I didn't mention it to anyone at first. I mean, what was I gonna say? Hey, I think I saw a lake monster. That's not exactly the kind of thing you put in an official report. But it bugged me for weeks. A few months later, I was talking to Tom, this old-timer I know who's been fishing Devil's Lake for like 40 years. We were just shooting the breeze at a coffee shop in Devil's Lake City, and somehow the conversation turned to weird things that people had seen on the water. Tom got this look on his face and asked if I'd ever seen anything unusual out there. At first, I wasn't going to say anything, but I figured since he was asking, maybe I could get some answers. I told him about my experience, kind of downplaying it. Part of me expected him to laugh or tell me I was seeing things. But instead, he nodded with this kind of reverence, like he knew exactly what I was talking about. Turns out he'd had his own encounter about 10 years earlier. Similar thing. Something big moving under the water, tracking his boat. He said he'd heard stories from other fishermen too, but nobody talked about it much because they figured people would think they were crazy. He mentioned that the Native Americans in the area, the Turtle Mountain Chippewa and others, had stories about something living in the lake. They called it different names, but the basic idea was the same. Some kind of water spirit or creature that was best left alone. I started doing some research after that conversation. Turns out there are quite a few reports of unusual sightings at Devil's Lake over the years. Nothing that ever made it into the mainstream, but enough local stories that it made me think twice about what I'd experienced. The thing is, Devil's Lake is a weird place geologically. It's part of this ancient lake system that used to be much larger. The water chemistry is unusual. The ecosystem is constantly changing because of the rising water levels. If something was going to be living in a lake in North Dakota, I completely believe that Devil's Lake would probably be the place. I've been back to that lake maybe 20 times since then for work. I've never seen anything like that again. But I do pay a lot more attention to my sonar now. And I'll be honest, I don't linger as long at the deeper sites. There's just something about that place that feels different now. Do I think there's actually some kind of lake monster living in Devil's Lake? I don't know. Part of me thinks it was probably just a big fish, or some kind of debris that my brain turned into something more dramatic. But another part of me remembers that feeling of being watched, the deliberate way that shape moved on the sonar, the controlled motion of the wake. I'm still a skeptic about most paranormal stuff, but I'm a little less certain about what might be living in our lakes and rivers, especially the ones we don't fully understand yet. Devil's Lake is still rising, by the way, still swallowing up more land every year. Makes you wonder what else might be down there in all of that new underwater real estate. The telepathic visitor. This happened about a year ago in late July. I live just outside of Sedona, Arizona. Desert town, lots of weird energy. Tourist crystal shops, you know the vibe. I'm not big into that stuff, but I've heard my fair share of strange stories around here. I didn't believe any of them until that night. It started like sleep paralysis. At least that's what I thought it was. I'd gone to bed at about 11 p.m. like usual. Fan going, room dark, everything normal. But I woke up, or half woke up, I guess, completely frozen. Couldn't move a finger. Could barely even blink. I was just stuck there, staring at the ceiling. That alone wouldn't have rattled me. It's happened before. But then the temperature dropped. Not gradually. It was like being dropped into a cold pool. I could see my breath. And this is Arizona in the middle of summer. The fan was still on, but the air felt dead, heavy. I could hear something. Not out loud, but in my head. A voice. It wasn't English. It wasn't any language I've ever heard. It was layered, like multiple people whispering over each other, but perfectly in sync. And it wasn't coming from outside me. It was inside, like it was using my own thoughts to speak. Every word felt wrong, like the shape of the sounds didn't belong in a human brain. I didn't feel scared at first, just confused. The voice kept repeating itself, the same phrases over and over, like it was trying to make me understand something. Not just hear it, but, I don't know, absorb it maybe. It almost felt like instructions, or coordinates? I don't know, I can't explain it. But every time I tried to focus on the words, I felt this pressure behind my eyes, like a headache trying to explode outward. Eventually, the voice stopped. The chill lifted and I could move again. I just laid there sweating and shaking, even though I was freezing 2 minutes before. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. Here's the part that really got me, though. When I woke up in the morning, I had a nosebleed. I've never had one before or since, but the blood wasn't on my pillow. It was on my nightstand, like I had turned my head and bled straight onto the wood. And there was this tiny little symbol scratched into the surface, not carved with a tool. It looked burned in. Some kind of spiral, maybe, with lines through it. Definitely wasn't there the day before. I didn't report it or anything. I mean, who would I report it to? And what would I say? I haven't had another encounter since, but I've seen that same spiral once, in the corner of someone's handmade flyer on the bulletin board at the gas station. I didn't touch it. I didn't even read what it was for. I just walked out. The thing in the grain elevator. Look, I'm not the type of person who believes in this stuff. I'm a practical guy. I fix machinery, I drink beer, I watch football. But what happened to me last winter at the grain elevator outside Minot still messes with my head, and I figured maybe writing it down would help me make sense of it. I'd been working nights at the Farmers Union elevator for about 3 months. It's not glamorous work, but the pay's decent, and the night shift differential made it worth dealing with the cold and the isolation. Most nights, you're basically babysitting the equipment while grain gets moved around. Temperature checks, making sure the conveyors don't jam, that sort of thing. It's pretty routine. The elevator sits about 15 miles northwest of town, right off Highway 52. During the day, it's busy as hell with trucks coming and going, but at night, it's just you, the hum of machinery, and a whole lot of darkness. The building itself is massive. It's one of those concrete tower structures that dominates the prairie landscape. You can see it from miles away during the day, but at night it just becomes this looming shadow against the sky. My shift started at 11 p.m. and ran until 7 in the morning. Usually I'd spend the first few hours doing equipment checks, then settle in with a thermos of coffee and a book for the quiet stretch between 2 and 5. That's when most of the automated systems just run themselves, and you're really just there in case something goes wrong. It was a Tuesday in February when things got weird. I remember because I'd been complaining to my wife about having to work Valentine's Day, even though my shift was technically the night before. Temperature was sitting around -15, which isn't terrible for North Dakota in February, but cold enough that you don't want to be outside longer than you have to be. I'd done my usual rounds and I was sitting in the control room at about 2:30 a.m. when I heard the first sound. It sounded like scratching, but not the normal kind that you get from mice or the building settling. This was deliberate and rhythmic. It was almost like something dragging claws across metal in a pattern. The control room sits about 40 feet up in the main tower, with windows that look out over the grain bins and the truck scales. I got up and looked around, but I couldn't see anything unusual. The exterior lights were working fine, casting their usual yellow pools across the gravel and equipment. I figured maybe it was ice forming on one of the conveyor belts and went back to my coffee. 20 minutes later, I heard it again. Same scratching sound, but longer this time, and it seemed to be coming from directly above me. Now, there's nothing above the control room except the top of the grain tower. It's basically just empty space and the peak of the roof. There's no equipment, no access, nothing that should be making noise. I grabbed my flashlight and headed up the maintenance ladder to check it out. The ladder goes up another 30 feet to a small platform near the roof peak. It's not a place you go often, just for annual inspections and emergency repairs. As I climbed, that scratching sound kept going. It was definitely coming from above, and it was definitely not random. There was a pattern to it, almost like listening to Morse code or something. When I reached the platform, I swept my flashlight beam across the roof structure. Everything looked normal. The metal sheeting was intact, no signs of damage or anything that might be causing the noise. But as soon as my light hit the peak area, the scratching stopped. I stood there for maybe 5 minutes, listening. Nothing. Just the wind and the distant hum of the grain dryers below. I was about to head back down when I heard something else. Footsteps. Not boots on metal, but something softer, like bare feet, but with a wet quality to them. The footsteps moved across the roof directly above me, slow and deliberate, from one end of the building to the other. Then they stopped, right over where I was standing. I called out, thinking maybe someone was messing with me. "Hey, whoever's up there, this is private property. You need to get down from there." My voice echoed off the metal walls, but there was no response. And that's when I noticed the smell. It was like spoiled grain, but worse. Sweet and rotten, all at the same time, with an underlying chemical odor that made my eyes water. The smell was getting stronger, and I realized it was coming from directly overhead. I aimed my flashlight up at the roof peak again, and this time I saw something that made my blood go cold. There was a dark stain spreading across the metal sheeting. It looked wet, and it was growing larger as I watched. Drops of some kind of liquid started falling from the stain, landing on the platform around me with soft, splashing sounds. I didn't stick around to investigate what the liquid was. I climbed down that ladder faster than I'd ever moved in my life and locked myself in the control room. My hands were shaking as I called my supervisor, but when I tried to explain what was happening, it sounded crazy even to me. He told me to write up an incident report and said he'd send someone out in the morning to check the roof. For the rest of my shift, I stayed in that control room with the door locked. The scratching continued on and off until about 5 a.m., always in the same rhythmic pattern. Sometimes I would hear those wet footsteps moving around the roof, but I didn't go back up to investigate. When the day shift supervisor arrived at 7, I showed him the stains on the platform. He looked one over and said it was probably just condensation mixed with grain dust. But I could tell by his expression that he thought it looked as wrong as I did. The stain on the roof was gone, though. Completely gone, like it had never been there. They did send someone up to inspect the roof that afternoon. No damage, no signs of entry, no explanation for the noises or the liquid. The maintenance guy who did the inspection mentioned that the metal up there felt unusually warm for February, but that was the only thing out of the ordinary that he found. I worked 3 more shifts that week, and each night brought the same pattern. Scratching around 2:30 a.m., wet footsteps, the smell, and that dark stain that would appear and then vanish by morning. I started bringing a camera to work, thinking that I would document whatever was happening, but every photo I took just showed normal roof structure. The camera, for whatever reason, couldn't capture what I was seeing. The final straw came on Friday night. I was doing my usual 2 a.m. equipment check when I heard the scratching start up again. But this time, it wasn't coming from the roof. It was coming from the grain bin directly below the control room. The grain bins are sealed steel cylinders, maybe 60 feet tall and 30 feet across. They're filled from the top and emptied from the bottom through automated systems. There's no way for anything to get inside them once they're sealed, and there definitely shouldn't be anything alive in there. But something was moving around in that bin. I could hear it clearly through the steel walls. It wasn't just scratching now, but what sounded like something large shifting through the grain. The sound moved from the bottom of the bin toward the top, like something was climbing up through thousands of bushels of wheat. I checked the bin's monitoring system. Temperature normal, moisture normal, no signs of any problems. But I could hear that thing moving around in there, and the sound was getting closer to the top. When I heard the first scratch against the inside of the bin's access hatch, I grabbed my keys and left. I didn't even clock out properly. I just got in my truck and drove home, leaving the elevator running on automatic systems. I called in sick for the rest of the next week, and I put in my 2 weeks' notice the following Monday after that. My supervisor wasn't happy about it, especially since I couldn't give him a real explanation for why I was quitting. How do you tell someone that there's something living in their grain elevator that shouldn't exist? The thing is, I drove past that elevator a few months later during the day. There was a crew there, installing new security cameras and motion sensors. When I asked one of the workers what was going on, he said they'd been having problems with wildlife getting into the facility. He didn't elaborate, but the look on his face suggested they'd found something that was not just wildlife. I still don't know what I encountered during those nights. Maybe it was some kind of animal that had found a way into the building. Maybe the isolation and the weird hours were getting to me. But I know what I heard, and what I smelled, and what I saw. And I know that grain elevator isn't the same kind of quiet it used to be. Sometimes when I'm driving past grain elevators now, I wonder if they're all just storage facilities, or if some of them are housing things that prefer the darkness and the isolation. Things that move through grain like water and leave stains that disappear with the sunrise. I've got a new job now, working days at a repair shop in town. It pays less, but I sleep better, and I don't miss those long, quiet hours when the only sounds should have been the machinery and the wind, but weren't. The corn house. So this happened when I was maybe 12, back in 2003. My family had just moved to this tiny farming community outside Keokuk in southeast Iowa. The population was like 400 people. Everyone knew everyone, that kind of place. My dad got transferred for work, and we ended up renting this old farmhouse on the edge of town while we looked for something permanent. The house was probably built in the 1920s, all white clapboard siding and a wraparound porch that sagged in the middle. The landlord, this old farmer named Herschel, Mentioned it had been empty for about 3 years before we moved in. Said the previous tenants left suddenly but didn't really elaborate. That should have been a red flag, but my parents were just happy to find something affordable on short notice. First few weeks were normal enough. Typical old house stuff. Creaky floors, drafty windows, a musty smell that never quite goes away. But then weird things started happening. Small stuff at first. I'd come home from school and find the kitchen faucet running full blast. Mom would swear she turned it off. Or we'd hear footsteps upstairs when everyone was downstairs watching TV. The house had this weird layout, where the main staircase went up from the living room, but there was also a narrow back staircase from the kitchen that led to what used to be servants' quarters. 3 small rooms up there that we used for storage. Those rooms always felt wrong, cold even in summer, and they smelled like corn husks, which was strange because we never stored anything food-related up there. About a month in, I started seeing her. Always out of the corner of my eye at first. A woman in a long dress, standing at the top of the back stairs or in the doorway of one of those storage rooms. She had this way of standing perfectly still, like she was waiting for something. Whenever I turned to look directly, she'd be gone. My parents thought that I was making it up, adjusting to the move and all that BS. But our dog Rex started acting strange too. He would stand at the bottom of the back stairs and whine, hackles raised, staring up at nothing that we could see. Sometimes he'd bark at empty corners of the house. Dogs don't lie about stuff like that. The activity ramped up in October. Doors would slam shut on their own, always the ones leading to those upstairs storage rooms. We'd find all the kitchen cabinets standing wide open in the morning. Mom started keeping a log, thinking maybe she was sleepwalking or something. But then it happened when we were all awake and sitting together. I was doing homework at the kitchen table one evening when I heard somebody walking around upstairs. Heavy, deliberate footsteps, like someone pacing back and forth. Dad went up to check it out, but there was nobody there. But when he came back down, he looked shaken. He said one of the storage room doors was wide open, and there were wet footprints on the floor, even though it hadn't rained in days. That's when Mom decided to ask around town about the house. Turns out the previous tenants were a young couple with a baby. They'd left in the middle of the night, just packed up and disappeared without notice. Before them, an elderly man lived there alone for about 6 months before moving in with his daughter. Before him, it sat empty for 2 years. The pattern went back decades. People would move in, stay a few months to a year, and then leave suddenly. Always something about the upstairs room. Always something about a woman in the house who didn't belong there. Mrs. Peterson at the grocery store finally told Mom the whole story. Back in 1952, a woman named Dorothy Kindle lived in the house with her husband and 2 kids. Family farmed corn on the land around the property. One harvest season, Dorothy went missing. Just vanished one day while her husband was in the fields. They found her 3 days later in one of those upstairs storage rooms, dead. The coroner said heart failure, but she was only 34 and healthy as a horse. Her husband claimed she'd been acting strange for weeks before she died. Said she kept talking about needing to check on something upstairs, but whenever he'd follow her up, the rooms would be empty. He found her body surrounded by dried corn husks, even though harvest was still weeks away and there was no corn stored in the house. After hearing that story, things made more sense, but didn't get any easier. I started seeing Dorothy more clearly. She was always holding something in her arms, cradled against her chest like a baby. But it wasn't a baby. It was corn husks bundled up tight. She'd stand there rocking back and forth, looking down at this bundle of dead plant matter like it was the most precious thing in the world. The smell got stronger, too. That corn husk smell would fill the whole house some days, so thick you could taste it, and we would find husks scattered around those storage rooms, even though we'd cleaned them out completely when we moved in. We lasted until December. The final straw was when I woke up one night and found Dorothy standing at the foot of my bed. She wasn't translucent or glowing like ghosts in the movies. She looked solid and real. She was staring at me with these hollow, desperate eyes, still clutching that bundle of corn husks. She opened her mouth like she was trying to say something, but no sound came out. Just stood there for what felt like hours, before finally fading away. Found a new place in town the next week. Much smaller, way more expensive, but normal. We never talked much about the house after that. Dad said it was just an old building settling. Mom blamed stress from the move. But Rex never forgot. For years after, if we drove past that road, he would start whining and shaking. The house is still there, still gets rented out every few years. I looked it up on Google Street View recently. Same white clapboard siding, same sagging porch. But those upstairs windows always look dark, even in the middle of the day. And I swear sometimes you can see a figure standing in one of them, holding something close to her chest, waiting for someone who's never coming home.